Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 651. Meeting Again. Upon seeing Will Septon's warning, Klein's first found himself blessed with good luck. Thankfully, I didn't court death and continue the exploration. He didn't hesitate to heave a sigh of relief. Although he had seen the mural related to Ouroboros, as well as the terrifying monster Anderson, who mutated for some unknown reason, he didn't actually physically get himself into a dangerous situation. I wonder if I'll randomly appear in a region in the next dream, or will it continue from before? If it's the latter, the best choice of action is to not disturb Anderson so as to avoid agitating him. I'll just walk the same way back and leave that black cloister. Klein retracted his gaze and continued reading. Apart from the dream, the other things aren't that troublesome. As long as you don't attempt to approach those ruins, directly look at the thing that flies in the sky at midday, or challenge the storms that give ample warning, then it wouldn't be a problem if you follow the safe sea routes that have been verified by others. As for mermaids, just keep cruising forward and you'll ultimately encounter them. This is because at their levels, they will only live in relatively safer areas, and there aren't many such areas. Finally, I hope everything goes smoothly. Sincerely, your friend who might be often in deep sleep due to reaching a critical stage in his maturing development. Will Septon. The final sentence was long and somewhat awkward sounding, but Klein instantly understood what the snake of fate meant. Before I'm born, don't disturb me unless it's something extremely important and critical. I'll try my best. Klein replied inwardly, without any assurance. If he successfully advanced, then it might not take long before he had to seek Will Septon's help in finding the sequence 4 potion formula for the seer pathway. Being more confident with finding mermaids, Klein immediately left the dream, wore his hat, and headed for the pirates' dining hall. Due to the dream's disturbance, most of the food had turned cold, but the pirates still had a great time eating. After all, no one died. Since no one died during this mystical encounter, they naturally felt great that they had something to brag about. Do you want a cup of milk? Frank Lee held a plate and sat opposite Klein, asking warmly. Recalling the conversation in the dream, Klein firmly shook his head with a deadpan expression. Inwardly, he was very worried that the milk on the ship were all Frank's experimental products. Frank didn't mind as he gulped a mouthful of milk. I remember telling you about those little things in the dream? Yes. Klein cut through a dragon-boned fish that was cooked in sauce, and he stuffed it into his mouth. This kind of fish was well known for having few bones. Most of the time, it only had one main bone. In Backlund, due to its various species, they were considered a mid to high-end delicacy, but east of the Oravi Island, in the periphery of the safe sea routes, they could often be caught. Frank chuckled. My description back then was a little inaccurate. Their true purpose was to successfully produce milk even when they aren't in a state capable of lactation, regardless of whether they are male or female. As long as they consume it, they will produce milk and return to normal once they aren't fed. This way, the milk cows don't have to suffer any torture. This way, it becomes fairer for men and women to bring up their children. It will be beneficial for women to head out for work. Wait, why are you telling me this? Klein nearly failed to maintain his persona as Gehrman Sparrow. At that instant, he felt that the nickname of Crazy shouldn't be Gehrman Sparrow's but Frank Lee's. He's actually someone who supports equality between men and women. However, his means are a little terrifying. That's right. The Church of Earth Mother is like the Church of the Goddess. They believe that women should have the same standing in society as men. However, they place more emphasis on reproduction, treating it as the holiest matter. Among the 7 churches, the Church of Storms and the Church of the God of Combat are most biased towards men. The Church of the Sun is next. As for the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, they are different from the other churches. They discriminate based on intelligence. The Church of Steam is neutral and has even worked with the Church of the Goddess to encourage women to head out for work due to the need for more labor in the development of industry. Klein instantly had the differences between the 7 churches flash past his mind. He looked up and glanced at Frank Lee as though what he had just said was something trivial. This made Frank rather happy as he couldn't help but drink a few more mouthfuls of milk. After the pirates finished their lunch in batches, Catlia pushed open the windows to the captain's cabin once again. Using magic, she amplified her voice. There's an island 1.5 nautical miles ahead of us. We will dock there and wait for the storm to pass. In these waters, every time there's a switch from noon to nighttime, there's a possibility of a terrifying storm occurring. I cannot confirm when it will happen, but I believe it's safer for us to wait for it to pass before we continue our voyage. She went into the details a lot more than in the past, as it wasn't a sudden occurrence, and there was plenty of time. One of the things people at sea feared the most was a storm. Therefore, no one objected to it. They went according to Katlia's instructions. Under Navigator Odolov's and Bosun Nina's guidance, they nervously prepared to dock. And this made Klein confirm one of the matters that Willa Septon had mentioned. Do not challenge any signs of a storm. Before long, an island covered with gigantic trees appeared ahead of the future. The more than 100-meter-long sailboat adjusted its course and docked against the wind. More than half an hour passed as the sky suddenly dimmed. Lead-colored clouds surfaced one after another. They overlapped with one another as though they enveloped all the surrounding waters. Amidst a loud boom and blinding flashes of lightning, a hurricane from afar swept over. It was connected to the clouds at the top and to the sea at the bottom. It was more exaggerated than any legendary giant. It was like a gigantic coiling serpent in a bid to destroy the world. The terrifying hurricane brought with it waves that towered like mountains, lightning that branched out like trees and didn't stop because of the incoming storm. It constantly struck the surface of the sea, splitting into tiny electric bolts that spread outwards. As the rain pattered down on the Future's deck, it made the pirates who had entered the cabin or gotten shelter feel like the apocalypse had arrived. Such a storm didn't last too long. The sea calmed down after about 15 minutes, and the hurricane dissipated. The midday sunlight reigned in the sky once again. You can head onto the island for a while, but don't wander inside. You have to be within the range of the cannons. Katlia gave the pirates the brief chance of reprieve. Klein kept in mind Willa Septon's warnings and had no desire to explore the island. After leaving the Future, he only walked about on the shore, taking in the feeling of having his feet on solid ground. Beach, sunlight, trees. It feels like a vacation. Klein thought in amusement when he suddenly noticed a rapidly moving black through the corner of his eye. It was rushing over from the boundary of a cliff. The black dot increased in size to reveal a human figure. Not far away, Katlia, who was on the sand, also noticed the abnormality. She half-turned around and took off the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. The figure with emerald-colored eyes approached. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, and trousers. He was of medium build with his blonde hair split 70-30. Anderson. The unlucky Anderson. Klein instantly recognized him. The person was none other than the terrifying Anderson in the dream world. It was the Anderson who said that his companions never returned after they proceeded to explore the hall, but had claimed to be a member of the exploration team. At that moment, Anderson raised his right hand. Without any hesitation, as Gehrman Sparrow, Klein took out a charm and chanted a single word in ancient Hermes. Storm. The charm made of tin immediately turned sharp, resembling a thin blade. With the infusion of spirituality, the wind in midair reverberated. With a deadpan expression, Klein threw out the charm in his hand at Anderson. So. Azure-sharp blades shot at their target like a lined-up firing squad. Anderson was raising his right hand high with a smile and was about to say something when he heard a deep and mysterious incantation and the scalp-numbing sound of the wind. His gaze froze as he threw himself to the side and somersaulted multiple times in a pathetic manner as if the area before him was scorching metal. So. The wind blades struck the beach, slicing clear slits into the sand, but they were just short of hitting their target. Stop. As Anderson nimbly somersaulted to dodge, he shouted, I come in peace. I mean no harm. Anderson Hood, Admiral of Stars, suddenly said a name as she raised her hand to stop Gehrman Sparrow, who had taken out a charm. She knows Anderson. Klein didn't rashly chant the charm's incantation as he said in a deep voice, he is already mutated. I saw him in the dream. He wasn't surprised at meeting the unlucky Anderson. This was because the pirates were all in the same area during the dream. They were all very close to one another, which also meant that Anderson, who wasn't too far away, was also very close to the Future. No, not at all. Anderson stood up, at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. He raised his hands like he was surrendering. I recognize you. You asked me many questions. Back then, I wanted to pull a prank on you. Really, it was just a joke to enliven the mood. Don't you think that having the mood suddenly change into one of horror is an exhilarating experience? Of course, I'm referring to the target and not myself. If I had participated in the exploration, how could I still be alive? That is what I'm worried about. Klein didn't believe his explanation. Anderson shrugged and said, I was preparing to explain that the moment I said that, I was planning on telling you that I was joking and had planned to seek your help. I hoped that you could take me away, but at that moment, the dream ended. Damn it, I was really too unlucky. It does comply with the traits of being unlucky. Klein silently muttered. He planned on flipping a coin right there, and then to test him with divination when he suddenly heard Admiral of Stars Catlia say, Listen to what he has to say. He's very famous in the Fog Sea. He has the nickname Strongest Hunter, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 652, Mermaid Clues. Strongest Hunter. Klein was shocked by this nickname. After carefully recalling, he realized that the man didn't have a bounty on his head. That meant that Anderson Hood's description of himself in the dream world was real and reliable. He was more of a treasure hunter. Unfortunately, Gehrman Sparrow hasn't killed any pirate admirals. Otherwise, I would be the strongest hunter. Klein didn't let down his guard as he coldly looked at the man. As long as Anderson Hood showed any signs of abnormality, he would immediately throw the charm in his hand. After all, the activation incantation was all the same. At his sequence, he could do it simultaneously while injecting his spirituality. Upon hearing the Admiral of Stars' introduction, Anderson seriously shook his head. No, I'm not the strongest hunter. Oh, he's still rather humble. Klein sighed inwardly. Anderson chuckled and added, Admiral of Stars, if you really insist, then it's best if you add the condition, below that of a demigod. Yes, the strongest hunter below that of a demigod. I take back what I just said. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched indiscernibly. Seeing no response from the Admiral of Stars, Anderson naturally lowered his arms. These waters are very dangerous, but contains many treasures. In this regard, I believe the two of you are very aware. In the past, many adventurers, or more precisely, treasure hunters, have entered these waters to seek our fortuitous encounters, but most of them didn't leave these waters alive. Heh, I'm talking about most, so there are always some lucky ones who can obtain items and ingredients while successfully leaving. The treasure hunting team I was in was organized by 2 treasure hunters who are experienced in this area. They claim to be very aware of which ruins are not to be explored in the first half of the safe route, and which ruins could be attempted. They also claim to know which methods should be used to hunt various kind of monsters, as well as what methods should be used to avoid evil creatures who have lost control. I've always been curious about these waters, and was successfully convinced by them, and joined the expedition. And then, Catlia looked at the figure opposite her with her black eyes that had a purple hue. Anderson sighed and said, It was very smooth in the beginning, as smooth as it can be. We avoided danger and obtained many of the relics left behind by former explorers, and we also hunted some monsters and obtained several ingredients. Everything changed when we discovered a strange temple on a submerged island. There were many murals which remained intact. This gentleman has also seen it in the dream world. He used his chin to gesture at Klein. That's not important, Klein replied calmly. Anderson shook his head and smiled bitterly. One of the murals was very sinister. It described a pilgrimage proceeding forward amidst a parted sea. The leader of the pilgrimage is depicted as an angel, having long silver hair that reached his back. He had very mild facial features. I was the first to arrive in front of that mural. I reached out my right hand and habitually outlined the various lines in Madeira. It's true, I really didn't touch it. I was at least 5 centimeters away, but to my surprise, the angel in the mural suddenly opened his eyes. Your nickname as the strongest hunter must have been forced as a result of you attracting too many problems. Klein scoffed silently, without any sense of pity. Silver-haired angel? Catlia asked in return. Yes, but I'm not sure which angel it is. At the very least, he hasn't appeared in any of the portraits of the 7 churches. Of course, the mural artist might have casually added it, and it might not be real. Anderson was just about to raise his hand to comb his hair when he discovered that the man wearing a round neck shirt, a brown jacket, pantaloons with a dark-colored cap was coldly staring at him. It appeared as though any abnormal action would result in the man attacking without hesitation. But at that moment, Klein was thinking about something else. This fellow is very professional when it comes to art. At the very least, the typical person wouldn't be able to know of so many religious portraits. Katlia, who didn't receive an adequate answer, immediately turned her head towards Klein, her gaze filled with an inquisitive look. She had just heard from Anderson Hood that Gehrman Sparrow had seen the mural. Perhaps this member of the organization that has been gifted by the Lord can recognize the angel. Katlia had an inexplicable feeling that Gehrman Sparrow might really know the answer. Considering how Ma'am Hermit would be able to obtain the answer at the next tarot club from a casual question, Klein didn't hesitate to simply say, Tail, Devourer Ouroboros. Tail, Devourer Ouroboros? That angel of fate? That king of angels? Katlia unknowingly pursed her lips as the purple hue in her eyes turned slightly more obvious. The last time she had heard this name was from a tarot club, thanks to Miss Justice. And that was her first time learning of the existence of the kings of angels. She never expected to obtain clues of them in the real world in just a few months. Tail, Devourer Ouroboros? Anderson ruminated over the name in a daze. Klein didn't speak further, showing his disinterest in explaining. Seeing how the Admiral of Stars wasn't speaking a word, Anderson could only laugh and continue. I thought I was hallucinating back then because the mural didn't show any abnormality after that. Following that, our team fractured into two. Most of them were frightened by my account and believed that they shouldn't continue exploring the temple. The remaining third desired to obtain more treasure and began setting off deeper into the temple. We waited an entire day, noon switch night a total of 3 times, but we didn't manage to see them return. We were all outstanding treasure hunters, so we knew that something must have gone wrong. After making some confirmations, we didn't dare stay any longer or wait. We immediately left the temple and got onto the ship to return the way we came. We had already received plenty, and we didn't wish to take any more risks. Wait, none of you had the intention to save your companions? Yes, a treasure hunting team that is temporarily put together will only bother with themselves and the few friends they are familiar with when they encounter danger. According to my experience, those companions of yours that vanished might be eating the fingers of corpses. Klein lampooned and didn't reprimand Anderson. Anderson sighed again and said, After leaving that temple, I discovered that there was something abnormal about myself. On the one hand, I became very unlucky, with everything I do failing. Even when drinking light beer in silence, I'll realize that someone had used a beer barrel as a toilet and pissed in it. Well, that's not what I encountered. It was my companion. On the other hand, we obtained control of ourselves in our dreams. We were no longer in a reverie and knew something, but we had no means to take action. Therefore, a number of my companions, a third of the original number of people, ventured deep into the dream world. They never returned. Katlia, who had been listening in silence, asked, What about their bodies in the real world? They mutated into monsters, killing quite a number of my remaining companions and sailors. Anderson took an obvious deep breath. We might have successfully killed those monsters, but due to the lack of sailors, as well as encountering a streak of bad luck, we failed to reach this island in time before the storm arrived. Therefore, our ship sank. Likewise for our loot. The rest of my companions either drowned, got struck by lightning, or got eaten by the underwater monsters. I didn't see all of it myself. As for me, I was relatively stronger and luckier than them. I was sent flying by the waves and successfully swam to the shore of this island and began attempting to create a canoe to leave this area. As you can see, even my final axe is shattered. It was also reflected in the dream. Anderson's final sentences were directed at Klein. They really are a treasure hunting group plagued with bad luck. Klein inwardly drew the crimson moon for him. He believed that Anderson's description was likely real. His experience didn't seem to be fabricated out of thin air. However, it was unknown if he was hiding something. Perhaps Anderson had really gone deep into the temple and eaten the fingers of the corpses before coming out, believing that he was fine. Perhaps he had already explored numerous places in the dream world and had been corrupted by some unknown creature in an inconspicuous manner. After Anderson had finished recounting his experience, he smiled at Katlia and the man who he didn't know the name of. Do I have the honor of being a passenger on your future? I will pay for the fare. He looked as if payment wasn't a problem at all. Katlia once again turned her head to the side towards Klein, as though asking if he would accept. This is to say that you are leaning towards accepting his request? Aren't you going to do any tests? I have to go above the gray fog to divine before I can provide a clear answer. What gives you the confidence? A beyond her power obtained once a mystery prior reaches sequence 5. Klein figured out a lot of information from Catlia's gaze. Just as he was hesitating, Anderson hurriedly said, I'm very familiar with the route ahead. I can help you avoid the latent dangers on the safe sea route, and I can tell you which ruins are to be explored. I can also give you early notice to avoid the singing voices of the mermaids in time. Singing voices of mermaids? Klein's eyes nearly lit up as it took him a great deal of effort to maintain Gehrman Sparrow's image. Yes, a day's voyage from here. And I mean a day in terms of the world outside. We will circle around a ruin and turn. Upon saying that, Anderson suddenly realized something as he shut his mouth with a smile without saying anything more. Klein thought for a moment and took out a gold coin in front of Anderson as he silently chanted. Anderson Hood is problematic. He repeated 7 times and went through the standard process of divination, but he didn't hold any hopes for an answer. It was a test on Anderson. If Anderson really was problematic, he would definitely show signs of guilt. After all, he couldn't be certain of Gehrman Sparrow's divination standard and was unable to determine if he could disrupt it successfully. Ding. The gold coin was flung into the air before landing. Klein glanced at it before putting it into his pocket. No problem. I'll later make a confirmation by going above the gray fog. Klein added inwardly. Catlia looked at Anderson and nodded. I agree to your request. However, after we leave these waters, you need to hand over half of what you have. If there's nothing, I'll not take anything either. Anderson fell silent for a few seconds before smiling again. Deal. Having found a way out, he clearly relaxed as he smiled. Also, I have to warn you that although my bad luck is limited to me alone, you should be careful because I might attract monsters. Of course, I believe that with you, this gentleman, and myself, we should be able to guarantee our safety. Just as he said that, the entire island quaked. A smoky plume emanated out of the primitive forest. Don't tell me a monster is really coming. Anderson subconsciously turned Agape. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 653, Black-Faced, Black-Handed. The ground trembled slightly as a figure that was nearly 3 meters tall appeared at the boundary of the island's primitive forest. Its body was grayish-white in color, seemingly formed from boulders. Its face was potholed without any obvious eyes, nose, mouth, or ears. Stone giant. Catlia muttered the monster's type. Be it Klein or Anderson, both of them knew nothing about such monsters. However, they didn't cast an inquisitive look at Catlia. They focused on the monster, looking highly professional. Catlia turned her body to face the dark future. She raised her right hand halfway and amplified her voice. Aim. The pirates on duty immediately adjusted dozens of cannons on the port of the ship, aiming them right at the stone giant which was lumbering over. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs flew out and landed around the stone giant, sending dust flying as the bombardment covered a huge area. The ground clearly quaked as flames surged. Splinters spewed everywhere as though everything could be destroyed. Tap, tap, tap. The tall grayish-white figure tore out of the dust, having not suffered any serious damage. All it had were a few cracks on its surface. Catlia said without a perturbed expression, This isn't a kind of giant, but a kind of stone golem. Its core is the main ingredient of Sequence 5 Guardian from the Guardian sequence pathway. Therefore, its defenses are extremely high. Amidst the reverberating cannon bombardment, Klein nearly suspected if there was a problem with his auditory senses. Since you know that the stone giant has high defense, why did you use a cannon bombardment? Isn't that a waste of cannonballs? He thought in puzzlement as he lampooned. Perhaps hearing his inner thoughts, Catlia said as she watched the stone giant approach, I've never encountered such a beyonder creature before, so I wish to do some tests. I have nothing to say against such a reason. Klein was rendered speechless. At this moment, Anderson Hood, who had been observing the stone giant the entire time, raised his hand and said, Do you have anyone who has beyonder powers in the ice and frost domain? Me, Catlia coldly answered. Seeing how Ma'am Hermit had the means, Klein swallowed back the words he nearly said out loud. He really didn't wish to activate creeping hunger unless necessary, despite Zombie possessing the powers of ice and frost. He believed that he couldn't find any suitable food on the island. Catlia took out a grayish-black scroll from a secret pocket in her warlock robe and softly chanted a single word in ancient Hermes, freezing. Silently, the scroll was consumed by icy blue flames, and immediately there were crystalline streams of light that appeared in midair. They flew towards the stone giant and froze the target within as icicles hung from it. Amidst jarring cracking sounds, the ice layer cracked in turn as the stone giant slowly walked out of the zone. However, its grayish-white exterior had turned a darker shade. Its motions were a lot stiffer than before. At this moment, Anderson raised his hands as though he was a conductor gesturing for the audience to give their applause. Orange-yellow flames, which were almost white in color, sprouted at the stone giant's feet, as though it had stepped into a particular trap. Its surface rapidly produced a bout of steam as cracks spread across its body in the form of deep fractures. Anderson pulled back with his right arm as a burning white spear condensed in his palm. The flames at the tip of the spear condensed to a point as it emitted a blinding luster. The spear flew out, accurately hitting the crack in the stone giant's belly as the flames melted a huge hole in it. As for Anderson Hood, who was originally on the beach, he seemed to merge with the burning white spear. The flames brightened as he strangely appeared behind the stone giant. He held his left hand into a fist as his arm bulged. With an uppercut, he struck upwards from the hole and into the stone giant's heart. This simple-looking strike created an exaggerated effect. The stone giant immediately froze on the spot as cracking sounds constantly emitted from its interior. In seconds, it had crumbled into rubble. Critical strike. Klein's pupils constricted. Katlia calmly stood on the spot and said without any surprise, Sequence 5 of the Hunter pathway is Reaper. Furthermore, they are good at finding the weakness of their prey. Reaper. A Death Reaper of life? No wonder. Klein nodded slightly. At this moment, Anderson crouched down and rummaged through the stone giant's carcass. Then, he turned his head and smiled ruefully. It's not a real monster. That meant that there weren't any spoils of war. While Anderson described the situation, the rubble vanished at a discernible pace. For an unlucky fellow like you, don't be the one opening chests or looting corpses. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. Anderson returned and kept droning on. The greatest problem of these waters is this. Not every monster will provide you with riches. This is because conjured monsters such as this are a part of more powerful monsters of a higher level. Of course, it's possible that they're the result of remnant powers and auras. Klein already had a preliminary theory towards this. Having gone through the voyage, he discovered that there were beyonder traces of Sun, Evernight, Storm, and the Spectator pathway. He had a more fleshed-out theory from his previous theories. He originally suspected that these waters were the remnants of a battlefield in a war between Second Epic ancient gods. Storm belonged to Elf King Saniathrim. Spectator belonged to Dragon King Ankwelt. Evernight belonged to King of Demonic Wolves Fleegria. With Little Sun providing him with the legendary records from the City of Silver at each gathering, Klein had gained a preliminary understanding of the authorities of the 8 ancient gods in the Second Epic. However, the constant midday and the sun chariot formed from gold had made Klein have doubts about his theory. This was because none of the 8 ancient gods grasped the sun pathway. Soon, Klein connected it to Amon's and Adam's father, the City of Silver creator, who was deemed as the ancient sun god. After this creator awakened, and after a series of intense battles, he had taken back the authorities of the ancient gods. Hence, these ruins of the battle between gods were left behind. The incomplete mural he saw at the Elven Ruin suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind. Elf King Saniathrim and the City of Silver's creator, who was also the ancient sun god, were at odds. As his thoughts wandered, Anderson had returned to his chuckling state. He looked at him and said, "How do I address you?" "Gehrman Sparrow," Klein simply gave his name. "Gehrman Sparrow?" Anderson was first taken aback before recovering. "I've heard of you. You're the adventurer who nearly successfully hunted Vice Admiral Ailment. You have the title of the craziest hunter. Last month, when a ship I was on board passed by the Rorstad Archipelago and Oravi Island, I had thoughts of getting to know you over drinks, but your whereabouts were unknown. Last month, I was doing volunteer work at the hospital." Klein nodded and said, "You know me now. Also, try your best not to say anything." Anderson forced a smile. "I know my bad luck tends to make the negative words I say become reality. All right, stop looking at me. I won't speak again. Put down that charm of yours." Due to the appearance of the stone giant, The pirate's relaxation time was cut short. The future quickly set off once again, venturing deep into the sea. Along the way, Klein stayed standing on the deck and leaned against the side of the ship. He observed his surroundings while Anderson was loitering on the ship. He was good at socializing and interacting with the pirates. Impressive. He easily got to know the situation of the ship. Klein shot a glance at Anderson, who was drinking with a few pirates in the shadows, as he sighed inwardly. Of course, the strongest hunter probably doesn't know that the alcohol he's drinking has a sedative of unknown origins. Klein held back his laughter as he thought mischievously. With Anderson's help, the future circled around 2 hidden maelstrom and a floating palace ruin as it continued down the safe sea route. About 3 hours later, night fell again. Klein rapidly found his lucidity and reason in the dream as he opened his eyes and looked around. His vision was a swath of pitch blackness with nothing to be seen. Don't tell me I'm blind. Such a thought instinctively appeared in Klein's mind. Then he reached his right palm into his pocket and took out a matchstick. This was a component that every magician needed for his spells. With familiarity, he took out a matchstick and ignited it. Immediately, a weak flame appeared in front of Klein's eyes. The flame struggled as it bloomed, slightly illuminating his surroundings. He was in a prison cell, one with an unlatched gate made up of metal railings. Why would I be here? I'm either beside Admiral of Stars or in the mural hall where Anderson was. I'm randomly placed in a particular area. As his thoughts raced, Klein flicked his wrist and extinguished the matchstick that nearly burnt his fingers. A resplendent layer of sunlight bloomed on his left hand as his eyes had 2 miniaturized suns. With the soul of the priest of light, he obtained night vision from the light of holiness. As he observed his surroundings, Klein saw that the cell he was in wasn't too cramped, but the floor was dirty and messy. There were many footprints, a mystery as to what previously happened. Most of them are human footprints. A few of them are rather exaggerated, likely belonging to giants. The single bed is broken in the corner, while there's a key beside the door. Someone succeeded in a jailbreak. Klein came before the unlocked metal gate and carefully looked outside. The prison was filled with darkness. The darkness enveloped a stone-paved corridor, and across from him was a cold but solid wall. The path extended continuously on both sides as though there were more prison cells. Klein retracted his gaze, picked up the key on the ground, and locked the gates. He didn't attempt to head out and continued staying in the cell. He clearly remembered that Septon had advised him not to explore the dream world. Therefore, he planned on awaiting the arrival of noon. So what if it's a prison cell? It's not like I'm leaving. Klein huddled in the corner, sitting on the halved single bed, seemingly blending with the rich darkness around him. In this extreme silence, Klein suddenly cocked his head since he vaguely heard light footsteps. The sound of footsteps came from afar in an ethereal manner and at a slow frequency as it approached him. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 654, Prisoner in Guard. No, I haven't gone anywhere. Has the far-reaching hands of trouble come on its own? Klein revealed a grimace that didn't match Gehrman Sparrow's persona. He nearly drew a gasp. The only thing stopping him from doing that was because it would cause quite a stir, making trouble discover his hiding spot. No longer a green nighthawk, he rapidly made up his mind. He held his breath, slowly stood up, and moved to the side of the metal gate without a sound. He secretly and silently looked in the direction of the incoming footsteps. He believed that, since hiding and avoiding it wasn't necessarily useful, he had to determine the danger revolving around the situation so as to make the best choice. The 2 miniature suns in his eyes dimmed as Klein waited for nearly a minute as he heard the footsteps turn heavier and clearer. Following that, he heard the clanking sound of a metallic gate slamming into the wall. Following that, he saw a towering figure appear on the right of the corridor. The figure was nearly 2.5 meters tall and wore black full-body armor. The cold feeling it exuded seemed corporeal, like a gigantic knight. His aura was converged, and he was stayed like the deep sea. In the space where his eyes were, there were 2 deep red glows that flickered. In his hand was a long and broad black sword. Creak. He pushed open the metal gate to a cell and stepped in. He circled the cell, seemingly in search of something. Man, is he trying to find a particular prisoner? I'll definitely be discovered if this continues. Klein hesitated for a moment and wondered if he should leave the cell and search for a way out before the figure came close. or to sneak an attack to finish the target in a clean swoop before continuing to huddle in a corner to await the end of the dream. After judging how much time he had left to think, Klein quickly took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and began divining with a voice that perhaps only he could hear. That night from before is very strong. After quickly repeating it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes to see the topaz pendant turning clockwise at a high frequency and large amplitudes. This meant that the target was an extremely dangerous existence. Without any hesitation or time to hesitate, Klein used the beyonder powers of a clown and controlled his muscles to pull open the metal gates without causing any additional stimulation. Then he took the opportunity when the black-armored entity entered another cell to gently walk out into the corridor and rapidly headed left with his body crouched. In the immense darkness, as he listened for any commotion behind him, he maintained his stealthy and swift motions, quickly making a bend and arriving at a metal gate which opened outwards. It looked like an exit. Attempting to push and pull, Klein discovered that the metal gates weren't heavy, but it had been locked. After 2 seconds of thought, he took out the key he picked up inside his cell, inserted it, and twisted it without holding out much hope. A light click of a latch opening sounded as the metal gates unlocked. That works. Although it's a dream, you can't just have a randomly picked up key be an important item. I originally planned on folding some paper to insert into the keyhole and repeatedly slice at it. Bit by bit, Klein slowly pushed open the door as he lampooned while thinking in puzzlement. To his disappointment, what stood behind the metal gates wasn't the exit but a hall filled with junk. Closing the gate behind him in passing, he locked it again and circled around the items randomly strewn around, in search of a possible door or path. A few seconds later, he noticed an inconspicuous black wooden door in a corner. Therefore, he carefully approached it and reached out for the handle. The scene inside naturally appeared in his mind. It was a storage room, and on the right was a full-body mirror. And to its right was a figure wearing a short linen robe. There's someone there. The escaped prisoner? Having been forced to leave his comfort zone, Klein decided to take hold of the initiative in a limited fashion. Therefore, he gently twisted the handle and pushed open the black wooden door. He wanted to gather information on the general situation so as to determine where to engage in combat or flee at the critical moment in time. "Who is it?" the figure wearing a short linen robe hurriedly but softly asked. Its voice was filled with despair and pain. "An adventurer," Klein succinctly answered. He had already used his night vision to discern the figure's looks. It was a man with a weathered face. He had wrinkles on his forehead and the corners of his eyes and mouth, but his hair was raven black and lustrous. There wasn't a single strand of gray hair. His short linen robe was ancient and simple. His expression was distorted due to the pain. His rarely seen pure black eyes were filled with unconcealed surprise and puzzlement. "Adventurer, why would you be here?" Klein maintained a certain distance from the man who was difficult to discern whether he was considered young or old. He stood by the entrance and looked at him. Before asking others, introducing yourself is a necessary form of politeness. As a faceless, just the short act of sizing him up from before had made him grasp the man's features. Apart from the discordant hair and the wrinkles, he had an old, gruesome scar on his cheek. The man was startled as he worriedly glanced at the hall. "It's best you close the door. We cannot be caught by that devil. Otherwise," the muscles on his face clearly twitched as though he had recalled something nasty. "Devil," Klein murmured and extended his hand back to close the black wooden door. The man heaved a sigh of relief and smiled wryly. "I apologize. I was indeed impolite. My name is Leo Master, an ascetic of a religious organization." "A religious organization? From the looks of it, you aren't a devotee of any of the 7 deities." Klein discovered a problem with his choice of words. If he was an ascetic of one of the 7 deities, he could have directly said it out loud. Even the high priest of the Church of Sun and the bishops of the Church of Storms wouldn't come to blows the moment they met in such a dangerous place. Leo Master said with a self-deprecating laugh, "That's right. I worship the original creator. He is an omnipotent and omniscient existence, the source of everything great. He is the beginning and the end. He is the God of all gods." Upon hearing how this person revered the original creator, Klein's first reaction was that it was the Twilight Hermit Order. However, there are also some smaller denominations in the northern and southern continents. There's quite a number of people who believe in the original creator. Klein deliberated as he asked, "What's the name of that religious organization? How did you end up here?" Leo Master hesitated for a moment before saying, "To the far east of the Sonia Sea is where my lord sleeps. His sacred mountain is hidden somewhere there. I led a pilgrimage here in an attempt to witness his miracles to redeem myself. Perhaps it's a necessary test. We were caught by that devil, and one by one we died. Later, I seized the opportunity to escape the cell and hid here, awaiting the devil's departure." Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Do you know the name of that devil? What characteristics does he have?" Leo Master shook his head, saying in a somewhat puzzled manner, "I do not know his exact name, but many pilgrims seem to know him. They call him the Saint of Darkness." Saint of Darkness? Demigod? Is this Leo Master's dream, or is it the demigod's dream? From the outcome of my divination, it's likely the latter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that dangerous. Klein was about to continue asking which organization Leo Master was from to determine the beyonder powers of the Saint of Darkness when he suddenly noticed the full-body mirror opposite the ascetic through the corner of his eye. In mysticism, mirrors were passages that connected hidden and unknown worlds. It easily brought about terrifying accidents. Therefore, Klein, who was in a dangerous dream, carefully walked over and planned on using the powers of a priest of light to destroy the item. "No, don't." Leo Master seemed to sense Klein's intention as he cried out softly in horror. "Without it, I will immediately die." Klein looked at the mirror again in puzzlement. Although the environment was abnormally dark, the mirror clearly reflected two figures. One of them was Leo Master, with his numerous wrinkles and raven-black hair. The other was the thin-faced, black-haired, and brown-eyed Gehrman Sparrow, who wore a cap. At this moment, the Gehrman Sparrow in the mirror slowly moved his head even though Klein didn't make any movements. He revealed a deep, sinister smile towards him. The mirror's surface suddenly rippled as a hand reached out. With just the blinking of his eyes, the Gehrman Sparrow, who looked identical to him, crawled out of the mirror. His face was tainted with an obvious sinisterness due to the darkness cloaking it. How terrifying! "Unfortunately, I don't look like Gehrman Sparrow. Therefore, you failed to scare me. If Zhou Mingrui came out of the mirror, I might have been woken up out of fright." Klein calmly looked at his counterpart and raised his left hand, which swirled with a layer of sunlight. The sinister Gehrman Sparrow smiled as he raised his left hand as well, making a darkness that was made up of magnificence and sinisterness surface on his glove. This corresponded to the powers of a Baron of Corruption. "My clone," Klein thought as he raised his right hand expressionlessly. From out of nowhere, he held a short milky white scepter in his palm, and at its tip were embedded blue gems. "See God's scepter." Although his actions in a dream needed to abide by logic in order to achieve the desired effects, Klein suspected that the illusory world was unable to influence the mysterious space or the gray fog. Therefore, he attempted to simplify the ritualistic process and told himself that the sea god's scepter was stored in a similar unique zone in the spirit world. He could retrieve it whenever he wanted. The outcome from his attempt delighted Klein. Indeed, the dream world was unable to differentiate between a unique zone in the spirit world and the space above the gray fog. With the premise of the sea god's scepter belonging to him, this sealed artifact at the demigod level was retrieved. It really works. Otherwise, I'd have to engage in an intense battle. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He similarly believed that the mirror was unable to replicate matters related to the gray fog. The sinister Gehrman Sparrow looked opposite him in a dazed state. He instinctively raised his hand, but his right palm was empty. Then he saw countless bolts of silver lightning shoot out, enveloping him inside, causing him to expend one paper figurine substitute after another without being able to escape from the area. With a sizzling sound, a huge ball of lightning illuminated the cramped room, which provided no room for dodging. Following that, the Gehrman Sparrow from the mirror vanished. For some reason, Klein felt himself immediately turn serene, as though he had become a sage. He turned his head and looked at Leo Master again. "What's the name of the religious organization you joined?" Leo Master trembled as he answered, "Aurora Order." "Aurora Order." Klein was stunned as he couldn't help but prick up his brows. At this moment, there was a loud clanking outside. The locked gates that opened outwards had seemed to have been kicked open. Hum, hum, hum. The heavy footsteps that sounded like drumming walked towards a corner, seemingly discovering where Klein and Leo Master were hiding. Klein suspected that the lightning storm from before had been sensed by the Saint of Darkness. There's no way of hiding. Klein held the sea god's scepter and kicked the black wooden door of the storage room open towards the Saint of Darkness. As the door tumbled, he clearly saw his target's appearance. The knight, who was wearing black full-body armor, had already raised up his visor at some point in time, revealing his deep wrinkled face and some of his bright raven-black hair, as well as the old scar on his cheek. He looked identical to Leo Master. Even the minute features were identical. The only difference was the deep redness that emitted from his eyes. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 655, Dream Analysis. Klein was alarmed. He instinctively turned his body to the side without exposing his back to Leo Master, who was trembling in horror in the storage room. He couldn't be certain that the prisoner wearing a short linen robe wasn't problematic. At this moment, the deep redness in the black-armored knight who had the same face as Leo Master brightened drastically. He raised up the gloomy broadsword in his hands. Bam! With a step forward, he cleaved forward at a speed that Klein couldn't capture with his naked eyes. At the same time, Klein, who was standing to the side of him, subconsciously raised the sea god's scepter and made the blue gems at its tip light up simultaneously. Whoosh! A corporeal hurricane appeared out of thin air as it swirled around Klein, protecting him within the eye of the hurricane. Whoosh! The black streams of light carved its way over as layer after layer of the strong winds dissipated, scattering in every direction, causing the entire hall to tremble. Boom! Under the black broadsword, the hurricane produced an explosive boom and was reduced to a surging wave that flooded the entire region. It lifted up all the junk into the air. The intense collision clearly shook the dream as Klein felt his mind go adrift. He couldn't help but roll twice. Plop! He fell from his bed to the floor, the fall causing him to open his eyes. That Saint of Darkness is really powerful. Or should I say that I've never used the sea god scepter in the real world, so I'm unable to replicate its full might in the dream. Wait, it's still night. Klein suddenly noticed a problem. At that moment, the midday sunlight wasn't beaming in from the windows. His awakening was due to the intense struggle in the dream, not due to a natural occurrence. That also meant that he needed to sleep immediately, otherwise he might very well disappear in the dark night, never to be found again. With that thought flashing in his mind, Klein pushed his right hand to the ground, flipping his body up as he flew towards his bed and laid himself down. Then he imagined the stacked spherical lights and quickly entered his dream. During this process, Klein swept his gaze to the window and vaguely saw the dark night outside. It was quiet and serene without any sense of sinisterness. Meanwhile, he vaguely felt that there was a fog encompassing the surface of the sea relatively far away. Amidst the fog, there was a cathedral composed of rather ancient architecture. It was completely black in color. There wasn't a bell tower, and at the top of it were pitch-black ravens spiraling around it as though they were consecrating or lamenting over something. This cathedral has many buildings around it. There are ordinary two-story residences and simple wooden huts. There are bread shops with hanging signboards and grayish-white mills using water wheels for power. Pedestrians pass through the main streets and alleys with their figures flitting about, impossible to know of their actual situations. A mirage? The source of the danger at night? All the people who disappeared had lost their minds and went somewhere? Klein woke up from his dreams because he subconsciously considered the questions that he had accumulated. Following that, he forcefully made himself concentrate. He retrieved the sea god's scepter from the spirit world's unique zone. He remembered that he was in an intense battle with the Saint of Darkness just before he left the dream. The slightly dim golden light shone into Klein's eyes as everything immediately turned bright. What he could see was no longer the tall knight dressed in black full-bodied armor, nor was it Leo Master, who was dressed in a short linen robe. Instead, he was facing a floor-to-ceiling window that faced the setting sun. The window was very clean and revealed an indescribable sense of purity under the sun's illumination. By the side of the window were tables with their original wooden colors and black high-back chairs. Further away were rows of bookshelves with all kinds of books placed on them. A library? A book repository? Every time I enter this dream world, I'll be placed randomly in a certain area? Klein carefully observed his surroundings and confirmed that it was temporarily safe without the so-called Saint of Darkness or strange evil creatures. He held the sea god's scepter and first came to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the environment outside. The first thing that he saw was the opulent buildings that covered the opposite mountain peak. The huge palaces, magnificent steeples, and the towering city walls that all appeared frozen in the sunset. It was a visual spectacle. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing it, Klein still held his breath, quietly admiring this miraculous scenery for a few seconds. He then moved his gaze away towards the cliff. He saw the high walls of the black cloister and the withered trees beside the boulders. But as they were blocked, it was impossible to confirm whether Katlia remained in her original spot. Indeed, within a certain radius, it's not possible to leave this region. I'm deep inside the black cloister. Klein retracted his gaze in thought as he walked to the bookshelves. He temporarily didn't have the time to consider what happened between the Saint of Darkness and Leo Master in his previous dream. This was because he needed to determine his current situation. When he arrived by the bookshelves, Klein discovered that the books placed on them had their own names. They weren't blurry and indistinct like ordinary dreams. The Spirituality of Life, Book of Charms, The Flower Within the Heart, The True Cosmos and Inner Universe. These are all books on mysticism. Klein carefully reached out and took out the Book of Charms. He quickly flipped through it and realized that he knew most of the content, but there was a small portion which he had never come into contact with. It can be confirmed that this isn't from my dream. Mom Hermits? The knowledge that pursues her and is injected into her has been conjured in this black cloister. Klein had no desire to explore beyond where he was. He held the Book of Charms and returned to the side of the floor-to-ceiling window. He found a spot to sit down and began reading in a serious manner with the sunset's glow. You can still study even in dreams. As he lampooned, he took out a pen and paper as he wrote and drew. While he was engrossed in this, the light suddenly bloomed as blinding whiteness blanketed his vision. Klein naturally opened his eyes and felt warmth from the sunlight that shone inwards. I just read a few pages and planned to speed read it before using dream divination to recall them. Klein sat up, frustrated. He felt like he had lost a good opportunity to study. This was because he couldn't determine if he would be randomly placed in the Black Cloister's library again. He straightened his hair, wore his cap, and went to the deck. As he observed his surroundings, he recalled the dream. That prison is likely inside the Black Cloister as well. Yes, it might be underground. In other words, the Saint of Darkness and Leo Master are in a ruin nearby. It's no wonder that Willow Septon told me not to attempt exploring the dream. These places are really filled with danger. Why would the Saint of Darkness and Leo Master look identical? That dream was a little strange. Also, that full-body mirror was very magical and sinister. It actually managed to clone a Gehrman sparrow. Upon recalling this, Klein began to find examples from his past experiences to confirm his thought processes by comparison. This was called relying on experience. Soon, he thought of something. He had once borrowed the mental terror candle in Backlund and helped Father Utravsky eliminate the past him, a character that was dissociated from his original self. Could it be that Leo Master is the Saint of Darkness from the Aurora Order? Due to certain reasons, he had split his personality, separating his good and evil sides. That sealed and dark prison is the reflection of his inner dream? Yes, that full-bodied mirror. Leo Master had said that if it were destroyed, he would vanish as well. When I looked into the mirror, the Gehrman sparrow inside it did form a corporeal body. It was evil. It's no wonder I felt like a sage after I eliminated the Gehrman sparrow in the mirror. It's because I got rid of my evil and sinister thoughts in my mind. Yes, that full-body mirror must be in the form of a mirror in the real world. These waters clearly have the beyond remains of a visionary. It conjures many unreal and real monsters that can kill. And this belongs to the spectator pathway. Therefore, being able to split good from evil and causing dissociated personalities does make logical sense. Saint of Darkness Leo Master is a high-ranking member of the Aurora Order. He must originally be very evil, but that ruin or item stirred up his inverse side, which is the good hidden deep in his heart. It caused a split personality, hence he is trapped somewhere nearby. Klein felt that he had roughly understood the truth to the matter, and felt a little regret. Unfortunately, I'm unable to enter the same spot a second time. Otherwise, with the Sea God's Scepter and Leo Master's good side, there's a high chance of defeating his evil side, the Saint of Darkness. And the damage dealt in the dream world would continue on in the real world. In that case, a good saint who understands the Aurora Order would be born. It will make it easier to strike down on this cultist organization. Klein silently sighed and turned halfway around and watched Anderson Hood walk out of the cabin. Where did you go in the dream? I didn't actually find you, the strongest hunter asked as though they were best buds. Klein secretly frowned as he asked, Why should I be seen by you? Anderson was taken aback. Shouldn't you return to the spot where you left the dream upon returning there again? There are other elements involved in my random appearance in other spots within a particular radius? Something to do with my uniqueness? Klein realized that the problem was more complex than he had imagined. He said with some deliberation, I went elsewhere after entering the dream. Strange. Anderson frowned as though he was very puzzled. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he thought before speaking again, There's another strange incident. What? Klein asked cooperatively. Anderson surveyed his surroundings. Back when I was pretending to make a canoe in the hall last time, I heard the sounds of a door opening and of footsteps that came out from deep inside. But when I looked up, I found nothing. I originally thought that it was someone from the ship, but later it didn't seem like the case. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 656, Crazy Mutations. Someone opened a door deep in the Hall of Murals and came out. A rampager or beyonder creature who was nearby. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to act in dreams. After hearing Anderson Hood's description, Klein began making logical speculations. As his thoughts whirled, he suddenly had a new idea. Could it be the owner of the mysterious eyes that observed me and the deck? It's possible. If that mysterious person has been lurking on the ship the entire time and followed us into these waters, then he'd have to sleep when night falls, so he will appear in the dream world. Ma'am Hermit is completely unaware of his existence, or has she tacitly agreed to his actions? Or he's the trump card that she wields, which is why she isn't afraid of the dangers in these waters when taking on my mission. No, that cannot be determined. At the very least, I can determine that the person who opened the door deep inside the Hall of Murals is the mysterious person on the ship. Klein looked at Anderson with a deep, gloomy look before asking, Why does it seem unlikely? Back when Anderson Hood mentioned it, he originally suspected that the person who opened the door was a member of the future, but he later felt that it was unlikely. Anderson chuckled. I visited every person on the ship in the dream, and I discovered that no one possesses the ability to act freely in that world except you. Unfortunately, I was pushing open a door outside back then, Klein said calmly. Anderson shrugged and said, I know. That's why I'm not suspecting you. These waters have dangers lurking everywhere. All sorts of unimaginable monsters are active here. Perhaps the person opening the door from before was the stone giant from earlier or a rotting dragon who dreamed of countless treasures. Upon saying this, he leaned against the side of the ship and looked at the sea which was bathing in golden sunlight as he smiled wistfully. I discovered that ever since I escaped the ship-sinking crisis brought about by the storm, my bad luck has been decreasing bit by bit. It's obvious that it's not fixed and wouldn't last forever. Look, I successfully swam onto the island, and although I kept meeting with all kinds of bad luck, I managed to last until you arrived. Yes, I do attract monsters and did make that stone giant appear, but didn't we easily resolve it? Also, nothing happened despite me being on board for several hours. Doesn't that explain? Before Anderson could finish his statement, Klein coldly cut him off. Shut up. Doesn't this guy know to keep his words to a minimum when faced with a livid expression? I really want to beat him up. If it wasn't for the divination above the gray fog that said that you haven't mutated or have a big shot possessing you, then I would have already sunk you to the bottom of the sea. Yes. Sequence 8 of the Hunter Pathway is Provoker. He must have easily digested the potion back then. From the bottom of his heart, Klein felt that the level of Anderson's provocation was far higher than Dannett's. Without feeling frustrated, Anderson raised his arms and said with a rueful smile, Fine. I'll shut up. Seeing how he wasn't providing him with any more clues about the individual who opened the door in the dream world, Klein remained silent for a few seconds, suddenly turned around, and walked into the cabin. He had discovered a huge oversight on something. Since Anderson, who's played with bad luck, was on the ship, that meant that the chances of them experiencing an incident would only increase exponentially. Therefore, he needed to make some preparations. After returning to his room, Klein walked to the bathroom as he picked up Azek's copper whistle and Willas Septon's paper crane. After setting up the ritual to summon himself, he brought tinder, the sun brooch, and the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic from above the gray fog into the real world. He didn't immediately switch out his equipped inventory, but he did place them inside his suitcase and beside the biological poison bottle. This way, even if danger suddenly struck, he would have a chance to adjust his inventory, and then he could make a selection based on the danger he faced. After doing all of this, Klein felt significantly relaxed. He put away the other items and left the room for the deck, afraid that he would miss any signs of mermaids. Just as he walked out of the cabin, he saw Frank Lee crouched in a corner, looking shocked and dazed. What happened? Klein felt his heart skip a beat. He was afraid that something had gone wrong with the crazy crossbreeder's experiments, causing everyone on the future to be embroiled in a terrifying biological disaster. Frank shook his head in a daze. Didn't I mention about those little things before? They actually need to sleep for some time before they can grow and reproduce. In the end, what happened in the end? Klein's expression turned solemn. This made the strongest hunter Anderson, who was bragging about how many pirates he had hunted to the audience around him without realizing the change in their eyes, sense something as he curiously stopped his description and came over. The crouching Frank looked up and said, "They just finished a large-scale reproduction stage and have even mutated. This is a miracle. And where have they gone? Are they still in your laboratory?" Klein instinctively felt that this wasn't something good. Frank used 2 seconds to digest the problem as he rolled up his sleeves to show his hairy arm. He pounded the deck in front of him and revealed a smile. "They have drilled inside and have seemingly reconstructed the future." Amidst the dull pounding, something that seemed like milk spewed out like a fountain from the deck, spraying Frank Lee in the face. He licked the liquid by his lips and said in pleasant surprise, The future has produced milk." At the same time, the pirates by the side of the ship pointed down at the cannons in horror. "The cannons are spewing milk. This isn't scientific." Klein nearly couldn't control the twitching of his facial muscles. Ever since he boarded the future, and ever since the ship came to the ravine and began the descent, he felt that many of the things that had happened were extremely unscientific. It even exceeded the confines of his mysticism knowledge. Anderson watched Agape, nearly forgetting to inquire. He stomped his feet habitually and successfully saw another milk fountain spew out. One thought after another flashed past Klein's mind as he acutely figured out a problem. He immediately looked at Frank Lee and asked in a deep voice, "After your little things have infected the future, will it continue infecting people?" While asking, Klein's right palm reached into his pocket. According to the situation, he selected the floating charm and prepared to fly into the air in order to escape the infection. Frank Lee thought seriously for a moment. "In theory, yes." Before he finished his sentence, a figure appeared and kicked him in the ass, sending him tumbling a few times, slamming into pools of milk. That person was none other than linen shirt Nina, who was draped in a blue jacket. She glared angrily at Frank Lee on the deck as she cursed while hyperventilating. "Aren't you going to finish off those darn little things of yours? Did you do this while thinking that my breasts aren't big enough?" "All right," Frank Lee patted his ass and said unwillingly. At this moment, Klein had already taken out his charm and softly chanted, "Storm." He believed that he had underestimated Frank Lee's ability to cause trouble and suspected that the disaster brought about by him would only worsen. Therefore, he decided to first fly into the air. Blue flames enveloped the charm made of tin as squalls immediately stirred. They swirled around Klein's feet and body, lifting him off the deck and to a height of 4 to 5 meters. Anderson was first taken aback before he reached out his palm in an attempt to grab Klein, but he was a moment too late. All he could do was watch Gehrman Sparrow rise up as he remained standing on the spot. This ordinarily handsome hunter shook his head with a warped expression, somewhat amused while also wanting to dismember the first mate of the future. At this moment, Frank had already taken a bottle of dark green powder. He grabbed a handful of it, and as he chanted in Jotun, he scattered it around his surroundings. The moment the powder made contact with the deck, it immediately produced green vines that grew wildly. Soon, it drew out the milk and the little things, entangling the entire deck and cabin within. In just about 10 seconds, the future had been reduced into a forest of vines. "Phew, it's over." Frank smiled at Nina before his expression changed again. "Thady mutated." At this moment, a pirate walked over in a stagger, shouting with a tinge of horror, A watermelon is growing from my head." Klein looked towards the voice and saw a green vine drilling out of the pirate's head. One of them seemed to produce a soon-to-ripen watermelon. This is the so-called mutation? This is way too crazy goddamn madness. Anderson blurted out a sigh. His eyes then darted around as he said in a deep voice, "There's something wrong with the surrounding waters." In midair, Klein had also determined the same thing. If there wasn't any external disruptions, then Frank Lee's experimental products and beyond her powers wouldn't have caused a simultaneous mutation. Rip. One vine after another tore apart as the window to the captain's cabin opened. Katlia appeared there and shouted in an amplified voice with witchcraft, "Frank, stop all experiments. There are remnant auras of Earth Mother here." Earth Mother. Klein looked in surprise at Ma'am Hermit, and he felt that his theories about these waters being the battlefield of the gods had been completely overturned. Oh my merciful mother! Frank crossed his arms and made a pose like he was hugging a baby. Following that, he sprawled on the floor as he devoutly kissed the vines. Katlia silently watched this scene as resplendent stars instantly swirled around her. Following that, she made the entire future light up. With a flick of her finger, she made a colorless flame land on the vine outside the window of the captain's cabin. The vines were immediately ignited as they silently turned to ashes. The colorless flames silently spread and wreaked havoc without harming a single sailor. As for the future, the light it produced helped it withstand the fire. Before long, the forest of vines vanished completely, leaving behind the pirate who had a watermelon growing on his head. Of course, the vine that was connected to it had been burned to nothingness. Phew, this is no different from a devil's descent. The pirate took 2 steps forward and carried the watermelon which had grown out from his head. "Don't open it." Just as Katlia's warning reverberated, the pirate had opened the watermelon with brute force, partially to vent his anger and partially to satisfy his curiosity. The watermelon split into 2, and inside it was a milky white brain filled with gullies. Flowing around, it was a blood-like liquid. With a thud, the pirate died immediately, without any chance of saving him. The beyonder characteristics on him rapidly condensed at an extraordinary speed. How sinister and crazy. Klein sighed silently and prepared to land back onto the deck. At that moment, he saw a gigantic palm suddenly reach out from the surface of the sea, smacking the side of the future. The 5 fingers of the palm were long, each almost half a meter long. The entire thing was a grayish-black color, like an arid desert. Klein silently drew out a gasp as he couldn't help but look at Anderson Hood. This fellow had just mentioned that nothing had happened since he came on board. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 657. Terrifying Vitality. The grayish-black hand grabbed the side of the ship and quickly hoisted it up, revealing the submerged parts, inch by inch. Through the blue water waves, Klein saw a huge grayish-black shadow. Following that, squirming flesh occupied his entire vision. The monster seemed to be an amalgamation of countless blackening or graying corpses. Attached to the 2 gigantic palms were withered-looking arms that resembled dry timber. The arms stemmed from a corpse that was suspected to be from a giant. This giant's single eye was shut tightly as a few heads were stuck to its neck. And further down, these heads were incomplete scaly fish, lizard bodies, or warped human corpses. Layer after layer, they formed flesh that appeared like a floating island. From the different corpses and the connections of the crevices, a yellowish-green gas was emanated and spread to its surroundings as though it was enveloping the entire area. Cough, 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 cough. Just the smell of it had made many sailors on deck cough violently. It was so bad that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Upon seeing this scene, Frank Lee didn't hesitate to take out the materials inside a hidden pouch on his belt. He showcased his corresponding beyonder powers, but to his surprise, Katlia's voice rang in his ears. "Frank, stop. Help Nina command the sailors to get them to adjust the sails." "Why?" Frank Lee subconsciously asked in return. "In this area, the supernatural matters within the authority of Earth Mother will mutate, including your powers." As Katlia spoke, she extended both her palms forward and pressed down on a particular spot on her desk. The symbols and the magical labels on the future immediately became more pronounced as they lit up one after another, converting the entire ship into a resplendent sea of stars. They seemed to correspond to each and every point of starlight that swirled around Katlia's body. The spreading yellowish-green gas was kept out as Klein began floating towards the window of his room from the closest wall. The coughing pirates felt alleviated, and under the lead of Bosun Nina and First Mate Frank, as well as the instructions of Adolov, They quickly adjusted the sails and attempted to make the future escape from the nearby waters in order to escape the influence of the mutation effects. However, the grayish-black colossal monster had held back the front of the ship, and the body beneath the water had connected to unknown parts of the ship in order to hold the future, preventing it from advancing forward. At the same time, formless tall mountains seemed to appear around them, blocking out the sea winds that blew from afar, preventing the future from using its strength no matter how it adjusted its sails. Faced with such a situation, there's a need to use a backup steam engine system. Unfortunately, the future lacks it. Yes, it can still fly with the help of the starlight, but that seems to be extremely draining on Ma'am Hermit. Besides, it will be difficult to grasp the direction and distance it will bring us. To make such a flight in such waters, there's a high chance of entering a more dangerous zone without being blessed with good luck. There's still the extremely unlucky Anderson on board. Klein floated by the window in his room as he took in the situation. He wasn't nervous, as neither Admiral of Stars Katlia nor the strongest hunter Anderson had showcased their true strength. Of course, that includes me as well, Klein added inwardly. He planned on first returning to his room and wearing tinder. Without any food around, using such a mystical item was more suitable than creeping hunger. The latter was to be reserved for him when facing more dangerous and complicated situations before throwing it above the gray fog for it to cool down. As for the negative effect of losing items on him, Klein already had a plan. He decided to put in his wallet Azek's copper whistle, the adventurer's harmonica, and other items into his suitcase when changing his inventory, leaving creeping hunger, Murloc cufflink, and the charms from the sea god domain. He would keep a close watch on the latter two to prevent them from being lost. And from a probability standpoint, the most likely item to be lost by Tinder would be the charms since they were the greatest in number. Klein wasn't worried about this. He had created charms with different effects. They were highly disposable. Besides, the corresponding metal in the storm domain is tin. It's very cheap and worth nothing. The Beyonder effects are bestowed by the Sea God Scepter, so I don't have to spend any additional money. As Klein mumbled, he reached out to push open the window to his room. At this moment, the colossal grayish-black monster, which was a combination of flesh, climbed higher again. With its approach, the busy sailors had their hair grow wildly, to the point of exceeding their waists. This wasn't the most terrifying outcome. It was more harrowing that the blob of flaxen-colored hair seemed to have a life of its own. They would interweave and bind themselves to their owners. As the hair began to produce similar changes, the lustrous sea of stars on the surface of the future could no longer hold back this influence. To a number of pirates who had shaved themselves bald, their uniqueness didn't bring them luck either. Their nose hair would rapidly grow at a discernible pace, blocking their nasal passageways. By the window of the captain's cabin, Katlia had raised her arms at some point in time. In her hand was a scroll made of smooth fish skin. Numb. As the incantation in ancient Hermes resounded, while the scroll burned in silence, a light green luster shot out from within, striking the monster's gigantic palm that appeared by the side of the ship. The squirming flesh formed from countless corpses didn't pause at all. It slammed down on the lustrous sea of stars, sending sparks flying while the ship trembled. The dark purple color in the depths of Katlia's eyes deepened. She didn't take out a new scroll, and she instead directly pushed her right palm forward. Imprison. When the mysterious incantation came out of the pirate admiral's mouth, the resplendent starlight that swirled around her flew out, descending upon the terrifying monster. The starlight instantly converged, creating a gigantic, transparent amber. It enclosed all of the squirming flesh and bound it to where it was. At this moment, a pitch-black and lusterless short sword appeared in the strongest hunter Anderson's right hand. On the surface of it was layers of diabolical patterns, but they were only an illusion. Seizing the opportunity of having the terrifying monster trapped in the starlight cage, Anderson's body produced a layer of blinding white flames. The flames flew forward, leaped out of the ship, and landed on the grayish-black flesh which was formed from countless corpses. Following that, the blinding white light rapidly flowed across the monster's surface as if it was engaged in painting an extreme piece of artwork. With a boom, the flames surged into the sky as Anderson jumped back onto the deck with his pitch-black sword. The colossal monster remained frozen in place, as though it had lost all its vitality. Crack, crack, crack. Deep wounds appeared on its surface, shattering into countless pieces of flesh in just a second. A reaper's offensive strength is truly exaggerated. Klein, who had redone his inventory, returned to the side of the window to see this scene. Suddenly, he frowned indiscernibly. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The fractured pieces of flesh spread out their limbs, shooting towards the deck in a barrage of attacks. This colossal attacher seemed impossible to kill no matter how many pieces it was divided into. The number of pieces determined the number of monsters. Silently, a piece of grayish-black flesh facing the captain's cabin jumped up from the deck, heading straight for Admiral of Stars in a bid to wrap around her head. A figure surfaced from the darkness and shielded Catlia. It was none other than bloodless Heath Doyle. He opened his mouth as they cracked open, all the way from his nose to his chest. Soon, he formed a squirming vortex of flesh and blood. The vortex sucked at the grayish-black flesh and rapidly swirled inwardly, pulling it inside. Heath Doyle landed on the deck like a shadow. After wavering a little, he finally recovered. As for the grayish-black flesh that had splintered off from the monster, it had completely disappeared. The most terrifying part of the monster is its ridiculous vitality. If only this trait can be stolen. Having used another floating charm, Klein floated out the window. He reached out his black-gloved right hand and spread his fingers. The scene before him changed as a result. Blobs of different, gorgeous colors replaced the corresponding people and items. These colors kept changing as they rapidly twinkled, making it difficult for anyone to grasp the rules that followed. With the help of this vision, Klein discovered that the grayish-black flesh shared some of this luster. Although it was splintered, it was actually one. Calmly, he clenched his right fist, grabbed a blob of the light, and turned his wrist to the right. Suddenly, Klein saw the yellowish-green luster being drawn away, fusing into his right palm. This was the corresponding trait of the fog of poison. He had stolen the grayish-black monster's fog of poison. This was Tinder's effect. At the same time, Klein discovered that his damage transfer beyond her power was lost. He no longer had it. I can only steal from the same target once every 12 hours. With some level of realization, Klein looked at the surrounded future. The yellowish-green fog, which was corroding the resplendent sea of stars, rapidly thinned and no longer looked obvious. The grayish-black flesh that scattered everywhere also showed signs of desiccating and darkening. With that, the pirates found a chance to catch their breath. As for Catlia, she wore a golden brooch on the front of her classic robe. The brooch seemed to be made of gold, and it was shaped like a bird with a long feathered tail. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned staid and serene. All the chaos and anxiety vanished in a baffling manner. Even Klein sensed the indescribable influence and felt like he had become an emotionless zombie. Seeing how the critical moment was at hand, a ship came cruising over. It was also a sailboat and was equally large. Its color was mainly dark with a ghostly green to it. Its ghastly pale mainsail drew a blooming pitch-black tulip. It was the flagship of Admiral Hal Ludwell, the Black Tulip. It was a ship that frequently plied these waters. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 658, 55,000 pounds. The Black Tulip. Admiral Hal Ludwell. This is jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. Aren't we a little too unlucky? Floating in midair, Klein was the first to discover the approaching ship. He couldn't help but turn his head to look down at Anderson, who was wielding his pitch-black sword and seriously observing the monster. Anderson quickly returned the gaze in puzzlement. As he remained wary against the grayish-black flesh which could shoot out at any moment, he asked, "The look you are giving me is very strange. Did something happen again?" Just as he said that, he reflexively shut his mouth and sensed something. With a leap, he dodged the monster's splintered body, which was making his fingernails rapidly grow. He quickly arrived at the other side of the ship. As he straightened his back, Anderson suddenly hissed, "Admiral Hal, he wasn't a good person." As a pirate admiral who was infamous for killing indiscriminately, he didn't have any psychological burdens when it came to earning profit by fishing in troubled waters. Once he weighed the situation and realized that he could use the powerful monster to finish off Admiral of Stars and everyone on the future, while also receiving tremendous spoils of war, he would definitely take action. My bad luck hasn't decreased at all. It has only switched to a lump sum withdrawal. Anderson's expression warped. It was a mystery on whether he was crying or laughing. At the same time, the corresponding information surfaced in Klein's mind. Just the bounty placed on Admiral Hal Ludwell's head by Lone alone had reached 55,000 pounds. He was an extremely powerful member of the 7 pirate admirals, the one with the highest bounty among the 7 pirate admirals. His flagship, the Black Tulip, didn't have many pirates living on it. Most of the jobs were left to undead creatures or the spirit world creatures he controlled. He killed indiscriminately, but he didn't have a sick fetish for killing. All he did was seriously complete his job of sending living creatures to hell. He had all kinds of connections with a numinous episcopate. The rumors state that he possesses a ring left behind by the ancient death. While Klein and Anderson were looking at the Black Tulip, the golden brooch on Catlia's robe began to emit a pure bright light instead of blinding sunlight. In front of the captain's cabin was a blurry figure that was rapidly increasing in length. It was filled with the silence and serenity of a specter's aura, but it also emitted a warmth resembling sunlight. This was an extraordinarily incongruent existence. It was as though a wraith had been created out of sun-holy water. It was both holy and evil. The sun wraith widened its arms as it flew out at ludicrous speeds and hugged the grayish-black flesh. The sizzling sound of fat and oils burning sounded out. The sun wraith and the grayish-black flesh canceled each other out as they were simultaneously obliterated, leaving no traces behind. The dark purple hue in the Admiral of Stars' eyes flowed as the brooch brightened. It quickly produced another sun wraith outside the window of the captain's cabin as it pounced towards the grayish-black flesh that had invaded the future. At this moment, bloodless Heath Doyle protected Frank, Nina, and the other sailors. He used the devouring and digesting method in order to resist the monster's flesh, which possessed immense vitality. The Black Tulip's speed was faster than Klein had anticipated. In seconds, it had entered a range which was cause for alarm for the future. The black sailboat with a gloomy green slowed down and stopped to the side. It didn't seem to be aware of what had happened. Suddenly, Klein saw a nearly transparent ice surface around the future's airspace. It had ghastly pale eye whites as it looked down from above without blinking. This is a spirit medium's version of a telescope? After a momentary pause, Klein drew his revolver with his right hand and aimed at the eye that belonged to a spirit world creature. At that moment, he was somewhat hesitant. As the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, to directly fire was the choice that matched his persona the best. But at this moment, Admiral Hal Ludwell had yet to show any signs of animosity. He might have qualms about the faction backing Catlia and hold back. If Klein were to rashly kill the telescope, it would undoubtedly push the situation into the direction of a more chaotic and dangerous development. During that brief dilemma, the nearly transparent illusory eye vanished. A distance away, the Black Tulip continued approaching as it became clearer and clearer. High above the Black Tulip, white skeletons, who didn't wear clothes or leather armor, busily controlled the sails while pale zombies patrolled the area with cutlasses in hand. The latter were observing their surroundings with green burning eyes. Shadows, wraiths, and all sorts of strange spirit world creatures were flying in circles, boring through the ship at times as the shipboard protruded transparent faces that weren't too obvious. Amidst Klein's spirit vision, the Black Tulip only had one living person. It was the man dressed like a captain, who was silently standing on the deck. He wore an exaggerated triangular hat with a white skull and feathers on it. He wore a lace-trimmed white shirt and heavy and magnificent brown coat. The oxhide belt which held his white tights had a thin rapier hanging off it. The man wore a silver mask. His facial features and contours were hidden within. The holes that depicted his eyes, nose, and mouth had cold lines that left one shuddering. This matched the rumored image of Admiral Hal Ludwell. Where are his first mate, second mate, third mate, and bosun? Klein was first surprised at the lack of living personnel on the Black Tulip before quickly coming to a realization. Just like how the third mate, the gunner commander, and many of the sailors of the future were sent to the other ships of the pirate crew, only the minimum number of personnel were used to enter these waters. Admiral Hal Ludwell didn't let his weak subordinates follow him. After all, he could control the undead and spirit world creatures to steer the ship. At this moment, the Black Tulip clearly turned around and aimed its starboard side over. As Admiral Hal Ludwell touched his silver mask, a salvo of shots rang out. Cannonballs flew over, some falling into the sea before they came close, producing splashes. Others overshot and fell somewhere even further away. This was a calibration shot. Soon, the Black Tulip produced a second volley of bombarding cannon fire. Klein was just about to activate Creeping Hunger and use the Baron of Corruption's distortion power to change the target of the cannonballs, sending them further away, when he saw Anderson Hood raise his right hand and push it forward. Orange-yellow fire ravens instantly condensed as they accurately flew out to intercept each and every cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Blinding flames were emitted in midair as debris scattered. It was as though dozens of fireworks were set on display. I have to say that a pyromaniac's powers are very useful at sea. It's a mystic version of a ballistic missile defense system. However, this is because Anderson is the strongest hunter and has already reached Sequence 5. If it were Danitz, there's no way he could block them all. It would be pretty impressive if he could trigger half of them. When I use flame controlling, I can only deal with one cannonball at a time. As Klein sighed, the Black Tulip ceased its bombardment and changed its speed again, closing the gap between it and the future. As it approached, the surface of the sea between the two gigantic sailboats, which was dyed with golden sunlight, rapidly turned black. It didn't look like ink, but the darkest night without any moon or stars. Translucent and illusory ferocious creatures crawled out of this dark sea. Pale corpses reached out their palms, which had rotten flesh dangling from them as dark red or cold flames emerged, forming pairs of eyes. Suddenly, the area seemed to turn into the entrance to hell. All kinds of undead creatures floated on the surface of the sea in dense numbers as they charged forward like an unending tidal wave. Anderson looked back at the sun wraiths, which were obliterating the grayish-black flesh, and he knew that Admiral of Stars was at a critical moment in dealing with the terrifying monster. All he could do was draw a gasp and look up at Gehrman Sparrow with a bitter smile. Just as he was about to press his hands onto the shipboard to create scarlet flames that spread outwards to prevent the invasion of the undead army, he was surprised to see Gehrman Sparrow turn around and fly back into his cabin. He fled? No way. Anderson's expression clearly froze. He grimaced as he hurriedly leaned forward with his extended palms to press onto the shipboard. Silently, a swath of scarlet flames soared into the sky and swept the area ahead of him. At this moment, a charm suddenly fell in front of him as he heard a word spoken in ancient Hermes. Storm. Huh? Anderson instinctively looked up and saw Gehrman Sparrow in his round neck shirt and brown jacket being swept up by a squall as he rapidly flew towards the Black Tulip. Is he committing suicide? I can't understand such madness. Anderson turned agape as he felt puzzled. Whoosh. With the charm's effects and the blessings of the wind, Klein flew to the airspace above the bow of the Black Tulip. Admiral Hell Ludwell immediately looked up at him. The eyes behind a silver mask burned silently with two pale white flames. The shadows, wraiths, and the spirit world creatures of the death domain, who were spiraling above the Black Tulip, immediately swarmed towards the enemy. They either opened their mouths, letting out silent screeches, or they extended their long tongues with shrunken faces as though they were extremely excited. Klein looked at them with a deadpan expression as he reached into his pocket with his left hand, releasing the wall of spirituality on a squarish box. Then he took out Azek's copper whistle, which was tied to a few matchsticks, and threw them at the deck of the Black Tulip stern. Suddenly, the transparent, cold, and indistinct shadows and wraiths paused. It was as though they were frozen worms. Following that, they didn't hesitate to turn their bodies to rapidly fly to the stern of the Black Tulip. The strange-looking spirit world creatures followed closely behind. In less than a second, the skeletons and zombies who were adjusting the cannons betrayed Admiral Hell. The bow was left completely empty except for Ludwell. Klein landed on the deck while pressing down on his cap, landing right before Ludwell. His body was bent slightly as he released the right hand on his cap, his gaze locked on the silver-mast Admiral Hell. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 659. This beyond her power is very powerful. On the future, Anderson Hood pressed his hands on the shipboard and saw the undead army in the pitch-black sea recede like the tide. They rushed over one another and surged for the stern of the Black Tulip. He saw Gehrman Sparrow press his cap with his right hand while he descended from the sky before landing opposite Admiral Hell Ludwell. Such a scene was illuminated by dark red or gloomy green light. With the accentuation from the wraith's shadows and all sorts of strange spirit world creatures, there was an indescribable sense of beauty. Cool. As expected of the craziest adventurer. Anderson praised from the bottom of his heart before recalling something. Gehrman Sparrow had apparently thrown a charm in front of him before flying over. Furthermore, he had specially demonstrated the incantation to activate the charm. His intent is... Anderson Hood moved his gaze down and discovered a charm made of tin at his feet. On the Black Tulip, Klein, whose body was slightly bent while his eyes were locked onto his enemy, wasn't actually as cold and calm as his expression depicted. Anderson better fly over with a charm. There's a high chance that I can't deal with him alone. It might even be very dangerous. While his eyes reflected the silver mask and the two pale white flames, Klein silently prayed. As the mysterious eyes that observed the deck and himself existed, as well as the door opener in the dream world which Anderson Hood had mentioned, he cautiously gave up the idea of immediately praying to himself in order to use the sea god scepter above the gray fog to respond. He also warned himself not to expose such matters unless he was in dire straits. He believed that creeping hunger and tinder, together with the various beyonder powers of magician and the charms of the sea god domain, gave him the ability to fight Admiral Hell Ludwell. As for Azek's copper whistle, it could attract undead creatures or spirit world creatures that were inclined to Death's domain. It could neutralize the most powerful means of a powerful spirit medium. For a sequence 5 beyonder of the death pathway, as long as it didn't exceed a certain number, one would often choose to overwhelm their enemy with numbers when facing a certain number of mid-sequence beyonders. However, Klein didn't believe that he alone could defeat Ludwell in such a situation or even kill him. Firstly, the battlefield will be held on the Black Tulip. Considering how Admiral of Stars could use the future, anyone with a brain knew that such a situation wasn't optimistic. Secondly, Ludwell was the most senior pirate admiral at the moment. He had the two powerful factions, the King of the Five Seas and the Numinous Episcopate, backing him. The mystical items and sealed artifacts he had might not be any weaker than Klein's or might even exceed his. In addition, many rumors indicated that he possessed a ring that was left behind by the Ancient Death. Along with the fact that his sequence was lower than Admiral Hell, Klein was not only lacking in the adrenaline of a pending successful hunt or of performing great acting in the role of a crazy adventurer, but he was also tense and anxious. He didn't dare to be careless. All he wished was that the strongest hunter who was plagued with bad luck would quickly fly over. Only when two people of equivalent strength allied together could they have a small chance of defeating or resisting Ludwell, who had lost his undead army. It also gave Katlia and her pirates time and space to finish off the piece-together monster. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, Klein didn't hesitate to launch an attack. He made the fog of poison, which he stole with tinder spread. No one could see the uneasiness and worry in his heart. Wearing an exaggerated triangular hat and silver mask, Ludwell raised his clenched left fist, spread his fingers, and aimed his palm at Klein. Instantly, the deck of the bow was enveloped by a harrowing yellowish-green fog, and in front of Ludwell, an illusory glow exploded. Following that, a point spiraled and collapsed inwardly, outlining a blurry bronze door whose two sides swung open. The bronze door was covered in all sorts of mysterious patterns. It had an indescribable heaviness and silence to it. With a creak, the door shook and cracked open a little. Behind the gap was endless darkness, as though it was the deepest and darkest night. Indescribable pairs of eyes were hidden in the darkness behind the door. They were densely packed in everywhere, but it was impossible to discern their actual bodies. Skinless arms covered in blood, along with greenish-black vines with baby faces reached out. Palms with mouths filled with teeth grabbed at everything beyond the door as they screamed, laughed, sobbed, yelled. This brought a terrifying suction force. Out of nowhere, cold hurricanes that sent chills down the bones stirred, pushing objects towards these strange creatures and the gap in the bronze door. The yellowish-green fog of poison was instantly cleared as Klein couldn't help but lean forward as he stumbled. The glove on his left palm immediately turned pitch black. It had the sinister feel of the night and the grandeur of the cosmos. Klein's brown eyes darkened as he spread out his left arm to the side in a gesture of politeness. The terrifying suction force that swept the bow's deck suddenly changed direction, grabbing the skeletons and rotting zombies that were rushing to the stern, and it threw them into the gap of the door. They were bound by the greenish-black, baby-faced vines and bloody arms, and were pulled behind the bronze door where the countless eyes were. Distortion. Baron of Corruption's distortion. Klein had distorted the target of the mysterious door, and he used the skeletons and zombies on the Black Tulip to substitute himself. Despite that, he was still affected by the remnant forces of the tremendous suction force. He found it difficult to take a step, preventing him from fully making use of his nimble and agile traits. The cap he wore had already been blown up by the hurricane and was spinning in midair. It seemed to take flight as it pursued the undead creatures that had been sucked away. At this moment, Admiral Hal Ludwell, who wore his exaggerated triangular hat, raised his right hand again and extended his palm. The right side of his upper body rapidly turned illusory, as though it belonged to that of a specter or wraith. His arm kept extending and instantly covered quite a significant distance as his pale palm grabbed at his enemy. Whoosh! The noise from the hurricane suddenly vanished as soft sobbing sounds drilled into Klein's ears, causing his body to turn numb, as though his blood had frozen. As the pale palm approached, he seemed to be possessed by a wraith or evil spirit. He couldn't produce an effective response as he watched death approach. In despair, he felt his vitality deplete at an increasing rate. Without any resistance, Ludwell's pale and illusory right palm grabbed Klein and squashed him into a thin paper figurine. The paper figurine was covered with signs of dark green corrosion. Soon, it was shredded to dust under the hurricane that never stopped. To the side of the bronze door, Klein's figure surfaced again. His left glove had already been dyed with the color of pure sunlight. He immediately straightened his body and spread open his arms. Golden flames swirled around a pillar of holy light that descended from the sky, striking the bronze door, which was covered in mysterious patterns. Sunlight suddenly burst out. It was so blinding that it made it almost impossible for Klein to open his eyes. As for the terrifying door which Ludwell had created, it had begun shaking and turning slightly blurry. Even the extraordinary suction force from behind the door had weakened. More than half the greenish-black baby-faced vines and the bloody arms were vaporized. However, even more strange arms and distorted creatures attempted to squeeze out from the opening in the door. Just as Klein was about to continue using the Priest of Light's light of purification to purify the bronze door, Ludwell's pale palm swiped down wildly. Klein hurriedly dodged to the side as he kept rolling to avoid the remnant effects of the hurricane and the soul-sucking palm. 1 roll, 2 rolls, 3 rolls, and his body abruptly bounced up in a diagonal fashion. At some moment in time, creeping hunger had already appeared to be made of gold. Admiral Hell's silver mask was the first thing that was reflected in Klein's eyes. It included the pale flames in his eye sockets. Following that, 2 bolts of lightning brightened from the depths of his eyes. Interrogator's psychic piercing. At this moment, a black square-shaped ring on Ludwell's left index finger produced a slight glow. Immediately, a scene appeared in Klein's mind. It was a gigantic throne that was made up of the rotting heads of creatures like humans, elves, giants, dragons, demonic wolves, sea monsters, and vampires. On each side, there would be miniature transparent faces of wraiths, shadows, and evil spirits. They were filled with hatred, viciousness, and indignation. Suddenly, Klein felt as though his head had been struck by an axe. The fearsome pain filled his mind without any delay. His psychic piercing had not only failed to show its effects, but it even ended up affecting him in an amplified manner. If not for him having experienced more extreme pain, Klein definitely would have fallen to the ground, wailing and struggling. But even so, he temporarily lost his ability to resist as he bent his back with a grimace. Seizing this opportunity, the gap where Ludwell's mouth was, a slow language that ordinary living creatures were unable to understand was emanated. The surroundings instantly turned dark, blurry, and illusory. This was the language of death that came from hell and the underworld. Just as Klein felt a little better, he discovered that his spirit body was floating up uncontrollably, separating from his body inch by inch. And the terrifying suction force from the bronze door was an irresistible force to the spirit. No, this won't do. While his spirit body hadn't completely left his body, Klein raised his right arm and spread his hand, which was wearing tinder, with great difficulty. Different lustrous glows instantly interweaved as they surfaced before him and kept changing and rapidly flickered. Without any hesitation, Klein grabbed onto a pale white blob swirling with a gloomy green color. He twisted his wrist and extracted it. In this battle, the beyonder power he wished to steal the most was the one that created the bronze door, but he couldn't guarantee his success. All he could do was seek the blessings of the goddess. The lustrous glow flew over and landed in tinder. However, this wasn't the beyonder power that Klein wanted the most. However, it wasn't the worst either. The mouth behind Ludwell's silver mask moved, but wasn't able to produce the sluggish, awkward language that was destined for the living to not understand. At the same time, Klein opened his mouth. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 660, Behind a Mask. One syllable after another of distorted, incomprehensible, jarring and indecipherable words slowly spewed out of Klein's mouth. It made the hurricane produced by the bronze door's terrifying suction force to instantly calm down, cloaking the already dim surroundings with a deeper gloom. Only at this moment did he know that the beyonder power which Admiral Hell Ludwell had just used was known as the language of the dead. It could circumvent the protection of one's flesh and blood so as to target the spirit body. It belonged to an advancement in a spirit medium's powers. It could go from direct communication with spirits to that of commandeering, to the point of enslavement. Living creatures were unable to understand the resounding language. Ludwell couldn't help but freeze on the spot. A transparent layer rapidly surfaced on his pirate captain attire. His spirit was being tugged at by an illusory power. At this moment, the black square-shaped ring on Ludwell's left index finger produced a faint glow. The minute portion of his spirit body, which had been forcefully drawn out, had returned to his body as the two fused back into one. Ding! With his right hand, Ludwell drew the thin rapier hanging by his waist. It was iron black in color, and its tip gathered the surrounding light, turning into a dark point. Admiral Hell suddenly took a step forward, and with vigorous wind currents, he suddenly closed the distance between him and Klein. Immediately, he thrust out the rapier in his hand at lightning speed. The bronze door, which was covered with mysterious patterns, remained standing erected in its original spot. It didn't vanish because of Ludwell's retracting of his left hand and subsequent actions. This was different from the similar-looking ability that Miss Sharon had previously cast using a mystical item. Oof. The black rapier pierced through Klein in an unavoidable manner. Klein's figure rapidly crumpled into a piece of paper. Its surface turned yellow and dry, as though it had been weathered for thousands of years. The hurricane brought about by the bronze door completely pulverized the paper figurine. In midair, Klein jumped out of the darkness as he held a huge handful of charms from the sea god domain. Storm! He quickly shouted in ancient Hermes, as the 10 flakes lit up individually as they sacrificed themselves to Sea God. This also meant that if Klein wished so, he could recycle most of the materials and use it multiple times until the metals could no longer withstand the spirituality. Whoosh! Blue wind blades shot out as the surrounding waters sprayed out heavy waves that were as tall as the ship. As Klein didn't attempt or have the time to distinguish between the different kind of charms, while these attacks inundated Ludwell, the extraordinary effects also augmented Admiral Hell. He was given augmented effects like underwater breathing, underwater mobility, flight, and pressure resistance, none of which were useful at that moment. Ludwell suddenly opened his mouth and produced a silent screech. He then struck the waves beside him as countless wind blades temporarily froze in midair. Immediately following that, Admiral Hell raised his left hand as the black square-shaped ring on his index finger produced a sinister and eerie glow that instantly brightened. Whoosh! The bronze door, which exuded an indescribable feeling, instantly swelled as it doubled in height and width. Amidst a heavy creaking sound, the gap in the door opened up. The already terrifying suction force immediately rose to an unimaginable level. Blue wind blades and black sea waves were produced as Klein charged at the door from the air, heading straight for the strange vines and arms that extended outwards. Klein had planned on using the Priest of Light by clashing head-on with the bronze door with Light of Holiness to catch a breather, but he ended up seeing a glaring white fireball about half the height of a person fly over. The fireball's speed was augmented by the ridiculous suction forces generated by the door. It flew by Klein and smashed at the gap of the mysterious door. Boom! The white flames scattered as they rained down, but all it did was make the bronze door quake a little and dim a little. Klein took the opportunity and snapped his fingers. The few matchsticks he separated in his pockets immediately lit up as scarlet flames rapidly enveloped his body as he melted away. A flame burst out by the side of the bronze door as Klein leaped out of it. He instantly noticed that Anderson Hood was floating in midair in a rather awkward manner. He held a burning white spear in his palm. The strongest hunter had finally arrived, but he just appeared unaccustomed to flying. When Ludwell looked up and saw this scene, the pale white flames behind the silver mask clearly jumped twice. Clearly, he never expected that the future had two other powerhouses at the Pirate Admiral level apart from Admiral of Stars Catlia. Furthermore, they wielded pretty good mystical items and sealed artifacts. At this moment, Ludwell suddenly raised his hand and pressed down on his face, surprisingly taking off his silver mask. Heavy pale white light suddenly spewed out from behind a mask, causing endless silence to instantly spread out from the black square-shaped ring on Ludwell's left index finger. The silence surged into the bronze door and lifted it off the deck and into the air. The door covered in mysterious patterns fused with the endless silence as it rapidly burgeoned to more than 30 meters tall. With the sea as its base, it stood there, erect like an entrance to another world, one completely different from the present world. Creak. The bronze door opened as unspeakable darkness surged out and enveloped the Black Tulip's bow. Upon seeing this, Klein didn't focus on his attacks as he quickly took out the correct charm and rapidly used it on himself. A strong gust of wind swept over and lifted him above the Black Tulip. With the pull of the darkness, the gigantic sailboat steered into the bronze door, 10 meters at a time, as it sailed into another world. Admiral Hal Ludwell stood at the bow as he looked up into the sky. His face was blanketed by the pale white luster, preventing anyone from discerning his looks. His gaze first swept past Klein before landing on Anderson Hood. He seemed to make a mental note of these two hunters, but he didn't make any further attempts to attack. He seemed to have been restrained by the surrounding darkness. Anderson was taken aback as he didn't hesitate to throw out the burning white spear in his hand. The spear shot straight at Ludwell, but once it entered the region enclosed by darkness and silence, it silently vanished. Ludwell is planning to escape? How decisive! Klein was first stunned before he recalled that Azek's copper whistle was still on the Black Tulip. With the gigantic sailboat halfway inside the bronze door and about to enter another world with no way to stop them, Klein threw a matchstick and snapped his fingers. He appeared 50 meters above the stern where the undead creatures were fighting for Azek's copper whistle. This item, which kept changing hands, finally burst into a scarlet flame due to the matchsticks tied to it. Amidst the flames, Klein's figure surfaced there and grabbed Azek's copper whistle. This was the preparations that he had made for retrieving the copper whistle. Furthermore, to prevent any mishaps from happening, such as the matchsticks being pulled away by the undead creatures, he had also coated the copper whistle with an easily flammable essential oil of the sun. Surrounded by countless undead, Klein didn't have the luxury of time to retract his hand that grabbed the copper whistle. He immediately snapped his fingers again. At this moment, transparent, rotting, pale, or illusory hands grabbed him. The matchstick Klein had previously thrown into the air ignited in midair as it produced a flame. His figure quickly materialized amidst the flames. His face was livid and his lips were white. Having been grabbed by countless shadows, wraiths, and undead creatures, Klein felt that the depths of his spirit body was ice cold. He couldn't control his body as he plummeted into the sea dyed in gold. With the Black Tulip almost completely crossing the bronze door, the sea, which appeared like an entrance to hell, had been restored to normal. Klein sank a few meters and swallowed a few mouthfuls of bitter and astringent seawater before he ultimately recovered. Thankfully, I was sufficiently prepared. As this thought flashed past his mind, he suddenly felt something amiss. By wearing the Murloc cufflink, he had the passive ability to breathe underwater for 10 minutes. He shouldn't have drunk mouthfuls of water. Klein suddenly turned his head and looked at his wrist, only to realize that the blue cufflink had detached itself at some point in time. It's lost. Tinder lost it. I was on the Black Tulip the entire time. Klein splashed a few times and floated to the surface, just in time to see the gigantic sailboat's tail meld into the darkness as the bronze doors slowly closed. He instinctively swam forward a few seconds before ultimately stopping. He selected one of his remaining charms and gave himself the Beyonder effect of underwater breathing. In midair, Anderson Hood clicked his tongue when he saw this. This fellow is really crazy. He's actually trying to engage in pursuit. At this moment, the starlight above the future fell and condensed into a long bridge that extended over. Catlia had finally finished off the grayish-black monster with immense vitality. What a pity. If only Admiral Hell had hesitated a little and didn't flee in such a timely fashion. Anderson Hood sighed silently and firmly landed on the star bridge. As he watched Gehrman's Sparrow fly over, he was just about to greet and praise him when he saw the cold and gloomy expression. Anderson instinctively made way and chuckled dryly, allowing Gehrman's Sparrow to walk past him. After returning to the future via the star bridge, Klein held back his effusing emotions and watched Frank Lee walk over and give him a thumbs up. You're the craziest fellow I've ever met. You actually dared to board the Black Tulip alone and single-handedly challenge Admiral Hell. You even returned alive. Sorry, in terms of craziness, I'm far inferior to you, Klein thought in response. At this moment, pirates with long or disheveled hair expressed their astonishment and amazement. In such an atmosphere, Klein closed his eyes and felt his faceless potion completely digest. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 661 Approaching. Frank Lee sensed the Gairman Sparrow's abnormality as he added with a chuckle, I had planned on providing you some help by throwing some seeds over. Unfortunately, I have no way to throw that far. Throw some seeds at the black tulip? These waters have the remnant auras of Earth Mother. Beyonder matters in the corresponding domain would mutate and would attack everyone, without identifying friend from foe. I was on the black tulip at that moment. Thankfully, you didn't throw them. Klein suddenly recalled the tragic state the future had been placed in moments ago, how the dead pirate had grown a watermelon on his head. Just as he was about to give a minced answer to match Gairman Sparrow's persona, he suddenly saw Heath Doyle appear from the shadows, bending his back to vomit. This bloodless wretched first before his knees went limp as he knelt on the deck. Ugh, ugh. He finally vomited a pool of yellowish-green liquid. Amidst it was a piece of half-rotten grayish-black flesh, which was still squirming a little. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Heath Doyle continued vomiting similar items. Upon seeing this, other than feeling somewhat disgusted, Klein felt significantly relieved. He was originally worried that Rose Bishop Heath Doyle had been corrupted from randomly eating things. But from the looks of it, he had likely isolated what he had eaten without truly digesting it. As expected of a Rose Bishop who isn't mad, Klein silently sighed. Just as he was planning to look away from the vomit, thoughts suddenly flashed in his mind. Creeping hunger has already been activated. It needs to be fed once within a day. And there aren't any outsiders here. There's also no ideal scum. The pirate who died won't do. Although his partners might not put too much weight on his corpse, creeping hunger devours the soul. I wonder if these pieces of flesh can be treated as food. At the very least, it contains a tremendous amount of vitality, a corpse that has been influenced by Earth Mother's aura. With this in mind, Klein took 2 steps forward and came beside Heath Doyle. He couldn't bear to look at the puddle of vomit as he instinctively cast his gaze aside towards the grand sea, which reflected the sunlight beyond the shipboard. Then he reached out to a piece of grayish-black flesh with his left hand. Creeping hunger didn't react as it didn't crack open a mouth. Looks like it doesn't wish to eat it. For now, I can only barely use it to deal with any latent dangers. If I'm still unable to find any suitable food when the day is almost up, I'll throw it above the gray fog. Klein helplessly retracted his hand as he looked up at the captain's cabin. The golden brooch in front of Catlia bloomed with light once again, materializing a sun wraith that cleansed the pieces of grayish-black flesh from Heath Doyle. This pirate admiral's expression didn't seem to change. She only looked slightly tired as the purple hue in her eyes became increasingly obvious. After confirming that the ship had set sail again, Klein didn't stay any longer as he prepared to return to his room to change out of his drenched clothes. Anderson glanced at him and curiously opened his mouth. Shut up, Klein spoke out before he could. The turn of events had made him lose his Murloc cufflink. Therefore, he progressively found the person plagued with bad luck as a sore sight. He was just short of defining him as food for creeping hunger. All right, Anderson raised his arms. I'll just drink in silence. Klein ignored him and entered the cabin before returning to his room. Inside his bathroom, he picked up a water creation charm and activated it with Ancient Hermes. With a tub of clean water, he took off all his clothes and slid in. The ice-cold sensation and the warm sunshine significantly soothed him. He picked up a pen and paper he brought from his desk and wrote down a divination statement, the location of the Murloc cufflink. After reciting it 7 times, Klein completely leaned down, using the front of the bathtub as a pillow before entering a dream. Amidst a grayish blur and a disconnected, illusory world, he saw a zombie rotting in several parts of the deck. The blue Murloc cufflink was embedded in the flesh of the zombie's left waist. Apart from the deck, it was pitch black. It was impossible to tell where the ship was. It really is on the Black Tulip. Klein opened his eyes and came to the conclusion. I hope Admiral Hell wouldn't discover it. This way, I can use this cufflink to lock onto the Black Tulip's location. It's not a big problem, even if he discovers it. As long as Ludwell doesn't throw the cufflink away, and there isn't too much of a delay in time, I can use it to locate his ship. However, The place to do the divination will have to be above the gray fog instead of the real world. Also, I need to perform divination disruption later to prevent Admiral Hell from locking onto me with a cufflink or even being able to curse me. That ring really seems like an item left behind by the Ancient Death. Yes, I should write to Mr. Azek and inform him of this. Klein quickly rinsed his body and walked out of the bathtub. After wiping himself dry, he switched into the lone gentleman suit from before. He first adjusted his inventory and washed his clothes before unfolding a piece of paper, taking out Azek's copper whistle. Standing beside the desk and looking at the objects on it, Klein hesitated when he extended his right hand. The light in his eyes flickered before he put away Azek's copper whistle and placed it into a small metallic box. He then isolated its aura with a wall of spirituality. He planned on summoning the messenger only after he left these waters in the future. I suffered quite a huge loss this time. Thankfully, I finished digesting the faceless potion. I can now just wait for the appearance of mermaids. Yes, the actual situation of this battlefield of gods is different from what I imagined. It actually has the aura of Earth Mother. It must have been left behind later. Otherwise, it's impossible that a deity can control her own aura. None of the 8 ancient gods in the second epoch wielded the authority of the Earth domain. There are some suspects among their subsidiary gods, such as Giant Queen, Goddess of Harvest Omabella, or Goddess of Life, who's subsidiary to vampire ancestor Lilith. This is a battle with subsidiary gods participating, or it really wasn't something from the second epoch. Klein knew too little about the battlefield of the gods, so he could only mainly guess and have some fanciful thoughts. He focused again as he began cutting some paper figurines and drew the fool's symbol of concealment and change on them. Pa. Klein raised the paper figurine and shook it. Flames appeared out of thin air as the paper figurine burnt to a crisp. By doing this, he could obtain the desired effects to a certain extent. If he wished for better effects, he had to go above the gray fog to respond. He could use the Black Emperor's card to stir the powers of the mysterious space, coupled with the paper angel to provide protection. With Azek's copper whistle and Will Septon's paper crane interfering with a suspected existence's spying, Klein returned to the bathroom and methodically finished what he needed to do. After tidying up the room, he put on Creeping Hunger and Tinder, and he slowly walked to the deck, prepared to seriously observe his surroundings, so as to not miss any clues of mermaids. Just as he left the cabin, he saw a seated Anderson, hood leaning against a wooden alcohol barrel. He had a gloomy expression as his aura was converged. It was as though he was in thought or feeling melancholic. He really kept to his promise, and has been silently drinking? Klein mumbled to himself as he passed by Anderson. Anderson slowly looked up and asked as though he was in a reverie, "Is there a problem with the alcohol here?" Klein was taken aback as he seriously replied, "Yes." Anderson fell speechless. This fellow is just too unlucky. His beyonder powers had even failed him to the point of him not detecting the problem with the alcohol. The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he continued forward. On the deck, many sailors were gathered together, watching Nina take on the duty as a Lord of Storms priest. She was holding a wake for the recently deceased pirate. After a simple prayer, Nina looked around and said, Revere's wish was to be buried on the mountain at his port hometown after his death. There's the most beautiful sunset there. He wishes to be cremated so that he wouldn't be disturbed after his death. Holy Lord of Storms, bless him with eternal peace. Many of the sailors believed in the Lord of Storms as they struck their left breast with their right fists. Klein didn't approach as he silently watched this scene from a distance. After the wake was over, the corpse of the pirate, Revere, was reduced to ashes with the help of a scroll. Klein silently sighed as he inwardly drew a crimson moon. For the rest of the day, the sunlight remained brilliant as it continued being midday. The future circled around several ruins as it ventured deeper into those waters. At some point in time, Anderson had recovered and arrived beside Klein. He shot him a glance and pointed to the buildings that were submerged ahead. After passing this ruin and heading about 10 nautical miles with a left turn, there will be a chance of encountering mermaids. Finally, Klein was just about to answer when the sky suddenly darkened. The sunlight subsequently vanished. Night had fallen again. Without another word, he returned to his room and got into bed. Soon, he found himself awake in his dream. Clean floor-to-ceiling windows stood before him. There were also neatly arranged tables and chairs, as well as bookshelves filled with books. He had returned to the spot from where he had previously left the dream. He was back in the library. As the glow of the sunset shot in, it cloaked every object with a faint layer of gold. Klein walked forward in puzzlement and came before the bookshelf he previously browsed. Unsurprisingly, he saw a book of charms and other books on mysticism. Klein planned on taking out the book again and quickly read through it when his gaze suddenly swept across a bookshelf opposite him. He saw a black-covered book with the title Roselle's Notebook 3. The Emperor's Diary? An entire diary? Klein subconsciously wanted to extend his hand. At this moment, the pair of mysterious eyes that observed the deck and himself flashed in his mind, along with the individual who opened the door in a hall of murals that Anderson Hood had mentioned, as well as how he was abnormally moved about in the dream. Klein retracted his gaze and took out the Book of Charms again. He came to a long table, sat down, and began quickly browsing through it. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from the depths of the library. Klein instantly tensed up as he slowly lifted his head. The first thing that he saw was a pair of black leather boots. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 662, Powerful Aura. As his gaze moved up, Klein roughly guessed the owner of those footsteps. She was a woman wearing beige trousers that made it easy to move about. She wore a pair of long black leather boots, but on her body was a light brown skirt that reached her knees. The hemline fell down diagonally and in layers, giving an unrestrained and cool vibe to her. Such a get-up made Klein feel as though he had returned to Earth. This was because, be it Lone, Intis, or Fasak, Faina Potter, Lindbergh, Mason, East Balham, and other countries, none of them had popularized such styles. Klein lifted his head faster and finally saw the lady's appearance. She had long chestnut hair that naturally cascaded down. Her straight eyelashes extended out just perfectly. Her deep blue eyes were deep and profound, as though it hid an ocean in them. She had outstanding beauty, but that wasn't the most eye-catching thing of all. Her actions naturally effused a sense of nobility. She gave off a strong impression at how she had enjoyed having the status of being someone important for extended periods of time. Klein subconsciously tried to bow his head to avoid meeting her gaze. Furthermore, she's very tall. She's almost as tall as my state as Klein Moretti. Klein suddenly added inwardly. After completely digesting the faceless potion, he came to a realization that oneself was an amalgamation of personality, experiences, knowledge, and social connections. His looks and build could be changed at will. Therefore, as long as he knew who he was, he didn't mind using the word state to describe the characteristics of each of his different identities. After all, every faceless change could be fixed without any additional maintenance. That also meant that, even without the corresponding Beyonder powers, he could still maintain his external appearance as Gehrman Sparrow. And because of that, he could easily make Klein Moretti grow taller if he wanted. Tap, top, top. The lady, who exuded the feeling of looking down from above, walked in front of Klein. She pulled out a chair and sat down. "We meet again," the lady said with a gentle and emotionless tone. The way she speaks sounds familiar. Klein's mind whirled as he remembered the source of the sense of familiarity. The scene of her arrival immediately resonated in his mind, and he finally fixated on that pair of black leather boots. It's her. Klein suddenly recalled the relevant scenes. Back when he used his spirit body state to infiltrate the Royal Museum and retrieve the Black Emperor card, he encountered a demigod. She had been sitting at the top of a wooden staircase in the middle of two large bookshelves. Her black leather boots back then were dangling in the air. He changed back into his identity as Sherlock Moriarty and shouted for help when he was being pursued by the devil dog. Midway, he encountered a forest path formed from green pea vines. He had no choice but to follow the carriage up into Midair, where he saw the pea vines interweave to form a hammock and a pair of black leather boots. It's her. Why would she appear in this dream world in these waters? Besides, she said, "We meet again. I'm Gehrman Sparrow right now." Amidst his thoughts, Klein replied with a deadpan expression, "We haven't met before. So what if you're a demigod? As long as you aren't an angel, I can use the sea god scepter to resist you in this dream world." Klein encouraged himself in secret. The lady with long eyebrows sat there and lifted her chin as she observed Klein for 2 seconds. "Is that so? Mr. Hero Bandit Black Emperor." Klein's thoughts erupted with a boom as if he had been struck by lightning. His thoughts were reduced to countless fragments that were left in shambles and chaos without any main line of thought. as she knows that I'm Hero Bandit Black Emperor. She recognized me as the spirit body who originally stole the card of blasphemy from the Royal Museum. How is this possible? Wait, why did she directly address me as Hero Bandit Black Emperor? If she had used Sherlock Moriarty, I would be even more astounded, and I might even fail to hide the change in my expressions. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein instinctively controlled his facial muscles and calmly said, "I don't know what you're talking about." The lady who wore clothes that were different from the present fashion trends didn't repeat her words or explain anything. Instead, she said in a direct manner, "Your identity as Gehrman Sparrow was provided by me." Klein instantly felt his scalp tingle. He felt as though he didn't have a single secret when facing her. This identity of Gehrman Sparrow was created through the use of Miss Sharon's resource channels. This demigod lady is one of them. Right, Miss Sharon had previously mentioned that someone in her circles had been investigating the true identity of Hero Bandit Black Emperor and had promised to fulfill any reasonable request in exchange. For ingredients, it was limited to those below that of high sequence beyonder ingredients. According to Miss Sharon's description, the person who offered the mission was more than 1.7 meters tall, with a very proportionate body and long chestnut hair. She liked wearing black leather boots. Man, isn't that the person before me? Back then, I even suspected if she was the demigod whom I met in the Royal Museum. Furthermore, she knew very well that I had taken the Black Emperor card. Thoughts flashed past as Klein was temporarily at a loss for words. All he could do was maintain his silence. The lady whose chin wasn't sharp and was a little rounded didn't harp on Gehrman Sparrow's identity. She looked out at the frozen sunset and said, "While you were in the Rorstad archipelago, Nas Solomon's Black Emperor also appeared in those waters. I believe you know what that means, Mr. Hero Bandit." Realizing how she wasn't exposing his identity and was even giving him clues and evidence, Klein could only twitch the corner of his lips and say, "Law of Beyonder characteristics convergence." The expression of the lady opposite him immediately softened as she said with a smile, "You really are Hero Bandit Black Emperor. So you weren't certain. You were only listing down the clues and presenting your confident attitude. How is she so certain just now? Does she still have evidence that she hasn't provided?" Klein felt some regret and was abnormally puzzled. The lady who seemed to enjoy her standing as an important figure didn't say anything further. She then looked at the bookshelf and said, "You discovered that the bookmark has a Black Emperor card through his diary?" Diary. This lady also knows that the so-called Roselle's notebook is a diary. Klein was taken aback as he didn't reply to her. "You didn't take that notebook because you sensed something?" the lady asked again. This. Klein suddenly realized something and decided not to answer and instead pose questions. He wanted to extricate himself from a passive state and not be led by the nose. He looked at the lady's deep blue eyes and asked directly, "You are the mysterious person on the future who was secretly spying on me?" The beautiful lady who didn't allow anyone to come close replied frankly, "Yes. Catlia doesn't know that I've secretly boarded the future, but you actually discovered it. A clown's sense for danger. Based on the observation and the information from before, she can basically determine that I'm a faceless, a magician. From her tone, she's very familiar with Admiral of Stars, the upper echelons of the Moses ascetic order, or that Queen Mystic." Klein nodded and said, "That's right." The lady raised her chin and curled her lips up slightly. It's impossible for a normal clown to sense danger at this level, even if they're already a Sequence 5. She has discovered another unique trait again. This. She knows the seer pathway very well. Indeed, I've been somewhat affected by the Grey Fog's powers, giving me a direct premonitory intuition even in situations that aren't dangerous. Klein didn't give her a chance to speak again as he asked in a deep tone, with the sound of the door opening and the footsteps heard by Anderson Hood in the depths of the hall of murals yours? Are you referring to the hunter who's plagued by bad luck? The lady asked in thought. Yes. Klein nodded. It was indeed me. The lady paused. Inform that hunter of a prophecy. The most lethal danger often lies in day-to-day life. What does that mean? Seeing how she had no intention of explaining, Klein deliberated and asked, "You were the one that made me appear in the Saint of Darkness's dream?" The lady combed her long chestnut hair as she said gently, but coldly, "That's not hard to guess. Through that dream, I confirmed that you took the remains of that sea serpent, Calvetua. And like before, you appeared using a spirit body state. You took away the item from John Cotman and vanished directly? Oh, you still carry the Black Emperor card. Klein didn't respond to this topic and switched to asking, "You are Queen Mystic?" "Many people call me by that name," the lady calmly answered. "It's really her. This lady's bounty reaches 650,000 pounds just from Loan's bounty alone." Klein silently drew a gasp and said, "Ma'am, is there a reason why you are looking for me?" Queen Mystic used her blue eyes to look at him for a few seconds before saying, "I hope you can share with me the method to interpret the language created by Emperor Roselle. For that, I can satisfy most of your requests." Klein didn't admit or deny anything. He chuckled and asked, "Don't tell me you're even able to give me the corresponding high-sequence Beyonder potion formulas?" Queen Mystic had her bearing converged, but she said without any decrease in her dignity, "Your fate lies in the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range." This. Klein felt a baffling sense of shock. His eyes darted around. While he was considering a question, Queen Mystic stood up. "When you need some help or clues to a few cards of blasphemy, tell me the answer." She turned around and walked into the depths of the tidy and vast library. With each step, her figure turned faint before quickly vanishing. The library immediately collapsed. After a moment of feeling adrift, Klein found himself in the hall filled with beautiful murals. Anderson looked at him in shock as he blurted out, "How did you get here?" Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 663, False Alarm. After hearing Anderson's question, Klein was momentarily at a loss for an answer. He couldn't just tell him that he had fallen out of a dream suspected to belong to Queen Mystic. He coldly looked at the unlucky strongest hunter, raised his right hand, and pointed upwards. "Is that so?" Anderson had nodded in enlightenment. "What did you figure out? I don't even know when I'm expressing myself." Klein discreetly twitched the corner of his lips and changed the topic. He said in recollection, "I met someone just now. Not someone we know. Not a member of the future. The person who came out of the door from deep inside the hall." Anderson suddenly became excited. This fellow doesn't put on airs of being the strongest hunter. He's like a breaking news reporter. Klein lampooned without answering him. He directly said, "She got me to pass on a prophecy to you." "She? What prophecy?" Anderson was somewhat puzzled. If I were using my identity as Klein Moretti, I would have answered, "Sorry, I've forgotten." "She only said it once." As Klein imagined the prank, that wouldn't have happened, he said with a deep voice, "The most lethal danger often lies in day-to-day life." Anderson listened carefully as he drew a gasp. "That's just too accurate. I was drinking beer and nearly made myself a ret asterisk road. Who would imagine that most of the alcohol in the future is problematic?" He ruminated for a few seconds and asked, somewhat worried, "That's it? Did you forget any details or keywords? I can tell that you're being provocative." Klein ignored Anderson Hood and walked to the entrance of the Hall of Murals, where he looked at Frank and Nina outside. Back in the library, he had been suddenly accused of being Hero Bandit Black Emperor by Queen Mystic. This inevitably caused him to be placed in a passive state. Afterwards, he attempted to throw her off and not be led by the nose. Therefore, he remained extremely nervous. His thoughts were completely focused on what he should say in response, without the time to consider the entire process and figure out the details. Now he finally had the time. First, what's most important is to understand a question. To what level of comprehension does Queen Mystic have towards my identity and Roselle's diary? Yes, she believed that I grasped the means to interpret the language created by Emperor Roselle, and not the language itself. Although the difference in meaning isn't great, it's enough to prove that our identity as transmigrators isn't something she has figured out or have any clues that point towards that conclusion. Miss Sharon isn't a rookie who just joined the mysticism circles or got herself involved in complicated matters. While getting someone to fake an identity for me, it's impossible for her to divulge who she's doing it for. Besides, the picture I provided was already Gehrman Sparrow's image. That means that Queen Mystic hasn't equated Sherlock Moriarty to Gehrman Sparrow. Yes, if she had already known about this, as I had previously imagined, a better form of address would be Mr. Black Emperor Sherlock Moriarty. This would have dealt my mental defenses a blow that was several times stronger than directly addressing me as Hero Bandit Black Emperor. From her standpoint, how did she gather useful information from scattered clues? She knows that the bookmark is the Black Emperor card. Hence, the specter-like Hero Bandit Black Emperor and the strange spirit body who stole the card of blasphemy from the Royal Museum were connected together. Later, King of the Five Seas, Nast, suddenly appeared in the Rorstad archipelago. According to the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence, she guessed that hero bandit Black Emperor might have appeared in Biome and the archipelago. After her investigations, she discovered the familiar identity known as Gehrman Sparrow. Then, from his identical trajectory with hero bandit Black Emperor's actions, she made a prediction and engaged in pursuit. She infiltrated the future and observed me up close. This is logical, but there's a certain level of coincidences in all of this. King of the Five Seas, Nast appears anywhere he likes. Perhaps he might be missing a particular lady from the Red Theater and got his ship to cross the spirit world to into the waters around the Rorstad archipelago. Or perhaps Biome happens to have the high-sequence Beyonder ingredients of the Black Emperor pathway that attracted him. There's no way to directly link it to hero bandit Black Emperor. Of course, it's not incomprehensible for Queen Mystic to make such a connection. Perhaps she abides by the principle of being wrong, rather than feel sorry in regards to important clues. Hey, that's a good habit, but it's just tiring. There's also a high chance that she didn't lock onto Gehrman Sparrow immediately. However, with the reputation of the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow becoming more prominent in the Rorstad archipelago waters and the city of Generosity Biome, she matched the timing after hearing the name, and then she came to a preliminary conclusion. Sigh, it's still better to keep a low profile in life. Thankfully, my acting has finally come to an end. Subsequently, I can make the identity of Gehrman Sparrow vanish. Klein ran through everything and felt that he had mostly understood the problem at its root. However, he had another thought and guess. It was the way Admiral of Stars Katlia had received Gehrman Sparrow on her ship. She had done it in an ostentatious manner, as though she was afraid that it wasn't known to the world that the crazy adventurer was cooperating with her. Perhaps she was providing a certain level of clues. Later, Queen Mystic came and learned that it was Gehrman Sparrow. After figuring out the trajectory of my activity at sea, she had a certain speculation. Instead of trying to pull a bluff, she was actually rather certain. Klein held one hand in his pocket as he walked out of the Hall of Murals. He then headed straight for Katlia, who was outside the Black Cloister. He planned on using her turbid state to question her. At this point, he had actually relaxed significantly. This was because Queen Mystic clearly only knew that Gehrman Sparrow was equivalent to hero bandit Black Emperor, and he was a Beyonder who worked for some important figure. It didn't involve even more secrets. Even if she had connected the loss of the Black Emperor card that night to Detective Sherlock Moriarty, who was nearby, that wouldn't be a huge problem. From a very long time ago, I had already equated Sherlock Moriarty to the world, and I also equated that to the blessed of the fool. Gehrman Sparrow is only an extension of that identity. This is my preparation for such matters. I always believed that I shouldn't treat others as red asterisk RDS. As long as someone is active, any clues on their trajectory and social connections would lead to exposure. Therefore, I prepared this identity ahead of time for these smart people. I also strictly abided to these settings even in my everyday life. And for the blessed of an important figure to have a basic understanding of Rozelle's dairy is completely understandable and acceptable. It's within the realms of an ordinary bestowment from a special existence. You probably never expected that there's a mask under the mask. Amidst his thoughts, Klein also felt that the help from the gray fog and his caution had played a significant role. If he hadn't noticed that he had been observed by someone ahead of time while instinctively abiding by his will, he might have summoned the messenger under Queen Mystic's surveillance. The messenger alone might not expose anything, but it's worrisome that Queen Mystic might have a way of tracking it and finding Mr. Azek. From his recent sightings, it's possible for her to dig out my identity as Klein Moretti. Klein tore through a square filled with numerous giant arrows, walked out the Black Cloister, and saw Katlia sitting there as she hugged her knees just like before. She was staring at the beautiful sunset. Klein leaped onto the boulder and came to the side of the withered trees. He looked at the magnificent buildings on the opposite mountain and said in a seemingly normal manner, "And Nas, you showcased the star bridge to connect the dock to the ship. Were there any hidden motives behind that?" Katlia's head leaned to the side a little as she said, "I'm not telling you." Klein was momentarily left at a loss. He originally imagined that Admiral of Stars would be very honest in the dream world. He had never expected such a situation. Of course, this was also a form of honesty, but it was an honest personality. After 2 seconds of silence, Klein decided to pull a bluff. "You wish to use this method to inform someone that I'm worthy of attention?" Katlia exhaled and remained sitting there, hugging her knees. Pretty much. It was mainly to tell others that if something serious happens or if I show obvious abnormalities, you will be the first clue. As expected. Klein sighed inwardly. He knew that Admiral of Stars had done such a cheap trick to protect herself, but as the fool, he needed to punish her for such actions. However, I can't use this matter to act up. It will appear as though the fool protects his blessed too much. That will be quite lacking in standing. Yes, Admiral of Stars must have done more than this. I can tabulate these series of actions as one and punish her for them. Klein quickly made up his mind. He wasn't as flustered towards what he encountered in this dream world again. As for Queen Mystic's suggestion, he didn't even consider it. Emperor Roselle's diary contained matters of his transmigration and Earth. If he taught Queen Mystic how to read Chinese, she would discover this point and make even more critical guesses. She must have her qualms about the important figure who can randomly lend out the sea god scepter, so she wouldn't take any forceful actions. If there really are any matters that need her help, or if she has some dirt on me, I can agree to help her translate a few important pages of the diary she wishes to know about. But I'll definitely not teach her Chinese. Yes, even if I translate it, it will be watered down with the use of synonyms. I just need to maintain the main points. That way, she has no way of reverse engineering the language. Klein retracted his gaze and casually asked Katlia, "Rumor has it that you and Queen Mystic had a falling out, but it doesn't seem to be the case." Katlia's glazed expression suddenly had a lively change. She pursed her lips and said, "What right do I have to fall out with her? I was just banished." Banished? Klein was just about to ask when blinding sunlight beamed as he naturally woke up. Looking at the bright sky outside, he wiped his forehead and muttered silently to himself. What a terrifying dream. After dealing with his wistfulness, Klein rolled off the bed and came to the deck. He continued his observation and awaited the appearance of mermaids. Nearly an hour later, he finally heard a faint, indistinct voice coming from the distance. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 664. Every second counts. Mermaids. Klein felt delighted as anticipation and excitement filled him. Having left Backlund for nearly 4 months and experiencing a series of events, he finally arrived at the destination of his travels. He was completing the last condition needed for him to advance to Sequence 5 Marionettist. His irascibility and frustrations had been constantly growing ever since he entered these waters. It was all thanks to the waiting. The various ridiculous and humorous matters on the future, the matters that seemed abnormally harrowing on careful thought, and the dangers and unknown things contained within the night noon, and dreams in the ruins of this war of gods had left him even more mentally tense. He lived through every minute and hour with great torment. Now, the pressure from these emotions finally had a chance of being released. Phew. Klein slowly heaved a sigh of relief. He directly returned to the cabin and entered the room that belonged to him. Without being flustered or letting the joy get to his head, he followed the planned sequence of taking out Azek's copper whistle and Septon's paper crane to interfere with the possible spying of Queen Mystic. After taking out the remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths, the pair of eyes from a 6-winged gargoyle, Drago bark, and a metallic bottle containing Sonia Island's golden spring from his suitcase, he spread them across his desk, entered the bathroom, and locked the door. He then familiarly set up the bestowment ritual. After setting up the ritual, he wasn't in a rush to go above the gray fog to respond to the prayer. Instead, he set up another ritual of summoning himself. While taking 4 steps counterclockwise and chanting the incantation, Klein arrived above the gray fog. He responded to the summoning ritual and used his spirit body state to come to the real world. He then brought Tinder back to the mysterious space. After doing all of that, Klein didn't relax. He came to the seat of the fool, conjured pen and paper, and quickly wrote the divination statement. The singing ahead comes from mermaids. Taking off his topaz pendant, he used divination to confirm the situation. The singing ahead of the future was from mermaids. After calming his emotions, Klein summoned the iron cigar case from the junk pile and made it land on the ancient model bronze table. With a snapping sound, he opened the lid and saw the pupilless all-black eye sitting there in silence. He could sense the extreme madness and danger from it, but it appeared to be in deep slumber. After observing it for 2 seconds, Klein took out Tinder and slowly wore it on his right hand. After completing all of this, Klein didn't hesitate and reached out his right palm and spread his fingers. All sorts of blobs of light surfaced before his eyes. Grayish-white, bronze-green, dark red, and black colors formed the foundation of this mysterious space. And inside the all-black eye, there was a flaring and flailing iron-black beam lingering around the remaining colors. Without using his spiritual intuition, Klein knew with certainty, through his understanding of objects, that the true creator's mental corruption was represented by this iron-black light. Feeling extremely wary, he closed his fingers and grabbed at the target before turning his wrist. The iron-black light was instantly extracted as it fused with tinder. Immediately, the illusory evil, terrifying, and indescribable ravings boomed in his ear like déjà vu. This destroyed his line of thought as it ground at his psyche. It brought about a fracturing pain to his brain, but was soon repressed by the gray fog's power and turned completely silent. Klein didn't think further. He followed his plans and reenacted the trial runs that he had practiced numerous times by grabbing tinder with his left hand, pulled it off, and threw it onto the stone ground of the magnificent palace. Right on the heels of that, Klein grabbed the all-black eye, which was now completely fine. He quickly replied to the bestowment ritual and passed the marionettist beyonder characteristic through the illusory door and into the altar in the bathroom. He didn't dare delay any further. All he did was glance at the evil exuding tinder, which was tainted with an iron-black color as its fingers twisted and its palm cracked open. He then used his spirituality to envelop himself as he stimulated a plummeting sensation to return to the real world. Klein opened his eyes, grabbed the all-black eye on the altar, and ran out into his room. While doing so, he had a thought. If I allow creeping hunger to watch what happens to tinder and its outcome, I wonder what its thoughts would be. Coming before the desk from his side, Klein took out an iron pot that originally belonged to the future. He then poured 80 milliliters of Sonia Golden Spring into it. As the pale gold liquid slowly spread out in a clear and transparent state, it made him subconsciously feel thirsty, as if he wished to drink a cup of it to quench his thirst. The items, Drago bark, eyes of the six-winged gargoyle, and the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith, were thrown into the pot by Klein, causing different reactions. Finally, the potion turned into a pale gold color, but it looked ethereal as though it was weightless. At this critical juncture, Klein became abnormally calm instead. He steadily picked up the pupilless black eye and dropped it into the potion. He had already confirmed that the true creator's mental corruption hadn't penetrated the gray fog or returned inside the all-black eye. And this was something he had expected. The all-black eye was instantly submerged by the pale gold liquid as the surface began bubbling. Every bursting bubble made the potion turn blacker. About 10 seconds later, all the changes came to a halt. Inside the pot, the potion took form as a completely black liquid. Inside, it seemed to contain countless tiny worms that were squirming about, worms that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Klein took out a gold coin and made a quick divination as a confirmation. After receiving the revelation that it was a success, he heaved a sigh of relief and poured the marionettist potion into a metallic bottle he had prepared and stuffed it into his pocket. He didn't act in a fluster or a rush. He followed the process he had planned by quickly clearing up the altar in the bathroom, and he retrieved Azek's copper whistle and Willow Septon's paper crane. At this point, he walked out of the cabin and onto the deck. At this moment, the symbols and magical labels on the future had once again lit up, forming a resplendent sea of stars. It significantly reduced the mermaids' singing. Rumors claimed that the singing of mermaids could make humans lose their reasoning and turn irrational. They would then jump off their ships to become food for the mermaids. Klein subconsciously nodded at the window corresponding to the captain's cabin. Admiral of Stars was standing there as her body swirled with starlight. The gaze she sent back at him appeared mixed. "Have you recalled what you said and how you acted in the dream?" Klein lampooned as he said with a calm expression, "I need a dinghy. It has already been prepared." Catlia pointed towards the shipboard without any signs of surprise. Gehrman Sparrow had mentioned that his purpose was to seek out mermaids back when he hired the future. Soon, Klein left the future in the protection of the resplendent sea of stars. He headed into the ocean on his tiny dinghy. As the singing grew louder, a voice seemed to drill into his spirit body, numbing his body, making him wish to hear more of it. This was far from sufficient for Klein. Besides, his spiritual intuition told him that he needed to be closer to make the singing clearer so as to satisfy the requirements of the ritual. Storm. Klein took out a charm made of tin, and he summoned a controllable gale that could push the dinghy ahead. After an unknown period of time, the mermaid's singing increased in volume. They were so clear, it was as though they were singing softly by Klein's ears. Each tone stirred his spirit body, and the melody was intoxicating. Klein felt his mind adrift as he nearly jumped into the sea and swam towards the source of the melodic singing. He tried his best to control himself and discovered many reefs ahead. Figures were seated at its edge as they sang. These creatures with a human head had quite some beauty in their clear, pure eyes. Their breasts were lifted up high, but they were also covered by dark red scales. The lower halves of their bodies were comprised of massive fishtails as they rhythmically struck the reef. The mermaids looked different and had different colored scales. From a human standpoint, they were all a different kind of beauty. Klein relinquished his control of the dinghy, raised his right hand, and reached into his pocket for the potion. At that moment, the mermaids sensed his approach and looked over. Then these creatures, who were also known as sirens, stopped singing out of shock. All of them leaped into the water with a splash. "Don't go." Klein feebly reached out with his right hand. "Isn't it said that you use your singing to attract humans for food? Why are you running with a human here? I'm not a bad guy. I'm only here to listen to your singing." At this moment, Klein's heart was filled with what the F***K emotions. He soon discovered that the mermaid singing didn't completely stop. Further away on the reef were a few mermaids with their backs facing him. They didn't discover the fleeing of their companions, due to the crashing of the winds as they continued boldly singing. Klein's mind stirred as he thought for a moment and took out a charm. This was the charm from the sea god domain that gave the user affinity with underwater creatures. Storm. Amidst the incantation, blue flames enveloped the tin plate, making it vanish from the real world. Although the remaining mermaids noticed him, they didn't flee in fear. Immediately, Klein took out the metal bottle containing the marionettist potion and unscrewed the lid. He made every second count so as to prevent any mishaps. As he gulped the potion down, a somewhat bitter potion with a mustiness surged down his throat, into his gullet, and into his stomach. Suddenly, Klein found himself abnormally stiff. He felt as though he had returned to Tingen, back when he was being controlled by the strange puppet known as Sealed Artifact 2-049. He tried moving his joints, but he felt as though they were filled with lead. At the same time, he felt that tiny worms were boring into every one of his cells and into his spirit body. His thoughts slowed down as his brain reflected the gradual loss of control over his body. The mermaid's singing floated over, stirring those desires, the accumulated fanaticism and infatuation, allowing Klein to hold on to his final lumps of emotions. Through this temptation, he slowly escaped the state of petrification. A grayish-white fog quickly surfaced before his eyes as he heard the illusory ravings of Hornacis. Phlegria. Hornacis. Phlegria. Compared to his advancement to a seer, clown, and magician, these ravings appeared staccato, as though they were being disrupted by something. It's different from when I became a faceless. The ravings are clearly much stronger. It can intermittently break through the obstacles produced from the fusion of the powers of the gray fog and reality. I can think again. Klein was delighted as he attempted to raise his arm. His joints still felt heavy, but the feeling was weakening. At the same time, Klein saw his present appearance. His skin was yellowish-brown, like a puppet that had been buried alive for years with old bandages. Fleshy tendrils were hidden beneath his skin as they squirmed, separated, and fused. Klein immediately outlined the countless spherical lights in his mind, and he used cogitation to calm his present state. During this process, the mermaid's singing continued to reverberate in his ears, allowing his joints and muscles to twitch before the numbness slowly receded. After an unknown period of time, Klein opened his eyes, his body having completely restored to normal. He took a deep breath and silently sighed. Finally. I'm finally a Sequence 5. I'm finally a marionettist. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 665, Spirit Body Threads. Under the strong sunlight, the sea reflected a golden shade. Apart from that, deep in Klein's eyes were countless illusory black lines. They extended from the nearby mermaids, from his body, and from the different parts of the neighboring waters. They were packed densely in thin and numerous threads, corresponding to different spots. Some extended into the infinite distance, to the ends of the void. This strange, beautiful scene wasn't an unfamiliar sight to Klein. In the few times he used the all-black eyes powers and his usage of it to create the fake world, he had been able to see similar scenes. This was the source of a marionettist's beyonder powers. From the knowledge he obtained from the potion, these illusory thin black threads were known as spirit body threads. By controlling them, one could directly influence the target's soul body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body. Then, with the ether body as a bridge, one could control the target's body. Therefore, all the beyonder powers of a marionettist was built on the spirit body threads. Firstly, it could find a hidden target using the spirit body threads that existed in every creature. It was the best measure against a demoness invisibility and a shadow ascetics hiding in the shadows. Of course, Klein wasn't aware if there were means to hide one's spirit body threads. Secondly, it was to control a target like a puppet. It would make the target's thoughts and body stiffen. This was a type of forceful control and was almost indefensible. The only way of escaping this control was to rely on the potency of one's spirit body. It was almost no trouble for a Sequence 5 marionettist to control anyone who wasn't a demigod. Thirdly, through the passage of time, the control would deepen. A marionettist could completely turn the target into their marionette. Up to a certain distance, they could hide behind the scenes and control the marionette to do battle. While doing so, the marionette could use all of its original beyonder powers. This is truly magical, terrifying, strange, and indescribable. It's the perfect thing for someone working behind the scenes. It's no wonder Rosago claimed that the control of spirit body threads is one of the most difficult abilities to deal with for anyone that isn't a high sequence beyonder. But it requires time. Control cannot be instantly achieved. It requires a process that deepens with each step until it's ultimately achieved. To obtain initial control, the present me needs 20 seconds. But with the digestion of the potion, the time needed will clearly decrease. Once my marionettist potion completely digests, I might be able to do it within 5 seconds. Yes, before the effects show, the target wouldn't even notice it. Perhaps those with prophetic abilities might be able to detect it. Once initial control of the target has been achieved, they will immediately be slow to think. Their actions will be impeded and their bodies stiffened. Then, bit by bit, they will develop into a puppet, a marionette. If a marionettist has a partner, this process will make it easy to finish off a target that has been forcibly controlled. Yes, if the enemy's spirit body isn't strong enough, a marionettist will have the strength remaining to even draw a gun or use a mystical item to act in concert with himself. If the controlling process isn't disrupted by an external force, the target will become my marionette after 5 minutes. In a sense, the marionette is truly dead and the process is completely irreversible. Once the potion is completely digested, the time it takes to convert someone into a marionette will definitely be greatly shortened. The maximum number of marionettes I can control at present is 1. I can't be sure how many I can control in the future, but it will definitely increase. The limit seems to max out at 3. This will not only need time, but there's also a distance restriction. I can only see spirit body threads within 100 meters, and to control them, I need to be 5 meters from the target. When controlling marionettes, I cannot be more than 100 meters from it. I'm sure it will increase in the future. Hey, apart from keeping its beyonder powers, a marionette can also normally use mystical items and sealed artifacts. Furthermore, it expends its own spirituality and not mine. Of course, my controlling of the marionette will expend spirituality itself. This ability is very suited for me. In extremely dangerous situations, with me having no choice but to investigate, I can let the marionette do it for me. Although it will be heartbreaking to lose it, it's better than having myself die. Back when marionettist Rosago came to deal with me, he must have been engaged in another operation. This resulted in him losing his marionette. Yes, he must have not fully digested the marionettist potion. That's why he wasn't able to achieve initial control over me while waiting for me to open the door. He had to enter in order to converse with me. In short, this lives up to being a Sequence 5 beyonder power. Furthermore, the beyonder powers before this have also been enhanced by 50% or even more. I'm really looking forward to knowing what kind of qualitative changes I'll experience when I reach Sequence 4 when possessing so many strange powers. I don't even know what its name is. Klein ended the inspection of his body and reflected wistfully. He then used the experience of setting an activation and deactivation method for his spirit vision to give himself a restriction of seeing spirit body threads, so as to not see things he shouldn't see. activating by tapping my left thumb twice on the first segment of my index finger. Repeating the action deactivates it. Same for the right hand. He reined in his thoughts and looked ahead, and he saw that the remaining mermaids had turned around and were looking at him with watery blue eyes. At the thought that he would have lost control and become a sealed artifact akin to 2-049 without their singing or this simple ritual, Klein gave them a friendly smile. Affected by the charm, the mermaids also moved their lips and showed a somewhat embarrassed smile. As their light purple or deep red lips parted, one by one, Klein saw their teeth, razor-sharp like wolf fangs. They were white and shiny, and dripping from them was sticky liquid. Klein was taken aback. He discovered that this was even more unacceptable for him than a real monster. He had originally mentally prepared himself and treated mermaids as creatures that swam in the sea. Therefore, no matter how crazy and terrifying they looked, he believed that he could tolerate it. However, the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. Mermaids were clearly beautiful and alluring females on the surface. Their tails had a hetero sense of beauty, but their teeth were nasty and disgusting. This was a stark contrast that Klein couldn't take. He nearly moved his eyes away. Waving his hand, he quickly took out a charm from the sea god domain and created another gale of wind to push his dinghy back to the future. Along the way, Klein couldn't help but recollect the feelings he just had. So the mermaid's singing is meant for neutralizing and balancing. Otherwise, most faceless are unable to resist the corrosion of their own spirit body threads by the marionettist potion. They would directly lose control. Lucky ones like Calvetua aren't included. Perhaps it's because of the lack of the ritual's help that it's relatively weaker. In theory, as long as there's a voice or beyond or power with similar effects, they can be used to replace a mermaid singing, but people who haven't personally experienced it themselves wouldn't be able to tell the minute differences. Therefore, high-sequence beyonders who aren't from the seer pathway will find it difficult to provide any effective suggestions. Amidst his thoughts, the dinghy returned to the future. With a rope, Klein easily returned to the deck. Anderson Hood stood by the shipboard and chuckled. So your search of mermaids was a requirement of a ritual, and not because you wished to obtain the corresponding ingredients. That's obvious, Klein succinctly replied. Anderson shrugged and said, No, it's not. A normal person will guess that mermaids are the ingredients you need, as this doesn't match the rituals needed by a sequence 4. But who knew that adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, who was at the level of a pirate admiral, was only a sequence 6? What do you mean, only? Klein resisted the urge of controlling Anderson's spirit body threads. Ignoring the strongest hunter who automatically had a provocative halo, he entered the cabin and returned to his room. Just as he approached the captain's cabin, he heard a creak as the door before him opened. Catlia didn't wear her heavy glasses. She looked at Gehrman Sparrow as the dark purple hue in her eyes swirled. Congratulations on your advancement. Previously in the dream, did I say something? You know what you said, Klein replied with a deadpan expression. Catlia fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, You questioned me about my relationship with Queen Mystic? As she spoke, she couldn't help but look around. She guessed that Queen Mystic might be on the future because of my rather sudden question. I really have to be careful when conversing with a smart person. Klein nodded, walked past her, and returned to his room, leaving the corridor in silence. Only when he opened the door and took a step inside did he hear Catlia's voice sound out from the captain's cabin. It reverberated through the entire ship. Set sail for the return voyage. Inside the room, Klein waited a few minutes before re-entering the bathroom. He set up the ritual again and threw creeping hunger, which was turning more irascible due to the lack of food, above the gray fog. After doing this, he wasn't in a rush to leave. He summoned the distorted iron-black tinder and made it land before him. After studying it for a moment, Klein placed tinder inside the iron cigar case and threw it into the junk pile. Although this expensive glove was now unusable, Klein was certain that trash could still be used. Immediately following that, he slowly took off the already silent creeping hunger, and he similarly placed it into the junk pile. Phew. Klein remained silent for 2 seconds before leaving the palace that looked like a giant's residence, and then he ventured deep into the mysterious space above the gray fog. From his previous exploration, he discovered a bright staircase that seemed to lead to heaven. He suspected that the number of steps had something to do with his sequence. Therefore, he immediately came here to confirm it after he advanced. After walking for a while, Klein finally saw the holy staircase made out of pure light. Compared to before, there was another step, making it a total of 5 steps. Indeed, Klein sighed, unsurprised. Then he climbed up the staircase that appeared to be prepared for giants and arrived at the top. At that moment, he wasn't that far from the gray fog which was hardened in midair. He seemed to just need one more step to reach that height. Klein subconsciously looked up and seemed to see something. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 666, Afternoon Town. That's. Klein's eyes reflected a nearly transparent object. It appeared like a carapace of something, occasionally shrinking and vanishing from Klein's line of sight, and at times peeking out due to an invisible wind, revealing some of its outlines. With it acting as an anchor point and looking further up, there were colors of green that was almost black, standing there silently. They looked like the colors of the trees of a dark forest. Klein mumbled without imagining what the object of those colors signified. All he could do was boldly guess that it had something to do with gaining a deeper control of the mysterious space above the gray fog. Without trying to do something that was destined to be in vain, he jumped down from the staircase that seemed to lead to heaven and phased back inside the palace. With the existence of Queen Mystic in mind, Klein did some simple tidying up before leaving the gray fog and returning to his bathroom. After tying up the loose ends, he walked to his suitcase, took out the sun brooch, and wore it on his double-breasted frock coat. After all the turmoil he had been through, the mystical items he could now use had returned to the state when he was in Backlund. However, he was already a Sequence 5 and possessed one of the most difficult powers to deal with below that of the demigods. He was, in the true sense of the word, powerhouse in the Beyonder world. I should be very agitated and happy, but I'm actually not. I'm even as excited as when I found mermaids. This is because I've just taken another step on my road to revenge. The true goal I wish to achieve is still a distance away. Following this, I should conclude the principles and digest the Marionettis potion and seek out the corresponding Sequence 4 formula and ingredients. Yes, I can only do all of these things after leaving these waters. Next, I'll seek advice from Mr. Azek, Septon, and Erodes. I should relax for the next few days. Being overly tense might break me down and cause me to have symptoms of losing control. Klein turned to look at the full-body mirror in his room. Looking at his 1.8-meter-tall build, black hair and brown eyes with a thin face and cut features, dressed in a white shirt, a suit with a bow tie, and a top hat that was matched with a pale gold sunbird brooch. He wore a calm expression with a deep, dark gaze. After looking at this in silence, he raised his hands and adjusted the buttons at his cuffs and patted his black suit. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the stacked, dark buildings ahead. Demon Hunter Colin Iliad, with 2 swords on his back, pointed ahead and said, "That's Afternoon Town." He combed his grizzled hair that was flying about in the wind that swept through the wilderness. "That's fast." With his axe of hurricane in hand, Derek sighed wistfully in surprise. He soon realized that it was reasonable. This was because the giant King's Court was located somewhere near the city of Silver. Afternoon Town was the intersecting point that connected both nodes. With the lightning that illuminated the night sky, he clearly saw Afternoon Town in its entirety. It was built at the foot of a mountain and was naturally split into upper and lower levels. Instead of calling it a town, it wasn't much smaller than most of the ruins the city of Silver found. Here, the gray stones were stacked into different buildings. Some were entirely emptied out, nearing 10 meters. Some were similar to the residence Derek currently resided in. It was short as though any normal person would hit their heads onto the ceiling. These buildings were arranged close together before spreading out. Some of them had collapsed, while a number remained standing despite showing signs of age and tear. It's completely different from what's described in the textbooks. Derek suddenly recalled the knowledge he had learned from his history lessons. According to the City of Silver's records, Afternoon Town was the door that separated reality from myth. It was a place where humans and giants lived together. There was day and night here, but most of the day was in a noon state. Regardless of the fog, storms, or snow, none of them were able to blot out the strong sunlight. But at this moment, it was dark and heavy. Even if the area was illuminated by light, it lacked a sense of brightness, and there was no signs of life. Clenching his axe tightly, Derek, whose eyes had 2 miniature suns, was on the flanks of the exploration team. He followed Chief Colin into Afternoon Town. This area had been cleared once on the first exploration. The streets were covered with signs of rotting flesh and dry pus. It was completely silent. Be careful. There are many strange monsters lurking in the darkness. Colin Iliad, with his scarred face, didn't let down his guard. He drew one of his dual swords as the silver light on his sword converged. This is the mythical door. When the Creator abandoned this piece of land, even the myths were abandoned. Derek couldn't help but imagine what Afternoon Town had experienced during the Cataclysm. He instinctively felt that it was probably different from the Kingdom of Silver. Before he could carefully observe his surroundings in search of possible clues, he suddenly heard a teammate on the other flank anxiously cry out, "There's something." Derek turned his head and saw a transparent face growing out of the wall of a 10-meter-tall stone building. The face was filled with countless cracks. With great regularity, they spiraled around the center, forming a single eye or mouth that resembled a vortex. The hurricane within the vortex was corporeal as it spewed out with a howl. The dawn-like light from within was dense, as though they were arrows of light. Bam, bam, bam. They struck a few members of the exploration team, but they seemed to strike thick city walls. All they produced was dull and closely spaced out thuds before disappearing into the dark environment. At some point in time, City of Silver Chief, Colin Iliad, was genuflecting. He stabbed the silver sword in his hand into the rotting gray ground. He had provided the front row with the strongest protection. At the same time, the other members of the exploration team methodically unleashed their attacks. Hurricanes of light and scarlet fireballs struck the monster. Right on the heels of that, the holy light that Derek summoned had landed on the vortex that resembled a single eye. Amidst the explosive boom, the boulder, which was originally covered in cracks, collapsed. A transparent face screamed as it vaporized. Although the battle was simple, Derek didn't feel happy at all. He had heard Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice discuss cases of Beyonder fights. Matching it with the experience the City of Silver had accumulated from resisting all kinds of monsters from the darkness, he worriedly discovered that the City of Silver had a limited number of pathways. Those who were not demigods lacked effective means of control, and the situation from before proved this point. Thankfully, there are sealed artifacts that are formed when monsters die to make up for this. Derek silently thought as he heard the chief instruct, "Move according to plan, 3 to 4 people a group. Search and clear the different areas." Yes, Chief. The exploration team members were mostly rich in experience. They soon formed their groups. Derek's group consisted of 3 people. Apart from him, there was Joshua and Hyam, who had been to the abandoned temple with him before. The former was a Sequence 7 weapon master, and he had a mystical glove that could control fire. The latter was a recently advanced Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. He was tall and reached a height of 2.3 meters. The City of Silver, which had warriors, also known as the Giant Pathway as the main force, had an average height of 1.8 meters, including children above the age of 6. Even if the Beyonder characteristics were inherited, the normal genes that were modified had accumulated with each generation. Although Derek wasn't old, he was nearly 1.8 meters tall and still had room to grow. According to the designated targets, Derek, Joshua, and Hyam entered an alley on the left in a triangular battle formation. They checked every building that still allowed entry. Perhaps as a result of the former sweep, they didn't encounter any monsters. They couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Rumor has it that the 6-member council plans to set up camp here and make Afternoon Town a stronghold. Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove on his left palm, said after observing the buildings. Hyam nodded and looked down at his 2 partners. The true target seems to be... He pointed diagonally upwards. "The Giant King's court?" Derek asked in surprise. "Isn't it a search for the sea where Jack and company came from? Don't we need to circle the Giant King's court?" Derek was filled with puzzlement. Hyam shook his head. "I've only heard rumors." He swept his gaze and pointed at the entrance to the underground chamber. "Let's finish our search here," Derek answered tersely. With his night vision and ability to emit light, he wasn't afraid of the darkness as he stepped into the underground chamber first. Hyam lifted an animal hide lantern while Joshua followed closely in tow. This building's underground chamber was rather wide, with traces of dried, blackening pools. The smell of blood remained despite the many years that had passed. Derek surveyed the area and suspected that a sacrificial ritual had once been held here. A very, very long time ago, he silently added and discovered a candle left on the stone table, which resembled an altar. He felt more certain about his guesses. Why would the residents of Afternoon Town secretly hold sacrificial rituals in their underground basement? When the Giant King's court was in power, they were believers of the Giant King. Later, they came under the Lord that created everything. The owner of this building secretly worshipped other gods. Questions arose in him as Derek approached the altar. He saw that the stone table was originally carved with words, but they had been damaged by either natural or unnatural elements. After some careful identification, Derek found 3 names: Ouroboros, Medici, Sasser. Ouroboros? Isn't that the name of the angel of fate? Mr. Fool mentioned before that Medici is also a king of angels. Sasser is another one. Derek suddenly felt excited and horrified as he hurriedly turned his head to shout out for his companions to take a look. But in his vision, the underground chamber was empty. There was only darkness. Hyam and Joshua, who were supposed to be behind him, were gone. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 667, Prayer. They're gone. There's only darkness? Faced with such a sudden change, Derek's first reaction wasn't horror. Instead, he clasped his hands together and pressed it to his mouth. Pure light was emitted out of his body as he dispersed the surrounding darkness, illuminating every corner of the underground chamber. In Derek's living environment, darkness was the most terrifying existence. Once they left the City of Silver, they had to constantly maintain the existence of light. Even a brief loss of light couldn't last for more than 5 seconds. When Derek first joined the exploration teams and lacked experience, he had nearly killed himself because of such a mistake. Thankfully, the chief was standing nearby. As the light slowly and continuously radiated from him, Derek raised his tightly gripped axe of hurricane and carefully observed his surroundings. He discovered that apart from Hyam and Joshua, teammates who had entered the underground chamber with him, vanishing, the stone slabs and tufts of black hair on the walls had turned blood red at some point in time. They were moist as though they had just been sprayed on. This calmed down Derek, who was well versed with exploration materials, to realize a possibility. The problem didn't stem from Hyam or Joshua, but himself. All I did was approach the altar and silently read 3 names. Typically speaking, even angels will require someone to read or write down an accurate honorific name in its complete form before they can receive prayers, and it's supposedly limited by range. I wonder if the kings of angels require the same conditions. One of those 3 names was the key to activating the hidden powers in the altar. I triggered the problem by using Jotun, which can stir the powers of nature. No, that's not right. It needs to be said out loud. Even if these are the true names of the kings of angels, I've never faced such problems in the past. Derek anxiously turned his body while feeling perplexed. He returned to the altar and came to the stone table. He was surprised to see that the words and symbols on the stone table were a lot more complete and clearer than before. It was as though the host of the ritual had just drawn it. The words were written in 3 languages. They were in Jotun Dragonese, and a language that Derek couldn't recognize. However, he suspected that it was the ancient Hermes previously mentioned by Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman. This was because he had a basic understanding of some words from the conversations during the tarot gathering. They were rather similar to the words used on the stone table. The content expressed by Jotun and Dragonese were identical. They repeated the 3 names and their corresponding titles. Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Red Angel, Medici. Dark Angel, Sasser. Following these names and titles was an entity Derek was very familiar with. Rose Redemption. Sasser really is a king of angels, one known as Dark Angel. He, Angel of Fate, and Red Angel are the founders of Rose Redemption? I wonder if Mr. Fool knows anything about him. He definitely knows a lot. The words in ancient Hermes should likely be the same content. In Afternoon Town, which had already converted to the faith of the Lord that created everything, there were residents who were secretly worshipping the 3 kings of angels beside the Lord. Upon having this thought, Derek suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He felt as though he was close to the reason why the Creator had abandoned this land. When he looked up again, he saw that the walls remained red, but Hyam and Joshua were still nowhere to be seen. Silently repeating them didn't do a thing. Perhaps they don't produce any effects on their own. Derek drew a breath as he raised his axe of hurricane. He carefully walked towards the entrance of the underground chamber, hoping to find the problem at its roots, so as to determine what led to his present situation. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Like a gigantic candle, he returned to the hall upstairs. There were rich shadows here, making it gloomy and eerily silent. The rotting chairs and the remnants of stone tables remained sitting there in silence, no different from before. Failing to find Joshua and Chaim, Derek could only walk towards the window while he felt high-strung. He wanted to see if he could encounter other members of the exploration team. Thud, thud. Amidst light footstep sounds, he approached a huge hole that should have been a windowsill. He leaned forward and looked outside. Countless dark buildings spread out, either tall or short, as they extended outwards like steps. The lightning in the air happened at a very low frequency as many windows had candlelight emitting out of them. The dim yellow flames danced but weren't extinguished. Derek couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He felt as though all the residents were still living in peace just before afternoon town encountered its cataclysm. Chaim, who was carrying an animal hide lantern, didn't need to bend his back to enter the underground chamber. He jokingly said to Joshua, "This house must belong to a human, but their family definitely has giant's bloodline in them. They're probably my hide. Tiske, the last time we went to that ruined city, we had to bow our heads when using the main doors. Having a giant's bloodline didn't necessarily mean that they had giant blood flowing in them. Instead, it referred to a physical characteristic that was inherited by descendants thanks to the consumption of the Pathways potion. Being tall was one of its manifestations." Joshua looked up at Chaim and scoffed. "That was you. I didn't need to. But you won't take long before you can advance. When the time comes, you won't be shorter than me," Chaim said with a smile before glancing at Derek via the corner of his eye. It was to prevent any accidents from happening when Derek approached the altar. Joshua thought before saying, "Actually, I'm very curious. Chief is a sequence 4 demon hunter. He should be like an ordinary giant with a height of 3 to 4 meters. Why does he look very ordinary, with him being only half a head taller than me?" Chaim subconsciously surveyed the area and said, "Rumor has it that the chief has a giant form." "A giant form? Will his clothes tear when he becomes a giant?" Joshua asked with a laugh. "Unless his clothes and pants are mystical items." Chaim and Joshua exchanged a knowing smile. They were just about to turn their heads to share the joke with Derek when they realized that the youth was gone. Derek, who should have been standing before the altar, had vanished. Chaim's and Joshua's expression instantly turned heavy. One of them raised his huge broadsword, while the other raised his red-gloved left hand. They carefully approached the altar and did a careful inspection, but they failed to identify anything suspicious. Joshua was just about to attempt to identify the words on the stone table when Chaim patted him on the shoulder. "Don't look at it." I just recalled that Derek was looking at those words before he vanished. "Let's bring the chief here." "Okay." Joshua nodded. They didn't leave in a fluster. They surveyed the surroundings before one of them rubbed his index finger with his middle finger to light the remaining candle on the altar. This was to protect Derek so as to prevent him from falling into true darkness. In the past, the exploration teams of the City of Silver had similar encounters in the ruined cities. A teammate might appear to have suddenly vanished, but that had actually been concealed by some kind of power. He stood in his original location, but with his teammates eager to seek help, they would leave the area with their lanterns. Hence, the poor bastard would be devoured by the true darkness, never to be found again. If it wasn't for another teammate finding themselves in another similar situation and having been rescued on the spot, the others wouldn't have known the actual reason for the previous person's death. With a candle lit, the dim yellow light spread outwards. Chaim and Joshua immediately left and arrived at the alley where they released a spirituality signal that everyone carried. They didn't wait too long for Colin Iliad, who had jumped off from the roof of another building before landing firmly. "What happened?" the demon hunter asked in a deep voice. The silver sword in his hand was already covered with a layer of light gray oil. Chaim immediately recounted what had happened. Finally, he said, "We didn't discover the reason for Derek's disappearance." "Derek." Colin nodded in thought, walked past them, and headed straight into the corresponding building. Despite the candles alight outside in the warm yellow color, Derek felt as though he had fallen into a frozen abyss. A chill at the bottom of his heart kept spreading. He clenched the axe of Hurricane with his right hand and retracted his gaze from the town. He turned to return to the underground chamber and stood in front of the altar again. He had already determined that he was the one with the problem. However, he didn't have the urge to explore the strange afternoon town. He didn't even dare open the door. Derek wasn't nervous, nor did he show any obvious signs of flusterness. This was because he didn't believe that he had encountered something severe. As long as it's not an immediate threat, it's nothing severe. Derek took a silent breath, bowed his head, and reverently whispered, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Klein, who had been admiring the scenery of the battlefield of the gods, had no choice but to enter the bathroom, set up the disruptive items, and take 4 steps counterclockwise to head above the gray fog. He sat at the high-backed chair at the end of the long bronze table. He stretched out his right hand and emanated his spirituality, touching the crimson star which represented Little Sun. Suddenly, the prayers turned abnormally clear as the corresponding scene appeared before Klein's eyes. He first saw the still hazy Little Sun, before discovering that the environment around him was abnormal. Swirling around the sun was an unspeakable darkness, and in the darkness there were eyes of different shapes silently watching him. The eyes were densely packed and hidden in the darkness. They were like unwelcomed observers which Little Sun hadn't noticed at all. Afternoon town, is that dangerous? Klein was very aware of what dear Sun was up to lately. He thought for a moment and instinctively believed that the darkness was extremely strange and surreal. Therefore, he abandoned the option of using the Sea God Scepter to respond to Little Sunday. Instead, he switched to pulling him up above the gray fog. Klein extended his spirituality, but he felt as though the crimson star seemed to be in a quagmire, making it rather difficult for him to pull him over. Which king of angels has he crossed this time? With a thought, Klein made the mysterious space and the gray fog beneath him produce ripples. After advancing to sequence 5, he could stir some of the powers above the gray fog without the use of the Black Emperor card and the corresponding rituals. Silently, Klein easily completed transporting Derek as his figure appeared on the high-back chair belonging to him. Meanwhile, Klein saw the strange darkness swirling around Little Sun's body shatter. The demon hunter entered the underground chamber in high alert, followed closely by Chaim and Joshua. They saw that in front of the dim yellow candlelight, Derek Berg's figure was quickly outlined like a picture. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 668, Confidence Might Also Be a Weakness. Above the gray fog, in the palace that was held up by stone columns, Derek quickly repeated his encounter to Mr. Fool. Dark Angel Sasser. The names and titles of these kings of angels seem to have been washed away by the rivers of history. Almost no one knows of them. If it weren't for Little Sun discovering them in the forsaken land of God, or me directly encountering the ancient evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel himself, I might not even know a single king of angels. At best, I would have heard of the Amon family, and would have no way of delving deeper into the blasphemer. Where is this dark angel at present? Is he still alive? Is he still one of the upper echelons of the Rose Redemption? Klein felt wistful. Afraid that Little Sun would ask him related questions that he couldn't answer, Klein instantly stopped his contemplations and leisurely leaned back into the chair and said, "You have been freed from your predicament. Your companions will soon find you." As he spoke, he didn't give Little Sun a chance to speak by directly cutting off the connection. As for an explanation in the event that Little Sun was discovered to be abnormal, Klein disdained the thought of reminding him to fabricate an explanation. To mysteriously disappear and then appear again, wasn't it very normal that all sorts of strange scenarios accompanied it? At that moment, Derek was very grateful that Mr. Fool didn't ask him any further questions. This was because he was afraid that he would be exposed to the lethal darkness or hidden monsters once he escaped the alternate afternoon town. Therefore, he was eagerly hoping to regain control of his body as soon as possible, so as to prepare the necessary precautions. However, if Mr. Fool had really asked a question, he would still seriously and very patiently explain the corresponding situation. With his consciousness returning to his body, Derek rapidly recovered his senses. When he opened his eyes, he saw a candle which was almost done burning. The wick's flame was wavering in the wind. Immediately after that, he discovered that the chief was standing to his side at some point in time. The tall Chaim and the red-gloved Joshua were warily standing 2 steps behind. How long have they been watching me like that? Although Derek had already thought of a reason above the gray fog, he still felt guilty and nervous. Colin's wrinkled face was deadpan. He asked in a normal tone as he looked at Derek Berg, "What did you encounter?" Derek didn't immediately answer, as it would appear as though he had already fabricated an excuse. He used a trick taught by the hangman. He deliberately paused for a few seconds, and as he recalled, he described while recalling the events in a rather staccato manner. I saw the altar after entering the underground chamber. I suspected that it was an altar and tried to identify the remnant words and symbols on it. I recognized 3 names. One of them was Angel of Fate Ouroboros. At this point, the light from the lantern extinguished. When I turned my head to look, Chaim and Joshua had vanished. I created a light source and walked out of the underground chamber and discovered that the outside was still afternoon town. However, many of the buildings had candles lit inside them as though humans were living in them. I didn't dare to leave the building, and I returned to the underground chamber. I attempted to do what I did again. Chief, in that afternoon town, the words on the altar were very complete. There were a total of 3 languages. One was Jotun, the other Dragonese, and another I didn't recognize. However, the first 2 languages expressed the same words. They were the names and titles of the 3 angels, as well as Rose Redemption. Later, I found myself back here. What he said was the truth, and it was very complete. All he did was hide the details of how he returned. Derek didn't have any hopes of successfully lying to the chief. He planned on being confused when he was pressed, pushing the reasons onto the abnormality of his body that he didn't understand. This will definitely make the chief suspicious, but Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice from the Spectator Pathway all said that he wouldn't ask too many questions regarding such matters. By appearing abnormal, will he think more importantly of me? I will be viewed as a chess piece that can counterbalance Elder Lovia. The outside world sure is complicated. It was only recently that I fully understood their train of thought. Derek couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In a dire environment, the depletion of every ounce of strength would mean more danger for the City of Silver. It had very few instances in the past, and even if it happened, it was basically concentrated within the 6-member council. The first thing the other Beyonders learned in their patrols and adventuring was cooperation. Colin nodded gently, walked to the altar, and attempted what Derek described, but he didn't disappear as a result of this. He remained standing in his original spot. From the looks of it, the remnant powers have already completed their mission, the demon hunter muttered softly to himself. I didn't even need to fabricate an excuse. Derek thought, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Colin thought for a moment before turning his head to look at Derek. What are the corresponding titles of Medici and Sasser? Red Angel and Dark Angel. Derek was honest. Colin nodded gently, seemingly in thought. In a small number of books, there is mention of a Red Angel, but with no actual name associated with it. As for Dark Angel Sasser, he has completely been lost to history. Derek was just about to take the opportunity to ask about the other Kings of Angels. We suddenly noticed that the candlelight in the underground chamber had dimmed, as though a shadow was surging in from outside. Let's leave this place for now, Demon Hunter Collins said cautiously, having sensed the same thing. With the axe of Hurricane in hand, Derek immediately approached Chaim and Joshua to form a battle formation with them. However, just as he took one step, he discovered that Chaim had retreated 2 meters to the side. Joshua had raised his left red-gloved hand. Both of them didn't hide their wariness as their eyes keenly observed him. Derek knew that this was a very normal reaction from them. This was because lessons regarding explorations had the corresponding teachings. Be observant and make less contact with companions who had just escaped a strange situation. And I haven't clearly explained how I escaped that strange afternoon town. Derek opened his mouth in a bid to explain, but he closed his mouth in silence again. He felt ashamed and aggrieved as he pursed his lips. Holding the axe of Hurricane, he turned and followed the chief, taking one step at a time before leaving the underground chamber. The quartet soon arrived at the entrance and was prepared to leave. To their surprise, they realized that the afternoon town with shadows cloaking its buildings had appeared to have darkened a little. Almost instantaneously, there was candlelight shining out from different windows from different buildings. The dim yellowish lights were either connected or disconnected, silent and heavy. Klein didn't stay too long above the gray fog. He quickly returned to the bathroom and put away the corresponding items. Let's hope that there wouldn't be any more incidents on Little Sun's side. It wouldn't be too good for me to repeatedly enter the bathroom. People in the know will realize that I'm hiding a secret, but those not in the know would definitely think that Gehrman Sparrow has a bladder problem. It would be a tarnish on my persona. Although I've already digested the faceless potion, Marionettist Rosago went from one sequence to the next. The Beyonder characteristic he left behind obviously contains a set of the faceless potion. Using this Beyonder characteristic as a main ingredient is equivalent to me drinking an additional faceless, magician, clown, and seer potion, or even more. I should still try my best to abide by the various principles I previously concluded, so as to digest the excess portions. Klein made some clean water and washed his face before walking out of the bathroom. Just as he was wondering if it was almost time for dinner, and was planning to take out his golden pocket watch to take a look, the scene before his eyes suddenly turned black. He could hardly see his fingers. It's night again. The intervals don't follow a pattern. If we encounter a monster and both sides are in an intense battle, what happens when the sky suddenly turns dark? Monsters are also creatures, so they need to sleep as well. Otherwise, there's a high chance that they will disappear into the night. Both parties in combat have to lie down and sleep, only to continue when they wake up. Is this really a story that can pass the censors? Klein, who had relaxed after successfully advancing, lampooned as he quickly walked to his bed. Just as he got in bed, he suddenly thought of a problem. The night here is very dangerous. If living creatures do not sleep, they will vanish completely. The darkness of the forsaken land of God, including the city of silver, is similarly dangerous. If there's no light to disperse the darkness, humans would completely vanish if the darkness exceeds 5 seconds. It's really similar. Could there really be some connection here? Klein shook his head and, with cogitation, entered a dream. Amidst the dream, he realized that he had switched locations again once he became lucid. The last time he left the dream, he was on the boulder where Admiral of Stars Catlia was sitting as she hugged her knees. This time, he was facing a staircase. The light of the sunset shined through the colored glass panes high above, making the black spiraling staircase adorned with sculptures look exceedingly beautiful. Klein instinctively looked to the side and found Queen Mystic standing high up the staircase. This long chestnut-haired lady wasn't wearing her dress with open hems. Her top was a white shirt with lace and flowery bands, matched with a simple dark blue coat. Her lower half was still the beige-colored trousers with black leather boots. However, Klein believed that Queen Mystic probably had an entire wardrobe, or even a room full of trousers and leather boots of the same style. What's the matter? Klein took the initiative to ask. Queen Mystic caressed the handrail with her right hand as she slowly walked down. Confidence might be a weakness at times. You trust that copper whistle and paper crane of yours too much. Perhaps one day it will be the source of danger. Klein felt a little uneasy at that, but he didn't show it. I don't understand what you mean. Confidence might be a weakness at times, Queen Mystic repeated again. Catlia trusts the sealed artifact she gave Heath Doyle too much. If I hadn't boarded the ship, then Nina, Frank Lee, and her would have died. But you might survive. That sealed artifact isn't actually able to block the ravings that fill these waters. That's how Heath Doyle mutated. Klein acutely read in between the lines. Queen Mystic nodded. Under ordinary circumstances, it can. But do you know who the ravings that fill these waters come from? Without waiting for Klein's reply, she gave the answer. The true creator. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 669. Exchange of Information. The true creator. The ravings that fill these waters come from the true creator. Upon hearing Queen Mystic's answer, Klein was surprised while feeling somewhat joyful. He was rejoicing because, just as Queen Mystic said, if she hadn't boarded the ship, Heath Doyle might have undergone a mutation even with the existence of a sealed artifact which could reduce his auditory senses to a certain effect. Towards low and mid-sequence beyonders of other pathways, they would only feel repressed and frustrated, or they would occasionally suffer from nightmares when faced with the true creator's ravings without actually listening to them. But to a Rose Bishop, the sequence 0 for his corresponding pathway was the true creator. To be immersed in the ravings of this evil god, even if he was deaf, something would have happened to him sooner or later. Once Heath Doyle went mad or lost control, together with the uniqueness of these waters, it was truly difficult for the rest of the people on board the ship to be safe. However, Klein believed that as long as he could survive the sudden attack, he would have the chance to pray to the Fool and use the sea god's scepter above the gray fog to provide a response to resolve the problem. He was surprised that the owner of the ravings was in complete contradiction with his theory. He originally imagined that these waters were the battlefield between the ancient gods and the creator worshipped by the City of Silver during the Second Epoch. He suspected that the subsidiary gods, who were also the corresponding angels, had participated in it as well. To his surprise, this appeared to be wrong from the beginning. This was because the true creator had apparently first appeared after the Third Epoch's cataclysm. I cannot rule out the possibility that the ravings were later left behind. Klein didn't blindly make a conclusion. He watched as Queen Mystic walked past him as she caressed the sculptures on the handrail and slowly walked down. The lady's back was tall, neither fat nor thin. Her figure was extremely proportioned, and her long chestnut hair simply cascaded down. This made Klein feel a sense of familiarity. After recalling the matters involving Queen Mystic, he finally recalled the source of the familiarity. Back when he was searching for the cards of blasphemy at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, he had seen a similar back. Back then, the figure dressed somewhat oddly. Despite wearing a yellow layer dress which had the vibes of a young girl, she wore a black, out-of-fashion bonnet. She was likely Queen Mystic. She had also visited the Roselle Memorial Exhibition ahead of time. Back then, she was looking at the basic education books the Emperor had improved for his children and the Chinese chess and toy blocks. She was certain that I had taken the Black Emperor card. The Emperor's eldest daughter, Bernadette, established the Element Dawn to resist the Moses ascetic order. And from the diary, that lady appreciates the maxim, "Do as you wish, but do no harm." Therefore, from these 2 points, it can be inferred that she's likely a demigod of the Mystery Prior pathway. The Mystery Prior pathway's sequence 4 is Mysticologist. Queen Mystic. Of course, the reputation of Queen Mystic has long been known across the seas for more than 100 years. She's definitely not a sequence 4 anymore. Yes, after Catlia left Queen Mystic, she joined the Moses ascetic order. This queen seems to take the interpretation of Roselle's diary very seriously. All sorts of fragmented pieces of information came together as Klein suddenly had a theory. Perhaps Queen Mystic was Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. This might explain why this queen dresses in a style that resembles Earth's, but also appears rather strange. She has been deeply influenced by the Emperor's preferences, and she's unable to completely extricate herself from the fashion trends. Hence, she mixes them into a unique and strange style she can call her own. As for it being aesthetically pleasing, that's a whole other matter. A beautiful person will look good and fashionable, even with a gunny sack. Klein lampooned inwardly, but he wore a solemn expression. He unhurriedly followed Queen Mystic down the beautiful staircase. Queen Mystic didn't turn her head. As she walked, she said, "This dream world isn't vast. There are only 2 parts. One of them is the projection of the Giant King's court on the opposite mountain, and the other is the Black Cloister over here." Giant King's court? The majestic building complex that seemed frozen in the sunset surfaced in Klein's mind. This is actually the projection of the Giant King's court. And Little Sun and company happened to be at the entrance of the Giant King's court, Afternoon Town. Queen Mystic said with a gentle but emotionless tone, "This is my theory, as it resembles the Great Twilight Hall in Fasak. And in the 4th Epoch, there has always been rumors that the god of combat is an ancient giant who survived the cataclysm. The god of combat pathway is the giant pathway." Klein inwardly expressed his agreement with Queen Mystic's theory. At that moment, he recalled the mythical information he had received from Little Sunday. He realized that the description of the Giant King's court being forever residing in the sunset matched the spectacle of the opposite mountain. From a true creator to the Giant King's court, she has revealed 2 extremely valuable pieces of information. She's expressing her goodwill to me. No, the entity backing me. Heh, and the person backing me is myself. Klein calmly replied, "The real Giant King's court is in the forsaken land of God." He said this matter in an indifferent tone, so as to accentuate his value and the entity backing him. Queen Mystic stopped in her tracks as she pressed down on the beautifully sculptured handrail with her right palm. She half-turned her body to face Garamond Sparrow and said at an adequate speed, "Rumor has it that the path leading to the forsaken land of God is hidden in the mountain across us, hidden in the projection of the Giant King's court. So Little Sun and company have begun exploring Afternoon Town. But didn't Jack mention that they appeared by the sea? The Giant King's court and the projection of the Giant King's court must have switches in them. Only by opening them ahead of time can the 2 seas meet. This place is filled with the true creator's ravings, and it hides the secret of the forsaken land of God. It has remnant powers of the Evernight, Sun, Storm, Earth, and Spectator pathway. This seems to correspond to the Cataclysm. After the Cataclysm, the forsaken land of God was isolated from the outside world. The goddess, eternal blazing sun, Lord of storms, Earth Mother, and company saved the world while the true creator appeared. Only the Spectator pathway's imagination doesn't exactly add up. Klein made a guess based on whatever information he knew at hand. Queen Mystic continued walking down as she said, "The black cloister here doesn't appear big, but each building and every level represents a different part of these waters. Behind every door might hide the dream of a creature." "I see." Klein glanced at the handrail and discovered that the sculpture on it was mainly that of a human's head. It was beautiful at a glance, but terrifying on careful inspection. Hence, he asked in passing, "Whose dream does this staircase belong to?" "An undying from the numinous episcopate. He came here in search of death's remains, one of the main requirements of the artificial death. However, he lost control as a result of the ravings, and he's forever loitering in an underground ruin, turning every adventurer who dares to enter into becoming a zombie," Queen Mystic calmly explained. "Death was also involved in the battle of gods that happened here. It's no wonder Admiral Hell would take the risk and enter these waters from time to time." Klein felt enlightened. He wasn't alarmed about the matter regarding artificial death, as he had previously heard Demonis of an aging Katarina Pell mention it before. Furthermore, the numinous episcopate seemed to be rather far from success. At this moment, just as Queen Mystic finished walking down the stairs, she turned to glance at him. Right on the heels of that, the lady turned into a corridor and entered a building. Klein surveyed the area and discovered that there was no longer any stairs leading downwards. They were apparently at the bottom level. Queen Mystic stopped in front of the black wooden door, filled with strange patterns. She gripped its handle and said, "I've always suspected that the dream within is the key to sustaining this place. The remnant powers of Evernight only provides the possibility of such a development." As she spoke, she twisted the handle and opened the door. The black door slowly moved backward, and behind it wasn't a room as Klein had imagined, but a sea. The sea was illuminated by blinding sunlight. The waves were huge swaths of rich gold. As the door opened, Klein felt an unimaginable aura seep out from inside. The entire building began to quake in an obvious manner as the dust and bricks on the wall began to fall. Subtly, Klein felt that the dream was on the brink of shattering. At this moment, Queen Mystic pulled her right hand, shutting the black wooden door tightly. Everything was restored to normal as a result of this. "Even I do not dare enter," this mighty figure in the mysterious world said. "This place has the dreams of certain remnant deities," Klein said calmly as though he had someone backing him, allowing him to grasp the situation ahead of time. Queen Mystic turned around as her blue eyes swept over Gehrman Sparrow's face. "These waters and this black cloister hide a lot of secrets. My understanding of it might not even reach a single %. She didn't continue as she silently looked at Gehrman Sparrow, as though waiting for something. "What intense pressure." Klein thought for a moment and asked probingly, "Do you know the activation incantation of the Black Emperor card?" Queen Mystic fell silent for a few seconds and shook her head. Klein looked her in the eye. "Bernadette." The entire corridor turned so silent that even their breathing could be heard. Queen Mystic's lips moved a little before they pursed together. Her blue eyes temporarily lost their focus, but they quickly recovered their profundity. Queen Mystic turned around at an adequate speed, walked to the black staircase, and said without a change in tone, "The dream is ending." Klein looked at her back move up the black staircase until the blinding light drowned out everything. Afternoon town. Upon seeing the candlelight light up in the buildings outside, the silent town seemed to come to life. Derek felt as though they had plummeted into a nightmare as they instantly tensed up. Demon Hunter Colin observed for a while before solemnly saying, "We are in the real world. The power of the altar has leaked out." Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 670, Repenter. That strange afternoon town has infiltrated the afternoon town in reality? Derek vaguely understood what the chief was saying as he had a rough guess as to why this had happened. He suspected that when Mr. Fool pulled him out of the strange afternoon town, he had broken an intricate balance, causing the powers to seep out. This also explained why Demon Hunter Colin Iliad didn't vanish immediately when he repeated the attempt. Just as Derek was wondering what kind of changes this would bring, the chief of the 6-member council, Colin, had taken out a luminescent powder from a pouch on his belt, and he scattered it in the air. The powder suddenly blasted apart, spewing silver light upwards. It made it appear extremely obvious in such a dark environment. Derek, Chaim, and Joshua knew very well what this signal meant. It meant not to run about haphazardly. Stay in your area, be wary against any incoming enemies, and await rescue. Without a doubt, this was a signal to all the other exploration teams scattered across Afternoon Town. Colin consecutively released the signal thrice in the span of 2 lightning bolts. Then he turned and said to Derek and company, "We shall meet up with the rest by combing outwards. Be careful along the way." "Yes, Chief." Derek had already forgotten the grievance from before, only wishing that he could help his partners as soon as possible. Following Colin's instructions, he took the left flank of the small team. On the other side was the red-gloved Joshua, who held an iron-black sword. Lining the back was the relatively stronger Dawn Paladin, Chaim. And right in front was the demon hunter, who was about 3 steps away. As lightning flashed at relatively fast intervals, the gloomy afternoon town would go from being bright to darkness. The candlelight from each window showed a wavering flame that burned in silence and calmness. Derek was no longer the fledgling he once was. Although he was nervous, his palm didn't sweat while holding the axe of Hurricane. He skillfully moved his gaze around, wary against any monster that might leap out from the buildings on both sides. After a flash of lightning, the world was thrown back into darkness. The bits of candlelight in Afternoon Town seemed to await travelers that needed lodging. As for the animal hide lantern in Chaim's hand, its light scattered outward, but it failed to produce much light in a radius around him. It wasn't as effective as Derek's night vision. The only usage was that it appeared to dispel the rich darkness around them. At that moment, Derek suddenly felt a chill down his neck, but there wasn't any cold winds. He didn't turn his head subconsciously. Instead, he took 1 step diagonally, half-turned his body, and glanced through the corner of his eye. He saw the nearly 2.3-meter-tall Chaim looking at him with a gloomy expression. He cleaved down with the broadsword in his hand. Bang! Derek somersaulted to dodge the strike as he seemed to still hear the echoing sound of the intense wind. Following that, he heard the chief's voice. "What happened?" "Chaim attacked me." Derek rolled towards Colin's direction and stood up. "Me?" Chaim held the animal hide lantern in one hand and his broadsword in the other, asking with a look of puzzlement. Colin glanced at Derek. I didn't discover any abnormality on his part. As he spoke, the demon hunter's eyes produced 2 dark green symbols. He surveyed the area and said, "The attacker transformed its appearance to Chaim's?" Before he finished his sentence, the silver sword that was clenched tightly in his right hand stabbed backward. Oof. Amidst the dull clashing sounds, a figure appeared in the dark environment. He had grizzled and disheveled hair, with deep wrinkles. He had weathered but profound blue eyes, and he held a silver sword with light gray oil slathered over it, looking identical to Demon Hunter Colin. The only difference was his gloomy expression and dark skin. Bam, bam, bam. 2 silver swords clashed in midair, sending sparks flying. Meanwhile, Colin Iliad shouted with a deep voice, "Light, light." Derek instinctively raised his hands and pressed them to his mouth and nose. At that instant, he discovered 3 figures dashing out from the surrounding darkness. One of them was the tall and muscular Chaim, another the red-gloved Joshua, and the last one was a tall person with a childlike appearance, Derek himself. Derek wasn't thrown into a fluster. He acted in accordance with the chief's instructions and released lustrous brilliance from his body. The 3 figures seemed horrified of this, as they raised their palms to cover their faces while attempting to escape to the sides. However, their speeds were in no way comparable to the speed of light. The lustrous brilliances illuminated the surroundings, enveloping the 3 figures within. They opened their mouths and let out silent screams, but they soon dimmed and vanished. As the light surged outwards, the 2 demon hunters were consumed by the light. The actions of one of them immediately turned stiff and was impeded before losing its color and turning completely black. Oof. The silver sword with light grayish oil slathered on it penetrated the monster, but it seemed to stab into air, failing to cause any actual damage. At this moment, the black monster suddenly immolated itself, cracking into distorted shadows as they corroded the light and flames, inch by inch. Colin retracted his silver sword and turned his head to Derek and company. "The monsters this time are our shadows." Their weakness is the brightness of light. As he spoke, the chief's body produced a bright and holy light of dawn, illuminating the entire street as though it was day. This was a beyonder power a dawn paladin would receive from the warrior pathway. The reason why he didn't use it from the beginning was because the effects were obvious and he had no idea what kind of accident it might bring. Now, he was already aware of the weaknesses of these monsters in Afternoon Town. The light of dawn produced by the chief was like a domain. Chaim gave up his plans on using a similar beyonder power. He continued holding up his animal hide lantern, and he followed behind Colin Iliad with Derek and Joshua as they turned into another street. Before long, the quartet arrived at a half-collapsed cathedral. The cathedral originally had a tower, and its entirety was made up of classical stone columns and masonry. They were heavy and dark. Passing through the door that even a giant would find wide, Derek followed the chief and came to the prayer hall. They saw the deity's statue destroyed, but the candle on the altar had been lit by some unknown entity. In front of the altar, a figure donning a Spartan white robe was prostrated there, praying so softly that no one could hear him. He's not one of us. Chaim, who also had night vision, was the first to discover the abnormality thanks to his height. This means that it's not a monster that was transformed from our teammate's shadows. Derek helped Chaim express the context between the lines inwardly. This meant an unknown, and an unknown often represented extreme danger. There should have been an exploration team here. Colin converged the range of his light of dawn to prevent himself from provoking the white-robed figure. Chaim, Joshua, and Derek suddenly fell silent. Under such a situation, the absence of the exploration team's immediate appearance basically meant an undesirable outcome. Their minds raced as two men dressed in tight black clothes walked out from the right side of the hall. They were the two members of the exploration team at the cathedral. Chief, those shadows. Those shadows are problematic. Leroy was swallowed by his own shadow. One of the teammates swiftly made his way to Colin and immediately said in agitation and fear, "Has someone already been sacrificed?" While Derek's heart sank, he saw the light of dawn expand, enveloping the two teammates within. The two of them suddenly wore ferocious expressions as their bodies rapidly darkened. Just 2 seconds later, they completely vanished like shadows that had been illuminated. Smack, smack, smack. White bones and globs of bloody flesh fell from their bodies, smashing to the ground. Light slowly effused out of these mangled carcasses. Colin retracted his gaze as he said, without an expression, "Go to the side of the ecclesiastic and hear what it's reciting." Derek and company nodded in silence as they set off towards the collapsed statue. About 10 steps later, they discerned the white-robed figure's appearance from diagonally across. He was a crying middle-aged man with deep features. This ecclesiastic's face was nearly plastered to the ground as he muttered to himself, "Omnipotent Lord, I repent." Tempted Sasser. The kings often came to the palace belonging to the dusk to conspire. It was unknown when the people in this town changed. They set up secret altars and held strange rituals, doing things you forbade. It was already too late by the time I discovered all of this. Degeneration, bloodshed, darkness, rot, murders, corruption, and shadows had already drowned this piece of land. A huge calamity will begin here. These words kept repeating like a prophet describing the inevitable future with a heavy voice. A huge calamity would begin here? The abandonment from the Lord that created everything of this land. Is this where it began? Also, who tempted Dark Angel Sasser? This ecclesiastic should have stated who. It's because after he said the words, "I repent," there should have been a name, but it was blank. He had originally said it, but the name vanished by itself. Who wiped it away? This ecclesiastic should have been from that strange afternoon town. After the balance was broken, he appeared here. Otherwise, he should have been discovered on the previous exploration. Many thoughts flashed through his mind in a short span of time. At that moment, he saw the chief take a stride, walking to the side of the ecclesiastic in white. Klein woke up from his dream as the midday sunlight shone at his eyes from outside the window. He rolled out of bed, and he unhurriedly arrived at the pirates' dining hall. When Frank Lee saw his arrival, he immediately waved at him. "Gehrman, I discovered something new. F***K? What now?" Klein immediately felt his heart in his mouth. "A new invention of yours?" "No, it isn't." Frank shook his head in excitement. "I was planning on studying the fish in these waters. They will likely be able to dream." Just as I tried fishing, I ended up getting this strange item. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 671, The Fourth Name. Strange item. Klein instantly felt a headache, but he asked with an unperturbed expression, "What is it?" "Fish with human fingers growing in them." Without waiting for Gehrman Sparrow's reply, Frank ran into the dining hall. Before long, he ran back and held a strange bluish-black fish in his hand. The fish was of normal length. In the space where its eyes were, it had a face resembling a human. Its belly had been dissected, and 3 bloody fingers could be seen stuffed inside. It wasn't inserted by me. It was originally like that. Look at its teeth. It's very unlikely that it will eat something like that, so it can only be the case of the fingers producing themselves. Of course, I'm currently unable to determine what the fingers will do to its body, Frank hurriedly explained his judgment. Klein glanced at the fish and said after some deliberation, "It might also be stuffed inside by someone." "Makes sense. Then it's not the most unique fish." Frank was stunned for a second as he appeared somewhat disappointed. "Fingers are considered flesh and blood. I'll ask Keith. He's an expert on such matters." As he spoke, he surveyed the area and found Heath Doyle, who was huddled in a corner eating. Frank quickly went over and placed the bluish-black fish before Bloodless. Heath Doyle extended his hands and pressed his face to the fish. Upon seeing this scene, Frank had a baffling feeling that something was amiss. He soon reacted and laughed. "No, this isn't food for you. You've been eating fish all this time to the point that even your body smells of fish. What I meant was to ask if you know the fingers inside the fish's stomach. Can you find its original owner?" Heath Doyle stopped his leaning actions and carefully studied it for a few seconds. "They belong to a rose bishop's, at least a rose bishop's." He took out the 3 bloody fingers and stacked them together. After a brief moment, the fingers melted like wax, turning into a puddle of sticky flesh and blood. The flesh and blood squirmed as they drew a word in blood red: "Help." Fingers from a rose bishop. Help. Upon seeing this scene, Klein instantly made some connections. He recalled the Saint of Darkness and Leo Master from the dream world. This Aurora Order saint was in a particular ruin, and he was affected by the remnant powers of an angel or deity of the spectator pathway, causing him to dissociate and transform into a kind character. This resulted in him being trapped there. His good and evil side constantly fought, often clashing at the psyche level. The main persona, which was more inclined towards the darkness, gradually held the advantage as the good personality hid everywhere in the mind world in search for help. Therefore, this is an attempt by Leomaster's good side to call for help. As a saint of the Aurora Order, he might very well have advanced from a shepherd, so it's nothing strange to have the beyonder powers of a rose bishop. Klein nodded in thought, believing that his judgment was likely close to the truth. Help? How? Frank Lee turned his head at Gehrman Sparrow with a blank look. "You should ask your captain, not me." Klein shook his head. "You don't have to bother. There are too many oddities with these waters." The reason for giving this opinion was that, from the dream, Leomaster's main persona held the absolute advantage. To really rescue him, he needed to make preparations to deal with a demigod. Although the good side would definitely interfere with it, all it could do was lower the Saint of Darkness's strength to a certain extent. It would still remain a demigod. Of course, with Queen Mystic on board the future, to make any actual attempts wasn't impossible. But if Leomaster were so easily rescued and have him become a completely good Saint of Darkness, Klein believed that the Queen would have long done so. The reason why she didn't take action had to be because it was unrealistic. For example, the place where Leomaster is, it causes one's spirit to dissociate, so much so that Queen Mystic doesn't even dare challenge it. Leomaster's dream was only partially restored. It nearly made me face a situation I couldn't deal with. Finally, I resolved the problem quickly with the Sea God Scepter. If I were to meet him in the real world, I'd really suffer a dissociation in personality, becoming a member of an asylum. I would have to find a way to borrow the mental terror candle from Father Utravsky to have a chance of being treated. I can also get Miss Justice to treat me, but she's still lacking in strength at the moment. Klein recalled the past as he jested inwardly. Yeah, Frank Lee trusted Gehrman Sparrow a lot. Perhaps the fellow who's asking for help is long dead. Upon saying this, his eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Heath Doyle. Can you wipe out the mental imprint left on this flesh and blood? Yes, Heath Doyle replied succinctly. The ends of Frank Lee's mouth cracked open bit by bit as he smiled like a 200-pound child. I've always been very curious about the flesh and blood structure of a rose bishop. I've always thought of the outcome of using similar flesh and blood as the medium for crossbreeding. One day, you will die amidst your experiments. Thankfully, I'll be leaving this ship soon. Klein had the baffling impression of a brattish child entering an armory. Heath Doyle, whose face was nearly translucent from the paleness, was taken aback for 2 seconds before sincerely saying, "Thank you." "Why thank me?" Frank Lee scratched his head, looking completely puzzled. "He's probably thanking you for being able to hold back your curiosity and not using his flesh and blood as the experimental subject. You are a partner worth trusting." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched a bit in an attempt to interpret the reason. He realized that the future's first and second mate had rather strange thought processes. Afternoon town. In the half-collapsed cathedral, Colin stood by the side of the ecclesiastic in white and softly asked, "Who were the kings? What is the huge calamity? Who tempted Sasser?" The ecclesiastic didn't seem to hear him as he continued prostrating to the ground. He repeated his words of penitence as though he was an illusory recording left behind by the environment. A wraith, specter, or an evil spirit? Derek looked in that direction, feeling somewhat nervous. Seeing no response from the ecclesiastic, Colin reached out his right hand, inching his silver sword towards the person. However, despite the sharp blade tip reaching the back of his head, the ecclesiastic remained in penitence, as though nothing had changed. Colin Iliad retracted his silver sword as he surveyed the area with dark green symbols in his eyes. Then he walked diagonally to the altar ahead as he cast his gaze onto the candle, emitting a yellow light. After a few seconds of silence, he reached out his left hand and extinguished the entirety of the candlelight. The collapsed deity statue in the middle of the altar suddenly turned dim as the prostrating white-robed man finally stopped his penitence. He slowly lifted his head. It was a gloomy green, and his gaze was filled with hatred. Before Derek, Chaim, and Joshua could react in time, the devout ecclesiastic had pounced forward with an exceedingly fast speed, drawing out an afterimage. Colin was already prepared for it. He took a step diagonally forward with his right foot, turned his body halfway, and swept backward with the silver sword in his left hand. On the sword, spots of light soared, instantly forming a gigantic storm. The storm that was formed purely out of light swept the surroundings, leaving the ecclesiastic frozen in midair before he was completely devoured. The storm quickly came to an end as Colin looked at the ecclesiastic whose body had been infused with the light of dawn. Then he repeated his previous questions again. Who were the kings? What is the huge calamity? Who tempted Sasser? The ecclesiastic, whose figure was already very indistinct, replied in a dazed manner. The kings are Sasser, Ouroboros, Medici. Just as he was about to say the fourth name, a transparent flame tore through him from the inside. The flame instantly engulfed him, burning him into a spreading black gas. So the kings refer to the kings of angels. What's the fourth name? Why did he self-destruct just as he was about to say it? Is it the one who tempted Sasser, or someone else? Derek was filled with questions. As the ecclesiastic died, the streets outside and the entirety of Afternoon Town suddenly produced roars that sounded like wild beasts. Derek subconsciously looked out the window and saw a gigantic face. The glassware was originally plastered to have grown a single, unique eye. On its face was short and dense black hair. Tap, tap, tap. Another similar monster rushed out from inside the cathedral. It had the build of an ordinary human and 2 eyes, but the surface of its body was similarly covered with short black hair that resembled a beast's. A degenerate town that has been completely corrupted. Colin sighed as he faced one of the monsters. Derek, Chaim, and Joshua also took up battle positions in a bid to fend off the remaining monster. The future continued cruising in peace before encountering a brief night once more. After Klein entered the dream world, he found himself back in his original position, by Admiral of Stars Catlia's side. He was just about to look at the projection of the giant king's court on the opposite side of the mountain to seek out more possible clues when he suddenly heard Catlia ask heavily while hugging her knees, "Have you met her?" Klein acknowledged tersely, without hiding the truth. Catlia pursed her lips and asked, "She's on the ship?" "Yes." Klein turned his head and looked at Admiral of Stars as he said in passing, "You have very deep feelings for her." Catlia's expression wasn't as lost and dazed as before. Biting her lips, she said in a self-deprecating manner, That's right. I was by her side before I was 3. Hivik. That's what they say, but I no longer have any actual memories of that. She taught me, and she held me by the hand as we adventured. She watched me grow up. To me, she's my captain and my teacher as well as my mother. As Catlia spoke, she suddenly fell silent. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 672, Bystander. Upon glancing at the silent Catlia, Klein suddenly felt a little awkward. He didn't speak again as he turned and jumped off the boulder. He walked into the black cloister through the half-open door. In the square surrounded by a gloomy tower and the buildings, there were remnant fires from a war. Gigantic arrows were embedded in the ground, with the end of their shafts softly wobbling from the wind. Frank Lee was still digging and planting something, but there wasn't food by his feet anymore, but a pool of flesh and blood. What experiments do you plan on performing on them? Klein, who walked past, couldn't help but ask. Frank smiled in excitement. Plenty. For example, all I need is one ox that can satisfy the meat requirements of an entire ship. Every time a piece of meat is sliced off, it will regrow new flesh again. Why is it oxen again? Klein was momentarily unable to provide a response. All he could do was silently draw the crimson moon inwardly. Along the way, he encountered Navigator Adolov, who was reading on the ground, Nina, who was almost taking off her clothes due to her inebriation, Heath Doyle, who was hiding silently in the shadows of a corner before arriving at the hall filled with murals. At some point in time, Anderson Hood had conjured a reclining chair and was leisurely lying on it, observing the extremely religious and holy murals on the dome. Sigh, we're finally about to leave these cursed waters. It will just be another 2 noons and nights. Seeing Gehrman's sparrow enter, the strongest hunter sighed from the bottom of his heart. As long as we successfully leave this area, then I'll no longer need to worry about any remnant problems. Klein originally wished to ask him to shut up, but since he was talking about himself and no one else, he couldn't be bothered. He asked in passing, "Are you from Intis?" "Barely. My father is from Intis, and my mother is from Seeger," Anderson answered, with the full intention of having a chat. Klein continued, taking a few steps forward. "Then, do you believe in the eternal blazing sun, god of steam and machinery, or the god of knowledge and wisdom?" Anderson's expression suddenly turned a little odd. "My faith was originally in the god of knowledge and wisdom, but their priests are too despicable. Just because I fail my examinations, they ignore my ordinarily handsome face and treated me as a ret asterisk road pooey. I'm just better at other topics. My intelligence is in no way lacking. My for aesthetics and my basic foundation in drawing has always been excellent. Before becoming a hunter, my dream was to be an artist. Of course, after coming to the sea, my faith is more or less in the Lord of Storms." Upon hearing Anderson's description, Klein suddenly thought of a joke. A priest from the god of knowledge and wisdom might make such a statement. He failed his examinations? This child is hopeless. Just bury him. He was about to lead the conversation into Anderson's life as a hunter, as he was the only person apart from Queen Mystic who could communicate with him normally in this dream world when he suddenly heard the sound of a door creaking open. In the depths of the Hall of Murals, there was the sound of a door opening. Anderson just mentioned about successfully leaving these waters. Klein felt an inexplicable urge to facepalm himself as he focused his gaze on the source of the sound. Following that, he saw a man in a short linen robe running out from the depths of the Hall of Murals and towards them. The man had luxuriant raven black hair, but he had wrinkles on his face, as though he had suffered plenty of hardship. Saint of Darkness Leomaster. Leomaster's good side. Klein recognized the man, and he immediately discovered a tall figure surface in the depths of the Hall of Murals. The figure was dressed in thick and heavy black full-body armor. His eyes emitted a deep redness. He held a huge sword as he chased after Leomaster. Clang, clang, clang. His metallic boots hit the ground repeatedly, releasing clear and hurried sounds. It's the real Leomaster, the main persona of the Saint of Darkness. Klein saw the 2 approaching figures as he instinctively turned to the side and quickly retreated. He immediately held himself to the hall's wall before realizing that Anderson Hood had leaped up from his reclining chair at some point in time, clinging close to the other side of the wall. Sensing Gehrman Sparrow's gaze, Anderson grinned, returning a smile that meant, "So you are the same as me?" "Who's the same as you?" "This isn't cowardice. If you weren't around, I would have taken out the sea god's scepter and fought the Saint of Darkness. I've always been considering what would happen in the real world if I were to help the good Leo Master kill the main persona in the dream. Yes, there are crew members from the future outside. If Leo Master's main persona really goes mad, Queen Mystic will definitely take action. It shouldn't be a coincidence that these two fellows left their own dreams and came here. Both parties are already very close in the real world. Perhaps someone had directed the good Leo Master over. Queen Mystic? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Leo Master, who was dressed in short linen robes, saw the two men ahead. He had wanted to cry for help, but in the blink of an eye, he discovered that the two of them had escaped to the two ends of the hall, as though they didn't wish to partake in any of this. He desperately ran as he rushed out the Hall of Murals. The redness in the armored Leo Master's eyes darkened. He continued his pursuit, completely ignoring Klein and Anderson, who were clinging close to the mural walls. By the time they left the hall, Klein, who had some theories in mind, didn't hesitate to take a stride forward and rush out like a hunting leopard. Anderson raised his right hand and grabbed at thin air, failing to stop Gehrman's Sparrow in time. This guy was still rather rational a moment ago. Why did he suddenly go mad? He discovered something. What a strange person. Anderson looked at the square outside, hesitated a few seconds, and finally chose to follow. They chased all the way out the Black Cloister, and they arrived in the region where the Admiral of Stars was. Klein saw the linen-robed Leo Master circling around the boulder to escape his evil counterpart. Then he took the opportunity and faced the projection of the giant king's court on the opposite mountains, praying softly with ancient Hermes, the Lord that created everything. You are omnipotent and omniscient. After making another circle, the good Leo Master continued chanting. You are the source of everything great. You are the beginning and end. You are the God of gods. You are the ruler of the vast astral world. With the honorific name spoken, the sea of clouds that separated the two mountains suddenly stirred before slowly splitting apart and revealing a deep crevice at the bottom. The projection of the giant king's court on the opposite side suddenly sucked up the frozen dusk that was extremely distant. However, nothing happened after that. Klein seemed to figure out something as he turned his head to look at the buildings near to the Black Cloister's door. He saw that, behind a clean floor-to-ceiling window, the beautiful but distant Queen Mystic Bernadette was watching everything that was happening in silence. She was indeed the one who made the good Leo Master escape from his dream and arrive here. Since a listener from the Aurora Order was able to bring little Jack into the forsaken land of God, it doesn't make sense that the Saint of Darkness isn't able to do so. When there's no path ahead, and with him seeing the projection of the giant king's court, Leo Master's split personality will definitely wish to escape into it. Hence, he demonstrated the way to enter the forsaken land of God to the person observing in secret. Klein retracted his gaze with great certainty. As for why Leo Master didn't succeed, he believed it was because he wasn't in the right location. He needs to be deep in those waters, and he needs to find a particular spot that is surrounded by danger and strangeness. Then, only by chanting the honorific name of the City of Silver's creator in the dream brought about by the night, will the passage that's hidden in the projection of the giant king's court be opened. Following that, one can enter with the aid of a dream, bringing one's body and ship to transmigrate through the fog that mixes reality and illusion, so as to reach the shores of the forsaken land of God. Klein thought of certain possibilities. To him, the method of entering the forsaken land of God wasn't something he needed to care about. If he wished to do so, once he advanced to sequence 4 and truly obtained a certain level of godhood, he could get Little Sun to set up a descent or bestowment ritual for him to directly descend. However, if he used this to reverse engineer the way to leave the forsaken land of God, it would be extremely useful. This was priceless for the City of Silver. From the looks of it, the key to leaving the forsaken land of God is really in the giant king's court, but as to what it is, there's no way of guessing it. Amidst his thoughts, pea vines rapidly grew out from the soil, instantly turning the area outside the Black Cloister into a green forest, and it also forcefully separated the Saint of Darkness's main persona and the good persona. Then Klein saw through the gaps of the pea vines that Katlia had stood up. She was no longer sitting there hugging her knees. Sizzle. Derek first did a roll before he jumped up, cleaving down at the giant's leg, which was covered in short, black hair. Stimulated silver lightning smote down, causing the single-eyed monster to tremble as he stood rooted to the ground. Derek didn't miss this opportunity as he immediately opened up his arms. Bright and pure holy light descended and enveloped the mutated giant. In the brilliance, the monster collapsed with a tragic cry as its body produced black fog. After a series of battles, Derek discovered that the monsters produced by the strange afternoon town were all afraid of intense light despite their different traits. Such an experience had allowed him to avoid injuries, allowing his teammates to keep their lives. After a while, when Colin finished the strongest monster, Afternoon Town was restored to its silence. All the lit candlelights were already extinguished. The chief of the 6-member council surveyed the area before saying with a sigh, "Let's regroup before we set up camp." At that moment, the teams that had gathered together had already been reduced to a third. There were only 6 people. Colin Iliad's true goal was actually the Giant King's court, but their encounter in Afternoon Town had made him realize that the exploration couldn't be done in haste. This was because the Giant King's court might hold deep secrets about the cataclysm, with unimaginable danger. Therefore, he needed half a year or more, perhaps even 2 years of preparation and preliminary explorations before he could attempt opening it. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 673, Blood Text. Layers of pea vines that appeared as though they were capable of weaving into a stairway, into heaven dropped and shrank back into the soil. Be it the Saint of Darkness's main persona or Leah Master's good side, they vanished. Only Catlia stood at the top of the boulder, surveying her surroundings with a blank look. Queen Mystic threw Leah Master's main and good side back into his own dream? Or did she pull them elsewhere in an attempt to understand the unique traits necessary for entering the forsaken land of God? It seems like it's impossible to pull these two personalities into different dreams. Otherwise, Queen Mystic would have long conversed with the good Leo Master individually, as well as agree to help him defeat the devil in exchange for relevant information without going through so much trouble. Of course, to truly kill off the Saint of Darkness's main persona, perhaps one will have to enter the dangerous ruins in the real world. Even Queen Mystic wouldn't dare to attempt it, as it might produce an evil queen who abides by do as you wish and do as much harm. Klein turned his head once again in thought, looking at the nearby buildings around the Black Cloister's door. He saw that the figure belonging to Bernadette had vanished behind the clear floor-to-ceiling windows. Klein didn't attempt to seek her out to figure out if Queen Mystic had obtained more information from Leah Master's good side. This was because he remembered Gehrman Sparrow's core persona, Mr. Fool's Blessed. And Admiral Astars knew very well that, in Mr. Fool's tarot gathering, the sun came from the city of Silver in the forsaken land of God. To say that Mr. Fool didn't know the method of entering the forsaken land of God was unbelievable. Therefore, as a Blessed, Gehrman Sparrow definitely lacked the motivation to delve deep into the matter. There are many matters where the case is true that a persona which brings you success will also make you fail. This is a flaw for Faceless. Klein retracted his gaze and looked back at the projection of the Giant King's court on the opposite mountain, only to realize that the frozen sunset was slowly returning to the horizon. On the same mountain, the boulder remained standing as Catlia slowly sat down again, hugging her knees. Noon and night switched thrice, but the actual amount of time that had passed in the outside world was just the daytime of a single day. The future circled around the dangerous ruins and dodged the latent dangers hidden in the safe sea routes, before finally arriving near the entrance of those waters. Klein and company once again saw the ruin, which was mostly submerged with seawater from the very beginning. They saw the gray stones and columns, as well as the huge dome at the top. Previously, they could hear loud and clear panting sounds. Bloodless had even painfully pointed out that a corpse was hidden in those ruins, and that corpse was very likely to be the source of the panting. At that moment, the ruin that hid immense danger no longer brought fear to the people on board the Future, but joy. This was because it meant that they were about to leave the ridiculous and terrifying waters. At some point in time, Nina had already climbed up to the tall crow's nest and said loudly as she looked at the ruin, "There's a ship." "Ship?" Klein circled around Anderson Hood, who was blocking him, and approached the shipboard as he focused. Indeed, on the right of the stacked stones and stone columns, there was an ordinary 3-mast sailboat docked by it. As there was something in the way, it would be difficult for the people on board the Future to notice it if they weren't viewing it from a high vantage point or looking carefully. The sailboat floated there, without a single sailor on board. The silence made it terrifying. It's as though it was all eaten by the ruin. Anderson came over and shook his head with a sigh. In these waters, one mustn't go close unless one knows the ruins well. A person who dares outline the mural of an angel of fate doesn't have the right to say that. Your treasure hunting team claimed to be rich in experience, but in the end, aren't you the only one left from it? Klein didn't turn his head as he lampooned. At this moment, Katlia also came to the deck as she looked at the sailboat docked by the ruin. During this entire process, she didn't give Gehrman Sparrow a glance. It was as though he didn't exist. After a brief moment of silence, Katlia raised her hand to remove the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. The deep purple hue in her eyes swirled as though she was trying to outline one complex symbol after another. A pair of eyes suddenly appeared above the empty sailboat. They were a pair of illusory, translucent dark purple eyes. The pair of eyes slowly moved and circled the deck once before entering the cabin. This beyond her power is very useful. Speaking of which, based on the means demonstrated by Queen Mystic and Admiral of Stars, the beyond her powers of a mystery prior has some of the highlights of fairy tales. Man, will Queen Mystic be able to turn people into frogs? Also, is the mystery prying of a mystery prior demonstrated here on their eyes? Admiral of Stars' eyes are somewhat odd. I have to take note. Klein silently made a guess as he awaited the outcome of Katlia's remote exploration. After a while, the dark purple hue in Katlia's eyes finally dimmed. She rubbed her brows, wore her glasses again, and said to Anderson Hood and Frank Lee, "There's a problem inside." As she spoke, she took out a handful of colorful powder from her classic warlock robe, and she suddenly threw them outwards. The powder didn't scatter onto the ground and instead formed a realistic color picture. The picture's background appeared like a captain's cabin. There was a picture on the desk and a portrait on the wall, both depicting the same person. He was a man from Faysac with broad shoulders, light blonde hair, and deep blue eyes. Klein first found it familiar before he recalled where he had seen the man before. Back when he was in Nas, an adventurer had been pursued by the second mate of the King of Immortality, Curtius, and ran into the Lairdal Bar to seek help from the members of the Adventure Association. At that instant, among the powerhouses who stood up to provide protection was a muscular man from Faysac who was more than 2 meters tall. Klein had found him rather strong and placed him at Sequence 6 at the very least. Why would his ship suddenly enter these waters, and why would he rashly explore a dangerous ruin? Amidst Klein's puzzlement, he carefully observed the supernatural picture on the deck. This time he saw a pool of blood on the floor, and beside the blood were a few words in Faysac. The Fountain of Unaging. The last character had a drawn-out mark of blood before it was connected to clear smudges that extended out towards the door. Klein's mind seemed capable of restoring the actual scene. The Sequence 6 Faysac man had suffered a sudden attack and fell to the ground, heavily injured. He tried his best to write down the source of his encounter, but just as finished the first few words, he was held by the legs or head by some unknown entity, and he was forcibly pulled away. Considering how the red words weren't wiped away, Klein suspected that the entity that dragged the adventurer away wasn't a living person. It should be the corpse of that ruin, he thought, feeling a headache. The Fountain of Unaging. They came here in search of the Fountain of Unaging, Anderson Hood said in excitement. Clearly, but they didn't find it. Frank Lee shook his head in great disappointment. He also looked forward to the Fountain of Unaging, believing that the fountain's waters could create qualitative changes to his various experiments. The Fountain of Unaging. Slaughterer Curtius was the one chasing after the young adventurer back then. He's the second mate of the King of Immortality. Rumor has it that the King of Immortality had once drunk the waters of the Fountain of Unaging. Curtius even warned me, Gehrman Sparrow, to not interfere with the young adventurer's matters, claiming that it was the will of the King of Immortality. Klein barely reproduced the truth based on various tidbits of information. The young adventurer obtained the secret of the Fountain of Unaging from one of the King of Immortality's aides, and he was thus pursued. Later, with the protection of some of the stronger members of the Adventure Association, he barely escaped from Slaughterer Curtius. Later, to hide from the King of Immortality, and also to seek out the Fountain of Unaging, they finally chose to adventure into these waters. Who knew that they ended up being wiped out in that ruin? Could it be that the Fountain of Unaging is hidden deep in that ruin? Klein looked at the stacked gray stones and stone columns as he vaguely made a prediction. As he temporarily had no way to verify his theory, nor did he know whose corpse was buried there, he didn't have the urge to explore or take risks. He rationally retracted his gaze. I can ask Will Septon or a Rhodes. Perhaps the fountain of aging is the pus produced from that rotting corpse. Klein guessed with the most nefarious of thoughts. At this moment, Katlia, who heard Anderson's and Frank's conversation, thought and said, if their death was caused by their search for the fountain of aging, I do not believe that the owner of the portrait and picture would have the motivation to leave behind accurate information before his death. After all, the people who actually find him here wouldn't be his family. Makes sense. If I were in his shoes, and if I encounter a monster in my treasure-seeking adventures, I wouldn't think of providing any hints to others before my death. Klein indiscernibly shook his head, failing to think of any reason for the time being. Katlia looked at Anderson and Frank, who wore looks of anticipation. A successful adventure is a result of having detailed intel and sufficient preparation, but we lack all of that now. Her voice suddenly turned loud as it resounded in every corner of the ship. Continue sailing. Leave these waters. Aye, Captain. Nina, who was on a crow's nest, gulped a mouthful of beer. A few minutes later, the descent and ascent that violated common sense happened once again, but the prepared members on the future were no longer in a sorry state like before. They easily overcame the stimulating scene of jumping over the ravine and being sent flying. Soon, the future landed over blue seas, and a distance away was a gigantic storm blotting out the sky. Not far away, there was another ship floating there silently. It was 200 meters long, its front and back curved up, making it look like a crescent. Upon seeing the flag depicting a black tombstone, Klein's mind flashed to the corresponding name, the Death Announcer. It was the flagship of the King of Immortality Agalito. At this moment, Klein no longer felt fear and horror, but excitement and agitation. With Queen Mystic on board, and with no need to hide this time, she, together with me, Admiral of Stars Anderson Hood, and the crew of the future will have the chance of wiping out the crew of the King of Immortality. Food for creeping hunger has been found. I've found a candidate for a marionette. At this moment, the Death Announcer suddenly turned around, moving away at an unprecedented speed. I had fled. Klein instantly wore a blank look. Soon, the Death Announcer had vanished from his line of sight. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 674. Leaving the ship. That was way too fast. I just had the thought. Klein looked at the undulating surface of the sea, temporarily unable to gather his thoughts. Amidst his thoughts, he came up with a theory. King of Immortality Agalito's second mate, Slaughter Curtius, is suspected to be a devil or even a desire apostle. He possesses the beyonder powers to detect danger ahead of time and the ability to lock onto the source of the danger. Then, would the King of Immortality be a Sequence 4 demigod of the devil pathway to begin with? That's why once the crew of the future possessed the actual strength to deal harm to him with an actual plan in mind, he immediately sensed the problem and discovered the existence of Queen Mystic, so he didn't hesitate to retreat. Yes, this means Queen Mystic also had the intention of taking action. Otherwise, my thoughts would have only made King of Immortality sneer and retaliate crazily. Sigh, this beyonder power of the devil pathway is just too useful. Trying to ensnare the King of Immortality, or his first mate, second mate, or third mate is quite impossible. Klein thought regretfully as he looked at Anderson Hood. The strongest hunter still showed a clear, warped expression, as though reeling in despair that his bad luck hadn't decreased. He was also surprised that the Death Announcer would flee with its tail between its legs, as though it wasn't going according to the script in his mind. He darted his eyes as he looked around with a guess, seemingly coming to a conclusion. Unfortunately, Anderson's bad luck isn't strong enough. Otherwise, he can be sacrificed in order to bait the King of Immortality. Isn't that the correct usage of a provoker? Klein turned into the corridor and returned to his room. Just as he pushed open the wooden door, he saw a familiar back standing before his window. She had a very proportionate figure and was dressed slightly oddly. She was none other than Queen Mystic Bernadette. Ma'am, did your father not teach you? You shouldn't enter someone's room without permission, especially the room of a male stranger. As a lady who was brought up in a noble family, you should have been waiting by the door and earnestly requesting permission to enter. Emperor, didn't you recall the books on education? Klein silently lampooned as he closed the door in passing. Without waiting for him to say a word, Bernadette said to him with her back facing him, "The matters from before have verified a theory of mine." What theory? Klein repressed his curiosity as he asked with a deadpan expression. Bernadette didn't turn her head as she looked out at the calm sea surface. Agalito's fountain of aging is a scam. If there really is a fountain of aging, it would have been one of the main ingredients of a demoness of aging, or it would be something that would be produced from their corpses. Therefore, any man who claims to have drunk from the fountain of aging is lying. She didn't explain what a demoness of aging was, seemingly certain that Gehrman Sparrow knew what it was. And even if he didn't know, he would have the means of figuring it out later. Fountain of aging. Demoness of aging. It does match. So, the bloody text on that sailboat beside the ruin is to tell the world that the Fountain of aging is a scam? King of Immortality Agalito has released news of the Fountain of aging again and again in order to lure adventurers and pirates to enter dangerous waters and die, or to take the opportunity to slaughter them. It has strong vibes of a devil. It's no wonder Slaughterer Curtius warned me not to interfere. Klein thought for a few seconds and deliberately said in a ruminative tone, "Scam." Queen Mystic Bernadette nodded and said with a gentle tone, "This might be part of the ritual that Agalito needs for his advancement to Sequence 4. It might also be an action needed to digest the Sequence 4 potion." She paused as though making a silent sigh. Then she said, "That's because Sequence 4 of his pathway is demon." Demon? Sounds deceitful. Creating a treasure scam to harm others, that does match the style of a demon. Klein was instantly enlightened. At this moment, Queen Mystic turned around as she cast her gaze through her checkered black veil and towards Gehrman Sparrow's eyes. "It's my turn to provide information?" Klein deliberated for 2 seconds. According to the analysis of limited diary entries, Emperor Roselle suffered an extreme predicament in his later years. This forced him to come up with the idea of attempting something crazy. In this aspect, he was extremely frank. This was because the diary entries he had received up to date didn't reveal what Emperor Roselle wished to do in his later years, what predicament he was in, or what crazy action he did. Therefore, by providing this piece of information, he was hinting to Bernadette that to know the truth, she had to hand over the diary entries of Emperor Roselle's critical period to Admiral of Stars Catlia. Bernadette remained silent for a few seconds. As the dark clouds moved through the sky, allowing the sunlight to shine from the outside, the queen that reigned over the 5 seas suddenly dissociated like bubbles, shattering and disappearing. The light refracted from the bubbles had produced different colors, filling the room with a fairy tale-like dreamscape. If not for the hidden sage, the mystery prior pathway is really interesting. Klein reflected as he tapped his left thumb on the first segment of his index finger twice. He activated his vision of spirit body threads, but he didn't discover any additional black threads. This meant that Bernadette had already left. Phew. Klein silently sighed and quickly deactivated the vision. Just as he was about to lie in bed to take a rest, he heard brisk footsteps approach. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked at his door. "Who is it?" Klein sat up. "It's me." Catlia's voice sounded. Klein went over, feeling puzzled as he opened the door. He didn't ask what it was about as he coldly looked at her, his gaze expressing everything. Catlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and said, "Coming out from those waters doesn't bring us back to where we entered. We are less than 100 nautical miles away from Toscarter Island. It will take about 3 days to Nas. Where do you wish to return to? The entrance and exit are different." Klein was surprised as he asked in a confirming manner, "Then is it possible to enter those waters from this place?" "No, we will directly fall into that bottomless ravine of the ocean. According to the results of divination, the people who did so are dead in the true sense of the word," Catlia explained simply. "Is that so?" Klein thought before saying, "To Toscarter Island." The reason why he didn't choose Nas was because they were close to the next tarot gathering. He didn't wish to do something that took plenty of time on the future. Furthermore, Toscarter Island was the easternmost colony of the Lone Kingdom. The currency used was pence, solely in gold pounds. Klein no longer needed to consider the problem of foreign exchange. All right, Catlia had no views on this. Watching her turn and walk to the captain's cabin, Klein shook his head slightly and sighed inwardly. If you had come earlier, you would have met Queen Mystic. In the evening, the future arrived at the port of Toscarter Island as it forcefully docked there. Klein dressed up as a gentleman, carried his leather suitcase, and came to the deck. He then handed over the final payment placed in his 2 pockets to Admiral of Stars Catlia. After subtracting the pugilist beyond her characteristics worth £700, it was a total of £1,300. As such, Klein's wealth was reduced to 8,436 pounds and 5 gold coins. Katlia received it in silence and opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but she ultimately didn't say a word. Are you getting off here, or are you going somewhere else? She turned to look at Anderson Hood. Realizing that Gehrman Sparrow was about to leave and that he was on a pirate ship with him hunting several pirates in the past, Anderson immediately smiled. I'll get off here. You can now make payment. Katlia didn't spare him just because Anderson had borrowed clothes from the pirates. All right. Anderson didn't hide his heart-aching expression as he reached out and pulled off an ordinary button in the middle of his shirt. Reluctantly, he handed it over. This is what I acquired from those waters. It's from the corpse that originated from an explorer from the Lone Military. I'm not sure of its original name, and I can only call it by its corresponding sequence 6 due to the powers it exhibits. Yes, Judge. Its negative effects aren't especially strong. It makes its wearer easily offend people or monsters. Perhaps one might end up being targeted by a demigod. This isn't something you can call not especially strong. If I were Admiral of Stars, I would have chosen that sword of yours. Klein lampooned as he watched Katlia receive Anderson's payment for the boat ride. He didn't bother with their affairs as he lifted his suitcase and left the future, arriving at the pier of Toscarter Island. Bang! Anderson Hood leaped off the deck and landed beside him. Let's get some drinks. To celebrate our departure from those cursed waters, the hunter invited him with excitement in a relaxed manner. Klein swept his glance at him, refusing his offer with his eyes. All he wanted was to put a distance between him and this fellow who had bad luck and a provocative halo. All right. Anderson looked to his sides, cleared his throat, and said, Can you lend me money? As you know, everything that I had has sunken in those waters. Having said that, he laughed. Don't worry. I'll return what I owe tomorrow morning. There are plenty of pirates in Toscarter's bars and brothels. I plan on getting them to sponsor me a little. Extort those without bounties while cashing out those with bounties? Klein sked inwardly and handed him a 5 soldi note. That little, Anderson said with his mouth agape. It's enough for your drinks, meals, and hotel, Klein calmly replied. Besides, this is £1 in cash. £1. Anderson rubbed his eyes and said with a helpless smile, All right, it's £1. I'll return £1 to you tomorrow morning. Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 675, Building Ties. Afraid that Gehrman Sparrow would go back on his word, Anderson grabbed the 5 soldi note as scenes of ordinary beef sizzling over flames and alcohol beverages without any additional sedatives surfaced in his mind. Well, this fellow actually accepted it. I was just saying it in passing in order to accentuate my persona, as well as to let him understand that it isn't so easy to borrow money from me, so as to prevent him from hunting pirates and returning to the Fog Sea after borrowing a huge sum of money. Klein mumbled inwardly. To him, a Sequence 500 wouldn't starve or have nowhere to stay when placed in a place with plenty of pirates, even if he didn't have a single penny. He indiscernibly shook his head and was about to leave the dock when he suddenly heard a boorish shout. Gehrman! Upon hearing Frank Lee's voice, Klein shuddered as he turned around, his nerves taut. The first mate of the future, the poison expert with a 7,000-pound bounty, stood by the shipboard and held his hands to his mouth. As though broadcasting his voice, he asked, Where will you be most of the time? Where should I write letters to? I wish to share with you the latest results of my research. I don't wish to know. This fellow probably doesn't have many friends. And I dare say that many people he thinks of as friends doesn't treat him as one. Yes, Admiral of Stars is still inclined towards Queen Mystic, and she lacks belonging to the Tarot Club. To openly develop a snitch at her side, no, a source of intelligence. It helps in my shock and awe tactic towards her, and it's a kind of Gehrman Sparrow-level punishment imposed on her. With this as a bedrock, it would be reasonable and natural for Mr. Fool to punish her. Klein's thoughts raced as he took out a notepad and fountain pen used for divinations from his pocket. He scribbled down the summoning ritual needed to summon his messenger, and he didn't forget to include the additional requirement of a gold coin. With a whoosh, Klein flicked his wrist, sending the note flying at Frank Lee like a dart, landing accurately in his hand. Excellent. Frank Lee glanced at the information on the piece of paper and waved his hand in delight. Klein didn't delay any further as he picked up his leather suitcase, left the dock, and began searching for a hotel. During this process, he was originally very adamant about objecting to Anderson's request to stay in the same hotel, but on second thought, he agreed to it. He was afraid that this fellow who was plagued with bad luck would get into trouble again, bringing about a disaster to the innocent guest and attendant. Therefore, he decided to monitor him up close and decisively handle the problem if required. After checking in, Anderson went into his room with his key. Bang. He sat down on a reclining chair as though a heavy burden was released. After leaving those dangerous waters, he finally felt like he was human again. He didn't need to worry about suddenly dying. After he lay there silently for a while, Anderson Hood slowly got up. He took out a flask that had an outer lining made of iron, flipped over a glass cup, poured himself some hot water. He believed that he should recollect himself and begin visiting the bars. After drinking some alcohol and filling his stomach, he could seek out some sponsors. After the hot water cooled a little, Anderson raised his cup and gulped it down comfortably. Suddenly, he coughed intensely as his face turned a little purple. Cough, cough, cough. Anderson reached for his throat, but he didn't seem capable of taking a single breath. With a crashing sound, the glass cup fell to the floor from his hand, shattering across the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Anderson's coughing weakened as his face turned purple. At that moment, his eyes seemed to produce a spark as the veins on the back of his hands squirmed like they were alive. Bang! Anderson fell to the ground, convulsing a little before becoming motionless. His breathing even seemed to come to a halt. Seconds later, the corpse-like Anderson suddenly got up as he rubbed his face in fear. Damn it, I almost choked to death from drinking water. If that really happened, then I might be the hunter with the most laughable cause of death. Thankfully, I bought this item at great cost before entering those waters. It finally came in handy today. As he spoke, Anderson took out a doll formed of straw from a secret pocket in his vest. Ink was used to simply draw 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. The doll's surface had already been corroded as pitch-black liquid dripped down, drop after drop. In about 8 seconds, it was completely reduced to a liquid, turning into a stain on the floor. My bad luck hasn't decreased at all, and it has even gotten worse. Man, Gehrman Sparrow once told me of a prophecy, saying that the most lethal danger often lies in day-to-day life. Anderson paced about as he carefully avoided the glass fragments at his feet, afraid that it would cause him another death. No, I need to save myself. Anderson pulled open the door and carefully walked out. He came straight to Klein's room, reached out his finger, and rapped on the door. Soon, the wooden door, which was neither too solid or hard, opened without a sound. Gehrman Sparrow, who had only taken off his coat, appeared before Anderson. Anderson forced a smile and said, "Surprise." Bang. The door closed right in front of him. He was first stunned before he muttered to himself with a stiff expression, "I should change the way I talk." Hum. He knocked on Klein's door again. The door quickly opened as a revolver was pointed at him. "Haha, I just wanted to ask if you know any beyonders who can improve my luck." Anderson raised his hands midway, wildly hinting for Gehrman Sparrow to provide him with the details of the powerhouse that informed him of the prophecy. Too late. I've no idea where Queen Mystic is. She didn't leave me a way to contact her. But since my messenger's summoning ritual is known to Frank Lee, it also means Admiral of Stars knows of it. And that means Bernadette knows of it. Also, after returning to Backlund, I can seek out Miss Sharon's help. Queen Mystic is in her circles, even though the frequency of her appearance isn't high. Klein gave Anderson a look of pity. He wasn't fond of this strongest hunter, often mocking him inwardly and expressing all kind of nefarious thoughts towards him. After all, Anderson was partially responsible for him losing his cufflink. However, it was only limited to his thoughts. He had no intentions of actually putting it into practice. If Anderson truly sought his help, he similarly wouldn't reject him. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "I can help you ask, and I'll give you the answer tomorrow morning. But I suspect you don't have the means to pay me. I'll go make my rounds at the bars later. Furthermore, I have plenty of stashes in the Fog Sea," Anderson replied without hesitation. Klein nodded, and as he closed the door, he said, "Meet you tomorrow morning. I hope you can survive until then." Creak. The door was locked once again. Is that a curse, or was he wishing me luck? Anderson whispered with a wry smile. According to my experience, there probably wouldn't be any accidents in the next 2 to 3 days. Inside the room, Klein returned to his desk. On it was a letter that already had the introduction written, as well as an unfolded paper crane. In regards to Anderson's problem, Klein had already thought of a target to ask before he even agreed. There was no doubt that to resolve the means of a snake of fate, questioning another snake of fate was the best solution. He pondered over the space that was available after unfolding the paper crane and the questions he would like to ask before writing a draft in his mind. Finally, he raised his pencil and wrote, "How should the bad luck curse from an Angel of Fate mural be removed? What's the name of the sequence 4 potion for the seer pathway? Where can the formula and main ingredients be obtained?" Putting down the pencil, Klein carefully scrutinized the questions before carefully folding the paper crane according to the folds and placing it in his wallet. After doing all of this, he continued writing to Mr. Azik. In the letter, Klein first mentioned that he received the help of Admiral of Stars in entering the dangerous easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, successfully completed the ritual, and changing gears, he mentioned his encounter with Admiral Hal Ludwell's inexplicable attack mid-journey and how he nearly suffered terrible losses. While on this topic, he began describing the ring on Admiral Hell's hand, which was suspected to be a relic from ancient death. He asked very subtly if Mr. Azik had any recollection of it, or if he needed to obtain it to study it, so as to invoke more memories. After mentioning this, Klein mentioned in a casual manner about the artificial death project by the numinous episcopate, as well as asking this big shot if it was feasible, or if there were any records that recorded the actual details. Finally, he mentioned how he didn't know the subsequent sequences of his pathway, and he didn't know how to obtain those opportunities. Klein began providing a description of the summary of things to take note of from traveling through those dangerous waters. This was to provide Mr. Azik information so as to prevent him from suddenly wishing to seek out the remnant aura of ancient death without realizing the lurking dangers. Rumor has it that those waters are filled with the ravings of the true creator. The higher the sequence, the clearer one will hear it, making it easier to be influenced and resulting in madness or a loss of control. This is demarcated by sequence 4. But a small number of demigods have found the means to act freely there. Klein wrote at the end of his letter. After folding the paper, he picked up Azik's copper whistle and summoned the huge skeleton messenger. The messenger burrowed out from the ground and politely looked at Klein from a level height before opening his palm. "Not bad." Klein praised silently and handed the letter over. Then he brushed his teeth and took a bath before comfortably getting into bed. After an unknown period of time, he found himself awake in a dream, and he saw the desolate plains and pitch-black steeple. Familiarly walking into the depths of the steeple, Klein discovered Will Septon's reply among the scattered tarot cards. Friendly reminder, the paper crane is about to tear. The bad luck curse brought about by the mural can be resolved by Ricardo. High-sequence formulas for the seer pathway can only be obtained from the Crazy Zeridal or the Hornacis mountain range. If you are the blessed of the Evernight, treat it as though I didn't say it. Sequence 4 of the seer pathway is Bizarro Sorcerer.